disappointed. Hopefully it does. Oh, there we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Aquilon here. Welcome back to each one of you. Of course, if this is your first time watching this over on YouTube, remember to hit the like button. But most importantly, click the link in the description down below, because it is always better when it's live. Always. I hope that you all had a wonderful Friday, or maybe your Friday is only just beginning. If you're over in the US, if you're in Australia, your Friday's over. You're about to go into Saturday, which means you've already gotten to enjoy the first night of the weekend. So I hope that it was a wonderful night. I hope everyone's having a good time. Anyways, wherever you are in the world, it is always very much appreciated to have you here. We're going to have a wonderful show tonight. I have so much shit planned. CDJ, how you doing, brother? There's so much planned for tonight. I want to apologize for yesterday. Right off the bat, it stopped literally right in the middle of stream. Well, not in the middle, but I wanted to do about 2 hours more of stream. And then my internet just went fucking dark. Only to find out that I got an email earlier yesterday saying that they're going to be doing maintenance on the lines last night. So that was really fucking shitty. If I knew that, I would probably have started the stream earlier so that I could get the good 7 hours in. But, you know, we grind, we learn. Meeksy, how you doing? Happy Friday to you as well, good sir. I hope that you have some plans, or is your plans effectively watch the stream until go home and then whatever? Mixie, believe me, it was as horrible for you guys as it was for me. I'm sitting here, I'm still talking to myself, and then suddenly I'm like, wait, why is no one talking to me? Like, no one's speaking, nothing's happening. And then I look over to Discord, and I'm like, wait, why is that fucking 0? And then I see my internet's down. I'm like, what the fuck? It was a horrible, horrible thing. Nico Spider, good morning to you. Did you hear about Elon Musk launching a takeover? I did. The video is already up, CDJ. We already have the video up and available. I should probably just check. Do we have load shedding tonight? Let's not run into two fucking problems at the same, like, twice in a row. Just make sure. So, no load shedding, it seems. Okay, let's fucking hope that no load shedding continues, because there's no load shedding right now. Working now, raid tomorrow, hiking at some point, if it's not too cold. Meeksy, where are you from that it's so cold right now? Apocalypse, how you doing, brother? Like, it's very cold here. I'm not gonna lie to you all. Jolly, how you doing? Morning, US Aquilon. Just watched your VOD on FF14 PvP. It was really good. It makes me want to try it this weekend. Oh, Jolly. You have to. You absolutely have to. Gibadi, how you doing, brother? Yeah, no load shedding for now. Which is fine, you know. As long as it's not for now, that's a win in my book, Apocalypse. But you have to give PvP. Like, I am so fucking addicted to the PvP, it's not even funny. Like, screw the MSQ. Screw everything else in the game. Let's just PvP. That's all you need. Georgie, how you doing, bro? So when this Glam competition going to be? I want in. Nico Spider, the Glam competition is going to be after the reactions and the discussions have ceased. That's when we'll jump into the Glam comp. I've been most of the day today. KW, easy. Indiana, the armpit of the Midwest, where we get precisely 3 seasons of winter. Oh shit! What do you mean 3 seasons of winter, Meeksy? I'm gonna be honest with you. That sounds like my kind of place. If it's a place that literally just has cold all the time, that's where I want to live. I like the cold. I prefer it. Because I can wear a hoodie, and then we're all good. I can wear the same hoodie twice in a fucking row, and we're all good. Actually, I think I can push this hoodie tomorrow as well. Why am I wearing the same hoodie twice in a day? Because this is the most comfortable fucking hoodie I have. I could wear the others. I don't like the others. They don't feel right. So I just wear the same one until it gets, like, to the point where I go, well, I can't wear this again. Not without washing it, anyways. The Big White, how you doing, brother? Arcarian, how you doing? Whoa, I made it early this time. I'm very happy to have all of you just fucking popping up. Seems like it's been a slow Friday, since everyone is just fucking, like, showing up very early. Love it. Genuinely, I know it's become a meme at this point. If you like that PvP, you will actually stupidly enjoy Warhammer Online, since it is better implemented PvP, plus Giga Story that isn't cutscenes, but actively participated in. And old as fuck. Zucchini, how you doing? Apocalypse, I told you before. There is a list of MMOs that I want to try, and I am willing to add Warhammer to that list. I'd be more than happy to give Warhammer a try, but it is quite far down that list at the moment. Because the next one I want to play, and that's not even down to viewers asking, even though many viewers have asked, but I want to play Star Wars The Old Republic. After that, I've had so many requests for people to have me check out Guild Wars 2, so gonna have to check that out after Star Wars. Then, after Guild Wars 2, that's where we could probably fit in Warhammer Online, because the only other one that people really want me to try there is ESO. And I could probably scoot, because I've played ESO before, so ESO is not going to be like a new thing, you know? Inquisitorium, hey, I like requests. It's less work for me. If you guys don't request things, I have to start thinking about things to fucking put on the stream. If, like, nothing makes me happier than opening my Discord and finding just, like, a bunch of content suggestions. It means my job's done. No thinking about bullshit. No trying fucking hardcore figuring out what fucking content to do. It's easy. I open content suggestions. It's all right there. Let's do it. I request hot tub stream. That's I'm gonna need some incentive there. I'm gonna need some financial incentive if we're gonna go hot tub streams. To be mad. Well, I want to see the story, because people tell me that the story for Guild Wars 2 is fantastic. So Jolly, I played Guild Wars 2 with the week that it went live. So literally, I think the day that it went live, I pre-ordered at the time you still had to go into the store to get it. So I got that white CD case, you know, or DVD case. I guess it was on a DVD, but it was this white case, Guild Wars 2. Installed it, played it. This was back in the day when you still had DVD-ROMs and stuff in your PC. Played it for probably about 6 hours and went, fuck this, I'm done. This is boring as shit. Because it was basically just doing the same shit over and over and over again. Like, there was a couple of very cool concepts there, but nothing that really pulled me in. But I've been told that they've changed a lot since then. Sotter is poop. Apocalypse, the problem is with what you say is poop. If I listened to you, I would never have played Final Fantasy XIV. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I'm going to love Star Wars The Old Republic, and there's a good reason for it. You don't have any fucking culture, my man. You think Star Wars is a bad story. So right there, you and I have, like, we do not agree on the most fundamental part of that game, which is Star Wars is a fantastic fucking story. And I would like to play in the Star Wars universe. Why the fuck wouldn't you? So you and I would just not agree on Star Wars The Old Republic, I think. Kind of the same for me. Have started it several times, but can't seem to stick with it. I don't expect any game to... I don't expect any game to really rival what Final Fantasy XIV is giving me. But I'm willing to try all games and check it out and see what I think of it. You know, and I'll obviously be trying it with you guys, so you'll be able to see live what I think of it. But yeah, I'm willing to give everything a go. See if I like it. If I don't like it, then I just fucking stop streaming it. It's literally that easy. So I will even try obscure as fuck MMOs if that's what you guys want me to do. Because if I don't like it within 2 or 3 hours, I can literally just go, I'm out. And then that's it. My YouTube wouldn't be dying. How's my YouTube dying? Uncultured Swine. I think there are good points in the Star Wars story and bad parts. Everything prior to the Disney writing, amazing good. Well, yeah, I don't include the Disney films in any way, shape, or form. They do not count. Everything before Disney was decent enough. Well, look, let's not talk about Star Wars Disney. It doesn't count. Everything that Disney touches turns to a turd. I don't even want to talk about it because those movies do not deserve the label of Star Wars. Let's talk about the first 6 films, yeah, and leave it there. I think we can all agree the first 6 films really good. Nothing really wrong with the first 6 films. It's after the first 6 films that things go really fucking downhill. In between FF content, finished the 6.1 MSQ in a day. Now I play PvP a bit and looking for another game. Well, what game do you have in mind, Georgie? Some of the shows are nice. Which shows are that? You mean the Star Wars shows? I've not really watched the shows of Star Wars. Like that I have not done. Nah, Mandalorian was fine. I wasn't as cult addicted to the Mandalorian as many other Star Wars fans. Like the thing that always, maybe I should keep watching the Mandalorian and figure it out, because the thing that's always intrigued me about Star Wars is the Force and the Jedis and the Sith and shit like that. The Mandalorian part of it, I think, just sort of focuses on a part of Star Wars that has never truly interested me that much. But, you know, I'd be more than willing to give it another go and see how it goes. There's a new application for the first 6 now that we see what the last 3 have been like. That those while at least. You guys are now talking about the fucking shows, right? Still shit movies. Yeah, Apocalypse. You and I are never going to agree on that. Bad Batch and Mandalorian. Rebels had a rough start, but had good scenes. And the story or the prequels is good. The acting may or may not be prime, but Lucas and his ex-wife did a great job luring out Anakin's origins and reasoning for going dark. I would say some people have said that what actually fucked over Star Wars is the ex-wife leaving. Because apparently George Lucas designed the world and sort of the massive narrative leads for the world. But it was his wife that sort of focused on the more individual stories. And then when they split and she obviously sort of left the project, a lot of people say that's why the first 3 movies, or last 3 movies, depending on how you look at it, but the first 3 movies wasn't that great, is because it was George Lucas from that point forward that wrote it and not his ex-wife that was part of the writing. I will say, even then, I don't think the script was that bad. I do think a lot of the actors that were chosen. So, for example, the actor that played Anakin wasn't good, in my opinion. I don't think she was that good. Or he was that good. I think they should have tried to look for someone else. The way he got angry, for example, really did not come across as believable in any way, shape, or form. There were a lot of times where I felt uncomfortable with his level of acting. And once you feel uncomfortable, it becomes really fucking difficult. You know, because you don't know exactly why, but watching the movie becomes a chore. Brought in some good legends lore into canon. Phantom Menace was amazing. Still gives me goosebumps. I should probably rewatch it again. I've rewatched it almost every single year for a really fucking long time. Like, lately I've struggled, though. Lately I'll watch, like, the number 4 and number 5, and then I'll sort of veer off and I'll go do something else. So I've not really been able to stick with all 6 anymore. Mainly because when you watch it enough times, you do reach a point where you just go, well, never mind then. Raybeer, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate it. 41 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it, bro. How you doing, brother? Writers with these lines didn't help either. No, like I said, I would actually like to clarify. Sometimes good actors can be fucked over by really bad scripts, and it doesn't necessarily have to be obviously bad scripts. There are times where a script isn't obviously bad, but just in how the flow of the script goes, it becomes a really fucking, like, bad script because things aren't flowing. Yesterday, for example, I was having coffee with the supporters of the channel, and we were writing the script for the next video. And a lot of the time during that script was actually spent trying to figure out the flow of the script. Because you'll read a line, and then you'll go to the next line, and you'll be like, well, this doesn't feel right. It just feels like it's abruptly stopping with no real flow into the next line, and it should need a little bit more. So a lot of the time that can happen to script writing, where they write the script, every line on its own, not bad, it's fine, it can be there. But then you put those lines together and you go, well, this does not seem right. Boba Fett is more of a setup. Wins, how you doing, brother? In some of the outtakes, he was coached directly by Lucas, so Hayden was representing the exact character that George himself wanted. I think what most people has issue with is that their idea of what something is compared to, what the idea creator presents, is a missed connection. You see, I don't always mandate. Thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't think you should. It probably depends, because in saying this, I immediately am reminded of Quentin Tarantino, who most actors say it's hell to work with Quentin Tarantino, because Quentin Tarantino is a perfectionist. Every single line must be delivered exactly the way that he fucking wants it to be delivered, and he will keep redoing it until you deliver it exactly the way that he wants. Bloody, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And chat, how are you all doing this day? Wasn't able to chat last time. Had to head off to work. It's nice to meet everyone. Very happy to have you here, brother. Jolgren, thank you for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very happy to see a bunch of new faces. I shared the tab targeting setting you were looking for on your Discord content suggestion. Too bad I saw it. Thank you very much for the suggestion there. I am definitely going to be applying that, because the tab targeting for FF14 is one of my biggest gripes with the game. It doesn't really matter too much in terms of PvE, because usually you don't have that many enemies that you have to take down, but in PvP, where more often than not, you want to be able to target the person closest to you, because that is going to be the person that creates problems for you. In all other scenarios, you can literally just click on the party frames and sort of hone in on the person that you want to kill. So, for example, if I want to kill the healer, I literally click on the healer's frame, and that's the healer. I'm going to kill him now. But if I get chased down, for example, by a dragoon or a monk, nothing frustrates me more than tab targeting, and then I've tabbed someone there at the back, and then I tab again, and it's another guy at the back, and it's like, dude, I just need to kill the fucking monk, because this guy is blasting me right now. Can you please not have that happen anymore? So yeah, I'll definitely thank you for that suggestion, or thank you for letting me know how to do it. I'm actually off from work, but you done a few of my questions on your Q&A. Had to deal with all my Arthur's Jaina questions. Jugran, it's why I do the show. It's why I do the show. I love doing it. His older stuff is great, but his newer stuff isn't comparable. It's like his control freakism has reduced his quality. Mixie, are you talking about Quentin Tarantino? How do you not have that problem, Shroomy? How you doing, by the way? Sarabot, how you doing? So I just need to say this regardless of the topic. I just found out the random blue elephant in the Imperium is Emmerich. Huh? I don't think I've ever been more lost reading a sentence that is coherent in absolute perfection. Like, the sentence is coherent. Every word in that sentence makes sense to me. But then when you put it all together, none of it fucking makes sense to me. Is it an elephant costume? I saw that elephant too. There's an option to fix tab targeting. Yeah, they told me about it yesterday. Drakets, how you doing? Oh, the Ishgard housing. Yeah, I've not been there yet. If it's not tied to the crystalline conflict, I've not been there yet. I am only interested in the crystalline conflict. Nothing more, nothing less. Muriel Live, how you doing? Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Also, Radis, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bro, I got the Bolvar Lich King armor set. Congratulations, kids. I think I'm still a while off from getting that. Yes, he reminds me a lot of Aaron Sorkin, great writer-director, but the more he controls, the more missed the greatness of his work is. I wouldn't say that. What's the last thing that Quentin Tarantino has done that you do not think is good? Because I think the last movie I've watched from Quentin Tarantino is Inglourious Bastards, and I would say Inglourious Bastards was absolutely phenomenal. I would say easily one of my favorite movies of all time. I think... I don't know if Quentin Tarantino's work is for everyone, but for me, I think he's a great director. But what I wanted to say about that is, a lot of the time, unless you are a visionary, like someone like Quentin Tarantino, which happens to pull it off more often than not, I don't think you should interfere. Raybeard, by the way, thanks for the 100 bits, I really appreciate it. I don't think directors should interfere with an actor's process. So if you keep stepping in, if it's true that George Lucas constantly stepped in and sort of told Anakin's actor how he wants Anakin to be played, what happens there is you hire an actor because you want them to apply their own vision to your character based on the script that they have in hand. So the actor looks at the script, reads through it, and creates the character in their own mind. This is literally why actors are paid. If you don't want the actors to do that, you could hire literally almost anyone to read a bunch of lines on a fucking on a piece of paper, right? Anyone can do that. But what you want is a character. Now, if the actor's character is different from the character that you have in your own mind, you're almost always going to fuck up the character. And then you have what happened with Anakin, where a lot of his lines feel dead. It feels unemotional. I remember there's this one scene where Anakin is with Natalie Portman's character. I can't remember now. What was her name again? Not Princess Leia. Princess Leia's mother. What was her name again? Princess Leia's mother. Fuck. What was her name? Padme. That's the one. Thank you. Fuck names, dude. But I remember he's with Padme, yeah, and he's angry. Like, he's fucking angry. And I don't feel he's angry. I'm watching the scene play off. He's angry, fucking angry, and I don't feel the anger. There's nothing coming through. He's saying lines that shows he's angry. He's literally saying, I'm so angry, I'm frustrated. And I'm watching it and I'm thinking, well, you don't seem frustrated. You don't really seem angry. So in other words, this may as well just have been a voiceover. They could have just shown you standing there with an angry face. And in a voiceover, they could have said, and he's very angry. Right? So kind of narrate his feelings at that point. So it was just, that was a horrible scene to watch. It was a very difficult scene to fucking watch. I mean, I think Padme is very underrated in the Star Wars universe. So, Aaron, I thought it may have been that, but according to Meeksy, in the actual, so in the director's cut, in the sort of where you see the footage of them actually being directed and stuff, a lot of his lines, literally George Lucas would say, cut, step in and say, no, I want you to deliver the line like this, right? So George Lucas was literally telling him exactly how every line must be delivered in the script, which is why I said so poorly done. Because your actor literally has a character in mind how they want to play it. And unless your actor is completely fucking it up, let the actor play the character the way that the actor thinks the character should be played. Because that's usually when you get really cool results from stories. So yeah, Tom Hardy is a phenomenal actor. I still have to watch Legends. I've been told quite a few times to watch Legends, and I am yet to do that. Kamikins, yes, but Quentin Tarantino is more anal in terms of how he chooses his actors. So I've watched this whole documentary on Quentin Tarantino's sort of direction style. The actor that was meant to play is it Hans? No. Who was that fucking who was the German actor? The German Nazi soldier. What was his name again? In the film. I can't remember what his name is in the film. But he actually didn't want to make the movie. Because for that character, he didn't think he would ever find an actor that can pull it off. Like, he had a bunch of castings for that character's position, and none of it worked. Now, I'm not talking about the name of the actor. I'm talking about the name of the character. I don't give a fuck about actors' names. I would not remember them, so it's no point in fucking telling me. I care about the characters. Hans Landa, that's the one. Thank you, BC. He actually wanted to cancel the entirety of Inglourious Bastards because after all their casting, none of the A-list actors in Hollywood played Hans Landa the way that Quentin Tarantino thought Hans Landa should be played, which is this suave, well-collected, really likable, evil fucking character. Because he is likable. The way he speaks, he's so friendly. He's so sophisticated and elegant in the way he does things. But then he's also so incredibly evil. And yeah, it wasn't until Quentin Tarantino met with Christoph that he was like, okay, fucking hell. Yeah, now I can do the movie because this is clearly making sense. I'm Robert. Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Yeah, he is basically like a Final Fantasy XIV villain, where the personality of the villain does not always match the actions of the villain, which I fucking love. Our old school Grindhouse played completely straight. They're just a joy to watch. You know who else I love, which is very similar to Quentin Tarantino, but on the British side of things, Guy Ritchie. So, have any of you ever watched Guy Ritchie films? Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. What's the other one? There's another one that I really fucking enjoy in the same sort of vein as Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. Lock, Stock is very good. Snatch, that's the one, Apocalypse. Those movies are like Snatch and Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels. What I love about those films is the comedy versus the gruesome nature of the films. It's comedic, but at the same time very, very fucking gruesome. And then obviously, who can forget Brad Pitt's portrayal of an Irish fucking gypsy in Snatch, I believe it was. I'm in a caravan with no wheels. Dude, I still love that fucking character. And what I never knew, well, I actually found out not long ago, all of the lines for Brad Pitt in that film was ad-lib. Like, he had no lines. Quentin Tarantino literally told him, just speak fucking gibberish. For half of it, I don't want anyone, even the audience, to understand what the fuck you're saying. So there are no scripts here. I want you to convey this message, fill it up with as much gibberish as you fucking can, because you're a gypsy. No one understands what you're fucking saying. So, genuinely speaking, the words that Brad Pitt's character say, the actors on set, half the time were genuinely confused as to what the fuck he just said. Was it referenced in Avengers? I don't know that. Making for you and made it worse out of spite. But it worked. It worked because the other actors being confused, it was just such a good story. I should watch that again. I haven't watched Snatch and Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels in years. I should absolutely watch that again. Seen Blade Runner 2049, in my opinion, best sequel film ever made. Blade Runner 2049, that is the one with what's his fucking name? It's the newish film. Yeah, I watched that. To be fair though, I don't think me speaking about films like that would be fair. Because when it comes to cyberpunk universes, I am all on board. Like 100%. You don't even, like, you do not need to sell me on a cyberpunk universe. I'm there. You tell me you have a game or a movie set in the cyberpunk universe, I'm like, okay, I'll watch it. No, don't have to fucking argue about it. I'm there. This is exactly what I want. So yeah, that film was great. It's sort of, I know a lot of people complain about this film, and I think people are morons for complaining about it. But Ghost in the Wire, I think it's called, or Ghost in the Machine. Which it's Ghost in the Machine, right? Remake from an anime or a movie made from an anime. What was it called again? Is it Ghost in the Machine? I think. Ghost in the Shell. That's the one. Ghost in the Shell. Also a good film. Not mind-bogglingly good. Not the greatest film I've ever seen. But thanks to the cyberpunk nature of it, brilliant. Because I think, given enough time, I think if you give humanity another 200 years on this planet, this is most likely where we are going to end up. Because we can already see it happening in front of our own fucking eyes. We can see corporations. It's one of the reasons I love Cyberpunk, the game, so much. We can already see corporations and politicians becoming closer and closer and closer to one entity. We already know that a lot of our politics is effectively decided by corporations that endorse the politicians, and the politicians simply do what the corporations ask. So we already know that these things are happening. In Cyberpunk 2077, it takes it to the next level insofar as the corporations uses social discourse in the year 2020 to take power. The corporations then start a war with the government called the Corpo Wars, in which they nearly fucking destroy all of America. And then finally the corporations divvy up the whole of America, where every corporation basically gets its own city. And there's a corporate parliament that decides on the rules and the laws of the state. For example, something that's very interesting in the game, for example, they dive into it in a side quest. Militech, which is a private corporation. Militech is the army for the US government. So whenever the US needs to wage war, it will use Militech to do so. And in one of the side missions, you have to infiltrate Militech and steal information so that information can be leaked to Arasaka, which is another corporation, because Militech's stock have been dropping. And Militech is busy creating a bunch of false flags all over Night City to allow them to deploy on the streets of Night City so that they can get their stock price back up. So they'll deploy in full force in Night City, save the city from all these raid flags, these false flags, right? And then their stock price goes back up so they can make money again. That's the world. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Is the NUSA military? Exactly. Did you see the news about Governor of California? Yes. The video is already out. Cat in the box. Hearing about Cyberpunk makes me sad that the Netrunner card game was cancelled. Itchums, I got some sad news today about Cyberpunk 2077. According to the latest earnings call from CD Projekt Red, work on Cyberpunk is effectively winding down. They feel like Cyberpunk is in a good spot now, and they're effectively sort of dialing down the work that they're doing in Cyberpunk. What scares me is we know that in 2023, we will get the first paid-for DLC for Cyberpunk 2077. But what happens if CD Projekt Red decides that's it? Because I don't want that fucking story to end. I think people are grossly wrong about Cyberpunk 2077. I know that there's a lot of negative shit about Cyberpunk 2077, but I think people are fucking themselves in the ass for not playing it. It's fixed now. It's in a very good spot. The gameplay is smooth as fuck. And the story of that game is phenomenal. Probably because they don't want to fuck with Raid Engine anymore. Sarah, but for the love of fuck, just keep making Cyberpunk games, please. Those are suspended Witcher 3's next update. Indefinitely makes me wonder what they are working on. Well, we know they're working on Witcher 4, and they're working on Witcher 4 for Unreal Engine 5, which is going to be quite huge. We also know that they are working on the next DLC for the expansion for Cyberpunk 2077. So that we know for a fact. We don't know anything else, though. Apparently, they have a new card game or a new expansion for the card game or something like that. I don't see CDPR dropping Cyberpunk. It's too big a brand for them. Depending on how much money they lost, right? The problem with Cyberpunk was that people were expecting a future GTA and not a story-based RPG. But Aaron, here's what people don't get. It is a future GTA. It's just not multiplayer. If they gave multiplayer, I tell you now, that game would sell millions and millions more. JCP, how you doing, brother? Because yes, the story is amazing, but if you've ever played Cyberpunk, so I'll ask people in chat, if you've played Cyberpunk, what's your favorite part of the game? Your absolute favorite part of Cyberpunk 2077? Cat in the box, you're correct. The city. No one here can tell me that it isn't the city. The city in Cyberpunk 2077 feels so good. So you can fast travel in Cyberpunk 2077. I didn't fast travel at all. I would drive 4, 5, 6 kilometers from my current position to the next fucking objective just so that I could be in that fucking city. Just so that I could be there. Wisteria, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Skip Cyberpunk. Too many games to play as is. I love the city, but Keanu's performance is fucking incredible as Johnny Silverhand. Keanu's performance is good. Not going to take anything away from that. But if you remove... So let me ask you this. If you removed Johnny Silverhand from the story, Cyberpunk could still work. If you remove the city, Cyberpunk no longer works. And before you go, well, Aklon, of course, because without a fucking city, what are you playing? I'm not talking about the physical location, because you could choose a bunch of different locations. What makes Night City so amazing is as you're driving through Night City and as you do some of the side quests and side content within the game, you can't help but feel this incredible sense of, this crushing sense of despair within the city. It is soul-crushing to recognize that this is not completely out of the realms of possibility. Because nothing in that game is unbelievable. You could absolutely play it and think, this could happen in my fucking lifetime. This could happen. They didn't go overboard with the introduction of aliens or some weird shit or anything like that. They made it in such a way that you look at it and you think, if we make a couple of mistakes, this is where we are. It's what makes it fantastic, but also fucking scary. Wisteria, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Hey there, loved your videos on YouTube and finally caught you streaming. Keep up the good content, my dude. Wisteria, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Perpetrator, what do you mean no or not? To be honest, had they been upfront about the game's aspects from pre-order, I likely wouldn't have bought it. I played for over 80 hours at launch and haven't touched it since. Meeksy, I can promise you, go back to it. So they've done a lot of changes to some of the quest lines and some of the quest structures. They added quite a few new quests. They've done a lot in terms of customization options. You now have the ability to own multiple fucking apartments within the game. You have the ability to own a crap ton of vehicles within the game. So they have done quite a lot to make the game a lot more alive than what it was when it first launched. We're one nation destabilizing war away from a completely corporatized future. I agree with you. But do you need any vehicle after you get Jackie's bike? Apocalypse, actually, yes. So there's a car. I can't remember what it's called. It's quite expensive. It's like 100K for the car. But it's like very futuristic, very fucking tight. It's the fastest car, I believe, in the... Actually, it's the second fastest car in the game, because the fastest car in the game is actually one of those off-road vehicles that the nomads use, but it's not controllable. This one goes it goes 212 kilometers per hour, and it sits on the fucking tarmac like you would not believe. You cannot believe the handling of that vehicle. At 100 kilometers an hour, you go into turns and it's like easy, smooth. You hit the brakes and you come to a fucking stop almost instantly. It is such a fun vehicle to drive around in. Back and play Cyberpunk, but there's too much to do elsewhere. I can see that. Truth out when he role-playing a sharp doorknob. Kamikins, what the fuck are you doing replying to yourself? Mixie, I don't think Cyberpunk was ever sold as multiplayer. People assumed that it would be multiplayer, and CD Projekt Red eventually said that they will do multiplayer. They will do a multiplayer version, but they made it clear from the beginning that the multiplayer version will be a new game on its own. Yeah, it was more sold with multiplayer eventually. It was never sold as a multiplayer game. I believe from the beginning it was a single player game. And they then said, and this was, I don't even think, if I'm not, like, I could be wrong about this, so you guys can fact check me on it, but I believe at the beginning there was no mention of multiplayer. Then players started to go, we want multiplayer in this. We really want fucking multiplayer in this. And that's when CD Projekt Red said, all right, we'll do the multiplayer after the launch of the game. So it was sort of more them deciding that they will do multiplayer. Came out and said after the console flip that they were abandoning multiplayer? Yes. Well, we don't know yet if it's completely abandoned. They've been very tight-lipped about anything happening in Cyberpunk. So we don't know if they've completely abandoned it. Maybe they've put it on the back burner. There's also a chance that they may have decided if we're going to do multiplayer, we're instead going to rebuild Night City in Unreal Engine 5, or maybe we want to do CD Projekt Red or Cyberpunk 2077 2, which they would probably not do that. They would call it Cyberpunk 2079 or Cyberpunk 2080 or something like that. But they might decide that that one, they'll do an Unreal 5. And because I think the biggest issue for them is the Red engine. Tried Nutella on my hot dog, thinking it would turn out well because ketchup is also sweet. It tasted as bad as my feet smell. Jumbo, but you tried chocolate sprayed with a hot dog. What were you expecting? I don't know what to tell you. It's like taking a kiwi fruit and going, I wonder if this could double as a dildo. And then complaining that it didn't work as planned. Didn't go quite the way that I thought this was going to go. Like you could look at a kiwi fruit and say, probably this shouldn't go up my bum. The same way you could look at Nutella, take a look at the hot dogs and go, I wonder why these aren't sold next to each other in the supermarket. Maybe because it shouldn't be next to each other in the fucking supermarket. And also not on the same sandwich. Sounds like an asset breakthrough more than anything. Pretty much. What headset do you currently have? Sai, how you doing, brother? Headsets, I have this one, which is Audio Technica, but it's not really a headset, it's just headphones. As far as headsets go, although I never use it for the set part of it, I have this, which is a Corsair wireless, but I never use the mic. The mic has never been used on the Corsair wireless. It's literally just, I just use it because more often than not, when I'm watching movies or when I'm watching series and stuff, I like to walk around. So I'll sort of walk around while I'm watching or listening to stuff with my headphones on. Fucking bacon in your milkshake. What the fuck is that? Now, hold up. Bacon goes with everything. I do believe you could pull off bacon and Nutella. You could absolutely pull that off. I just think Vienna's is a very particular thing that should not go with Nutella. But bacon, I think, could absolutely work. I'd be willing to give it a try, even. Because bacon goes with everything. There is legitimately not a single thing that bacon doesn't go with. Do yourself a favor. Here's one of the greatest things you could ever eat in your life. Get yourself a waffle. Big fucking nice waffle, right? Belgian. Fluffy as shit. Yeah? Then you put bacon on it. Then you take syrup. It can be golden syrup. It can be maple syrup. Whatever the fucking syrup you want. You put syrup on that bad bitch. And then you put ice cream on top of it. Glorious. Best food you can ever fucking have. Yeah, vanilla ice cream, obviously. I knew someone who once had a bacon-wrapped chocolate cake. Could work as well. Heart attack breakfast? Is it really? Is that really that bad? I don't think so. If you haven't tasted it before, you're missing the fuck out. Alex, how you doing, bro? Just gonna be a dick and make a shameless plug. Check your YouTube notification settings. They have reverted stuff again, so you may not have the notification stuff as you used to. This goes to all your channels. Thank you very much for that one, Alex. Really appreciate it. Yeah, by the way, a lot of the mods noticed that they've not been getting updates on the newest videos that we're uploading on YouTube. And apparently, YouTube have changed their notification settings. So if you're not notified by the videos that we put up, just check your notification settings, make sure that all that shit is fine. I gotta head out. We'll come back to see you a little later today. Jogren, take care of yourself, brother. For those of you that is here for the first time, here's how the streams work. We usually hang out for an hour or so, just chatting, having a cup of coffee. Then I go for a piss break, because that's something I do nowadays, apparently. I have to piss every fucking hour. I don't know why. It just happens. Then I make another cup of coffee, stretch our legs. When we get back, reaction time. Tonight, we specifically need to react to quite a bit. The reaction content suggestions on Discord is getting fucking busy again. So we have to react to a couple of videos. Then we have to make a tier list, this time, we are ranking the zones in Warcraft. So all of the World of Warcraft zones. We got to be ranking those. And then we also have to do the Glam competition within Final Fantasy XIV. So if your Glam isn't ready yet, use this time to get your Glam ready. I want to see PvP-inspired Glams. So your best, I'm going to kill you, and I want to strike fear into your heart before you die. Glams. No, we don't have data center travel, so if you're not on the Ether data center, you will take your screenshot of your Glam and put it into Discord. Because we will also be looking at the screenshots in Discord to get a good idea of what your Glam is like. Figure into Glam contest? I don't know. Give me a tier list. Wait, chat. We have 5-hour video pog. Exactly. So, no, I know actually why I'm going to piss so often. It's not age or anything like that. I'm currently drinking... I don't know what it's called. I can't remember the name of the medication. But it's like it's like a water pill. And the reason I'm drinking that is for the wound that I had on my foot. It's almost fucking healed, by the way. It's basically healed now. But it allowed... Like, it stopped any sort of water from... stopping or from sort of accumulating in my feet, which would make it harder for the wound to heal. And now that it's almost healed, I can almost go off the fucking medication again. But that's why I'm pissing so much, because this pill basically takes all water and just goes, fuck it, get out. By the way, never in your life hurt yourself in such a way that you nick an artery, because that shit takes fucking forever to heal. It takes forever. The wounds, champion. The wounds. Azeroth needs us, champion. Man, I am so fucking sick and tired of that shit. Can I never hear Magni speak again of Azeroth and his connection to Azeroth? Although I do think we're probably going to get Magni again in the next expansion. We're almost guaranteed can have Magni in. If the next expansion is Dragonflight, we'll find out next Tuesday. But if the next expansion is Dragonflight, what do you guys think the chances are of us not getting Magni? Because where there's Dragonflights, Azeroth is almost guaranteed going to be involved. And Azeroth just went through a massive battle with Zuval where he pew-pewed her quite a few times. So we might have to heal her again. 8 times now, pretty much, Vaughn. I wish Blizzard could write with history between our characters and the other main characters. There's much that I wish Blizzard could write. April 19th, they will announce that WoW will be taken down and Dragonflight's the mobile game will be launched. Dragheads, I'm pretty sure they will not announce that. Instead of us being nameless champions or more walkers, there's nothing wrong with being a champion. Nothing wrong with that. So I get what a lot of people want. I get what you guys want. You want to feel like you felt at the beginning of WoW, right? Because when WoW just started, we weren't champions. We were just soldiers. For the Horde or for the Alliance, this is what we did. Yeah. But, there's nothing wrong with being a champion in a game. In most RPGs, you will eventually ascend to championhood. It has to happen. And the reason it has to happen is you have to feel like you're progressing. And if you're just going to stay a peon forever, there's going to be no sense of progression within the game for you. So they would have always made us champions at some point within World of Warcraft. The issue with World of Warcraft and its storytelling is that the title that your character holds does not fit the actions of your character, the tasks that is given to your character. I think that's what a lot of people have a problem with. You are called the champion of Azeroth, and then you're sent on chores that really the champion of Azeroth should not be doing. The issue is the disconnect between who we are called, or what we are called, or what they allude us to be, versus who we actually sort of play as. That's all that's wrong here. Blizzard just needs to fix that narrative part of how they do things. Vidget, how you doing? If Blizzard fixes the narrative, it all goes great again. You can be a champion, but then treat me like a champion. A great example of this, Final Fantasy XIV. In Final Fantasy XIV, you are the Hero of Light. And everything you do plays to you being the Warrior of Light. Ukami Kakushi, thank you so much for the deals. I really appreciate it. 2 months in a row. Thank you. I actually loved all the lore with Magni, but yeah, the BFA one have been one horrible mess. Watchwolf, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Says I'm a champion. Does unchampion like damage? I was a champion in Legion when my DPS was in the millions. I think the whole nerf you at the beginning of an expansion needs to stop. Meeksy, I think they agree with you in that regard, right? I do think they agree with you. Insofar as Ian said, they have a new system. We don't know what that system is yet. We haven't seen it play out yet. But Ian did say at the beginning of Shadowlands, they have a new system in place now that will not require the consistent squishes. So either level squish or stat squish or power squish or anything like that. I don't know what that system is, in all honesty, but they do say that they have that new system. So we'll have to wait and see what happens with the next expansion, if we're going to see a slight downgrade again before we see ourselves going up again. I do agree, and this is something that's been said by almost every single commentator for World of Warcraft. In an RPG, you cannot consistently downgrade the player just so that you can pick them up again. It feels bad. Are they just going to drop us to level 50 at the start of each expansion? I could see it working, but that wouldn't feel amazing. Aaron, if that is their system, worst system I've ever seen in my life. Like, if that is their system, horrible system. Because you're still squishing the levels. The only thing you're doing now is you're making the level squish sort of expected at the end of every expansion. I've said this before during a Q&A. The best option Blizzard have right now is no new levels. Remove leveling within World of Warcraft. And by that, I obviously don't mean remove the story. I obviously don't mean remove the questing. I mean remove the experience that questing gives you. So you don't give people extra levels. They don't go up in levels. They get a new story that they can play. The story they play unlocks the max level activities that they're going to be engaged with. So if you want to do a raid, you have an entire quest line that leads to that raid. Once you've opened the raid, you can now do the raid. The dungeons are all opened with the same quest lines, or are all opened with quest lines. The PvP is opened with quest lines. Everything is opened with quest lines, storylines that actually leads into those things. So you don't need new levels if you have something to that effect. And yeah, Shroomy, we are effectively borrowing from Guild Wars 2 here. And the reason we have to borrow from them is the model for World of Warcraft clearly isn't working. Their model of 10 new levels every single expansion and exponential power growth across the board doesn't work. Because every single time they nerf, so for every single stat squish that we've had up until the one for Shadowlands, I think Shadowlands actually played out really well. You guys that actually raid in gear can tell me better. So Alex, you're a raider and a gear and someone who is geared. What is the damage difference between you at the start of the expansion and you at the end of the expansion? Is it another 300% jump in terms of damage done start to end? Or is it closer to... Is it still very big? So give me a round example here. What was your overall damage done at the start of the expansion versus your damage done now? I just want to get a sense, because I don't know if you guys remember. I think it was Legion. Was it Legion? No, it wasn't Legion. It was, I think, Warlords of Draenor.
Would you implement a level lock in FFXIV and do a horizontal style progression? Or the verticality is a problem in the way WoW implemented, and your light is off?
What do you mean my light is off? You mean the light gear? Yeah, I couldn't be fucking bothered switching it on. So it is about 300%. You see, this is the problem. So I can't even make a point here in favor of Blizzard. Because it's the same fucking problem we ran into in Warlords of Draenor. So if you guys don't remember, Cataclysm damage numbers hovered around 300k, right? At max level, you would do about 300k DPS in a fight. Then we went into Mist of Pandaria and shit got out of hand. So people would pull millions of DPS per fight, yeah? So then in Warlords of Draenor, Blizzard did a massive squish, like a massive fucking stat squish, to bring everyone's damage down again. And people's damage was actually sort of fine. It was around, I think it was around 90 to 100k was where your damage, your DPS was at pretty much. By the end of fucking WoD, right? By the end of WoD, you were in the, you were once again in the hundreds of thousands of DPS. You were just like popping the fuck off again. Sorry, did I say 90 to 100k? I meant 9 to 10k. And then, like, once you were geared in the first raid, like, from the first raid, you'd do about 15 to 20k, thereabouts. By the end of it, you were once again doing 200, 300k DPS. So it was like, the stat squish may as well not have happened. They may as well not have stat squished at all, because they basically leveled you up 10x throughout one expansion. So this is, I think, where people sort of went, dude, this is ridiculous. Because at this point, you're going to have to stat squish us every expansion. Every expansion will have to come with a massive stat squish, which feels horrible to play through. Please stop this. Now, in terms of Final Fantasy, I don't know what the max level feels like. I will say, though, it doesn't feel like I'm getting that much more powerful expansion to expansion. Like, I am getting powerful, but at the end of Heavensward, I was heading for, let's say, 5,000 crits. Fluxwolf, you bastard, thanks for the gift. Thanks for the gifted sub, dude. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Can we get some love in chat? It's been fucking forever since we've received the gifted sub. I do like when people give their money away in stream, so I want to thank you for that. Really appreciate it, bro. And I think now I'm still doing about the exact same amount of damage, and I'm 6 levels further than what I was at, like, Heavensward. So ultimately, I don't know if the power jump is that heavy. I'm saying increase in damage doesn't feel that much in terms of scaling, so it's just a number. It's still 300%, so what happens next expansion? Does that go up 300% as well? Because then we're once again getting into the ridiculous numbers here. But I can't really speak about... I genuinely can't speak about Final Fantasy because I'm not at max level yet. I haven't seen what a max level expansion would feel like edge to edge, right? So going from Endwalker into the next expansion, what does that damage increase feel like? Now, you could always go the opposite way, which is what ESO does. ESO couldn't give two fucks. Like, in ESO, the power creep in that game is phenomenal. It's phenomenal. You start hitting like a truck pretty early on. Like, you just suddenly at level 30 start seeing massive fucking crits and hits. And they don't seem to care much about that. Because they keep an eye on the balance as far as possible. And also, it doesn't feel like it's that important. I think with World of Warcraft, and the reason it might be important in World of Warcraft, is because it is... because of World of Warcraft's sort of... what is it called? The competitive streak in World of Warcraft is probably what makes it worse. most other MMOs have a much more casual approach to in-game content, to how in-game content are supposed to be interacted with. In World of Warcraft, that's not really the case. DPS in World of Warcraft is the holy grail of how to play the game. Every single person has a DPS meter, and DPS is a massive focus. For a lot of guilds applying to join the guild, you have to give your logs so that they can check your average DPS to see if you're actually good or just not good enough. So I think when it comes to World of Warcraft, there's a much bigger onus on things like DPS and numbers. And it also feels stupid. I'll be honest with you, playing early days. I'm Robert. Thank you for the 5 community subs. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Some coke and hookers, baby. It's been an age. I was having withdrawals. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Really appreciate it, bro. Can we get some love in chat? Hearts in chat. Come on, you people know the fucking drill. Don't act like this is the first time you've seen it. I want to see hearts. 5 of you just got access to sub. It's time to give some hearts. I really appreciate that, bro. So it might just be that it's sort of a problem in WoW, but it is a unique problem for WoW. I can see that. In which case, Blizzard will just have to figure out how to fix it without constantly downgrading people. And I think for Blizzard, the best way to fix it is vertical progression. Or horizontal progression, not vertical progression. Horizontal progression. So rather than trying to scale people up, scale people sideways. Bigger question here would be, how does that feel in a game where players are used to vertically progress? Now suddenly they progress horizontally. How do players feel about that? There are some practical changes that Blizzard could make. So Blizzard could absolutely remove gear from LFR, or make gear from LFR the equivalent of gear that you would get from dungeons, and then remove gear from Mythic. That could work. So if you got no new gear in Mythic, and you got no real powerful gear in LFR, then the only real gear that you get in the game is from normal and heroic. That's only 2 tiers, like 2 tiers that you have to worry about. And you could even lower the difference between these tiers now. So you could bring it where normal gives you, say, 200 item level, and heroic gives you 202 item level. So you bring it closer together. There is power gain, but not as much. I think if you do that, you could definitely extend the number of expansions you could get out before you would have to nerf or squish things. The problem is, any sort of power gain will always lead to, at some point, a squish. The question I think we have to answer is, if you squish players once every 5 expansions, will players be okay with that versus once every 2 expansions? Batnatic, yeah, I can agree with you. It's sort of that this is what we're comfortable with, this is what we've always done, so this is what goes on, right? If it does it every expansion now, they kind of have to, Robert, because FF14, the one thing that they need to start solving is Final Fantasy XIV built their game on the same foundation as World of Warcraft, which is every expansion we level up, every expansion we go 10 more levels, every level grants more power, gear has to get more powerful, and all of that will always lead to a requirement of nerf. You will have to nerf people. Now, I think what Final Fantasy does is they sort of hide that nerf just by making you feel like you're still progressing in the story, making the story more about narrative, and the narrative you still feel like you're growing up and you're becoming more powerful and more important. So you don't really care about the stat squish as much. It could also just be down to who plays FF14 versus who plays WoW, which I think is also a big question that needs to be asked. I don't think it's about squishes between expansions. It's about absurd power growth inside of just one expansion in WoW. Hadarius, thanks for the first time chat. Dude, really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I can see exactly where you're coming from. I mean, it's never just one thing. As content creators and as players, it's very easy always for us to basically go, here's the problem and here's the only problem, and if they fix that problem, that's it. The game is perfect. Because I think we can all agree it's never just one problem. It's usually a multitude of problems that lead to a single issue. But that issue isn't just fixed by fixing one thing. Also, you get the requirement gear to enter the raid immediately when you finish the story. Again, so you don't have that extra step of having to gear up even more than what you've already geared up already, just to then gear up even further. Which is another thing that Blizzard could do. Bring the gear that you get, say, in normal, to the gear that you get at the end of the leveling experience. So that way you don't need to first do a bunch of mythic dungeons in order to get some gear, then do a bunch of mythic plus dungeons in order to get some gear, so that you can start getting the gear from normal. So, yes. But I do think you hit on a very important point, Darius, in that it's sort of a two-pronged problem within World of Warcraft. On the one hand, you do have the insane power spikes that you have in a single expansion. But then you also have that power spike becomes an exponential problem. Because you've just spiked 300%. The next expansion, you spike 300% again. And we have to understand what this means. If you are at baseline 10k DPS and you spike 300%, that's 30k DPS. Doesn't feel that bad. Next expansion, you spike 300% again, that's 90,000 DPS. Still doesn't feel horrible, does it? The expansion after that, you're at 270k DPS. Starts to become a little bit ridiculous, but it's still manageable. The expansion after that, you're at what? 740, 810. Is it 810? 810k DPS. Now we're getting into the realms of completely and utterly fucking Looney Tunes. The expansion after that, we're at 1600, 2400, 2430, 2430 DPS. Now we really have gone just overboard. So if you have massive power spikes in every single expansion, and those expansions then power spike on top of one another, it becomes worse and fucking worse and worse and worse until who cares, right? At some point it becomes ridiculous. No one cares about the numbers anymore. I just got to the cinematic where Sylvanas has to be judged by Arbiter Pelagos. Overall cool moment, but I've heard her say that she wasn't influenced by the jailer at all. I'm very confused. Didn't they try to establish that she was influenced by Zaval in all of her past actions? Monlane, no. No. She was never influenced. She just believed in the jailer. She followed him, but also remember she didn't follow him. Because she said she will never serve, even though she did serve him. You have to keep up, Monlane. This isn't hard. What are you doing? Look, the story of World of Warcraft Shadowlands is not a difficult story to understand. Sylvanas wasn't influenced by Zaval. Arthas wasn't influenced by Zaval. But Arthas' actions were much worse than that of Sylvanas, right? Sylvanas burnt the tree for some reason, but she had her reasons. You don't need to know about them. All you need to know is that Sylvanas burnt the fucking tree. It's all that's important here. All right. Sylvanas then goes and rips open the sky because she wants to go to the Shadowlands because she wants to help Zaval escape. Remember, she's not serving him. She makes that very clear. She's not serving him. She's not under his influence. She just thinks it's a good idea to get Zaval out of the Maw. The Maw is also inescapable. This is absolutely established from the beginning. It's not really inescapable because everyone seems to escape the Maw pretty much all the fucking time, but it is inescapable because they do say that it's inescapable. It seems like it's more inescapable just for Zaval, although he also gets out of the Maw, so clearly not as inescapable as people might think, but that doesn't matter right now because Sylvanas and all her armies attack the Shadowlands from the inescapable Maw all the fucking time. So they come and go pretty much as they please. The Shadowlands is about the afterlives, but also not really just about the afterlives, but it is about the afterlives. but then you don't really need to worry about the afterlives because the afterlives isn't important. What's important is a realm with very special water. You go to this realm with extremely special water that you can walk on, but you can also fish on this water. You can't swim in the water, but you can fish in the water. You have a magical fishing pole that the hook can go through the water, but you, the player, that it weighs heavier than the hook, can't go through the water. But you can fish in the water. The fish can also come out of the water, but but you can't go into the water. But everything can come out. Plus, a hook can go in. Nothing else can go in. And then in that realm, everything is 3D printed, but also everything is real. So the pantheon that you see of death is absolutely real, and you should trust in their absolute judgment. But they're also 3D printed. So when they die, they can simply be 3D printed again. So Zuval is probably not dead. He's just awaiting, like, 3D printing again. But then also Elune was the goddess, but isn't actually the goddess because Elune is also just a 3D printed version coming from Zereth Mortis. Death is also supposed to be final, including everyone that dies, but this is also not true, even though it was said at the beginning of the expansion. But it isn't true because we are told in the Shadowlands by a character from the Shadowlands that death in the Shadowlands is also just the beginning. So clearly, you don't actually die within the Shadowlands either. What is so hard to understand about that? Simple. I don't know why people find it so fucking impossible. Understandable. Have a nice day. Wisteria. The story is so simple to follow that Steve Denuser could have written it. True. I'm Robert. Thanks for the gift and stuff. Did really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 6 subs in the channel already. Really appreciate that, bro. Simple is as simple does. Yes, it's what I love about World of Warcraft. It keeps things simple. You're right. It's because I haven't read the books. Probably my own fault. True. Everyone knows when a new game comes out, you have to read the book about the game. It's actually one of the things, like I said before, Final Fantasy gets wrong. If Yoshi P really wanted to tell a good story in his game, he would release books alongside the game. Like, take about 90% of the story of Final Fantasy XIV and move it into a book. Like, imagine if Ishikawa didn't have to waste her time writing a story for the game and could instead write a novel. How much cooler would that be? And then also, obviously, charge your players for the book, even though they've bought the game and also pay subscription. You want to charge them because books are not free. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yes, there is such a thing as digital books nowadays, but, you know, let's pretend it's not free. What do we get? Water we could walk on? Pretty much. No, the box? Exactly. Oh my god. Bloody with the 5 community subs. Did really appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love and chat. Get some hearts. 5 of you have fucking community subs now. You should say thank you. To be fair, we have the short stories, Tales from the in each expansion. Short stories is fine. I don't actually have a problem with books. As long as books don't replace the in-game story, I'm fine with books. Dodge the gifted sub once again. Dude, I'm about to dodge my pee. Like, genuinely speaking, I wish I could. I'm sitting here in pain as things stand right now. Bal, how you doing? This is a communist stream? Of course it is. Comrade. It's all about that reallocation of wealth, you know, redistributing wealth. You take your wealth, you give it to me, and I spend it. It's the perfect economic system. I don't even like, I will do you the favor of not spending it wisely. So really, it's like paying taxes. You give me the money, I blow it. Everyone's happy. Eat the cake, could I be off? I will have my cake and eat it too. This is your stream, people. You pay for this. It's your stream. Akko, eat the cake and have me off. That's what Akko says. The hobos. Dude, for the love of all of you giving me money, I will suck a hobo's dick. What about that? I remember looking for the cutscene where Sylvanas jumped from Ice Ground just to find out it was told in a book. That was still a good book, though. I'm not gonna lie, that was still a fucking great book. A friend of mine told me that the reason why Sylvanas was so interested in Anduin is because he had the same eyes as her little brother. I didn't even have a clue she had a brother before today. Yeah, books. At least Akko was honest with what he is doing with our money, unlike the government. What can I say? I don't think anyone here would trust me if I say I'm going to use your money to invest. I think most of you would go, fuck you, Akko, and you're lying. It's clearly not going to happen. What is this clip? Isn't important. What's important is a realm with very special water. You go to this realm with extremely special water that you can walk on, but you can also fish on this water. You can't swim in the water, but you can fish in the water. You have a magical fishing pole that the hook can go through the water, but you, the player, that it weighs heavier than the hook, can't go through the water. True, right? You can fish in the water. The fish can also come out of the water, but but you can't go into the water. But everything can come out. Plus, a hook can go in. Nothing else can go in. And then in that realm, everything is 3D printed, but also everything is real. So the pantheon that you see of death, he knows what the fuck he's talking about, and you should trust in their absolute judgment. But they're also 3D printed, so when they die, they can simply be 3D printed again. So Zuval is probably not. I approve of this. I will share it on Reddit. The world needs to see this. This guy knows what the fuck is up. I like the way he thinks about stuff. We have to share the other one as well, right? Apocalypse. Hold up. I need to find the other one. I think this was the first one. For some reason, but she had her reasons. You don't need to know about them. Oh my god! Really? The fucking tree. That's all that's important here. All right. Sylvanas then goes and rips open the sky because she wants to go to the Shadowlands because she wants to help Zuval escape. Remember, she's not serving him. Sylvanas burnt the tree for some reason. Everything's fucking wrong. She had her reasons. You don't need to know about them. All you need to know is that Sylvanas burnt the fucking tree. I'm not logged into Reddit on the other one. All right. Sylvanas then goes and rips open the sky because she wants to go to the Shadowlands because she wants to help Zuval escape. I really appreciate that. 500 bits, dude. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What is it about you guys? Was it payday today? Did everyone just get fucking money today? Like, everyone's going, oh my god, payday, I'm so rich. You guys used to do what I did. This is exactly what I used to do whenever I got pay at my fucking job. Every single fucking time, dude. Payday arrives and you go, here we go. The world is my oyster. After the weekend, you're like, fuck. This is going to be a rough month. David, did you forget we were a thing? Shamans don't exist. World of Warcraft made that very clear. We just finally understood WoW's story. I'm happy to be of service to all of you. Week with this pay, it's more like after 30 minutes. What can I say, Alex? I think we'll do a tweet about this as well. Oh my god. Explaining. I hate this. In 1 minute. There we go. Alright. Fuck it. I need to go pee. I said this like a while ago already. I need to go pee. And then once I get back, it's time for us to start reacting to stuff. But right now, I genuinely have to go piss. I'm gonna piss myself. Saya with 1,000 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Fox is over at the moment, not pushing vids we upload. Yeah, YouTube is just a bitch. Fuck YouTube. Who cares? We're all here because no one gives a shit about YouTube. All right, guys, I'm gonna take 5-minute break. I'm gonna make some coffee. I'm gonna have a pee because things are gonna get really slippery if I don't. Get up, go walk around. When I get back, it's time for reactions. If you have anything that you wish for me to react to on this Easter Friday, pop over to Discord in the content suggestions, drop it in there. We'll react to it if it's good. If it's not good, we'll react to it too, but then we'll tell you this shit. All right? So you kind of want to like make sure that it's a good thing to react to. Or weird. I take weird as well. We reacted to being a weeb girl last night. That was very weird. So you can do weird as well. Just don't do boring. Or while we wait, you can also check out the start of the new video on the main channel. Yeah, the waiting video. That was quite an experience. Anyways, fuck it. I'm not gonna have you guys hold me up anymore. I need to pee. I'll be right back. Go stretch. Don't just sit at your PC, you lazy bastards. I'm back, bitches. No, guys, I've told you already. I have to boil the water first, and it is gas. I don't use an electric kettle. And the gas takes fucking forever. Now, in terms of actual pissing, it's about 30 seconds. Standard Hamster, thank you for the resub, did really appreciate it. 6 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciated, bro. Call the police, you have a serious case of pissing. He wasn't making coffee, he was just jacking it. Okay. I see I have to prove this. I don't know if you guys can see there. That's coffee right there. And it's hot. There you go. I made coffee. It's what takes so fucking long. You guys should know by now. It's about 5 minutes. A little more. A little more than 5 minutes. Was it even 5? Who knows? Who knows? What is time? What is time even? You told me to stretch. I did 20 burpees. Now I need an ambulance. I never told you to exercise. Put in your face to prove it's hot. Okay, Massey, I'll do that. Give me $1,000 and I'll throw the coffee on my fucking face. I will not. So don't give me $1,000. It's not happening. So, Echo? Oh, you guys are fucking disgusting. All of you. All right. What are we reacting to first? Oh, I know exactly what I want to react to first. I know exactly what I want to react to first. I have some videos of my own. You bastards thought I only react to your videos? Haha, no. I have some stuff I want to watch myself. No, it's not Irish coffee. I don't like Irish coffee. It's disgusting. All right, so the video I want to react to is a video by Asmon, the God King himself, Asmon. And he's speaking about what he doesn't want to see in the next WoW expansion. I wanted to watch this offline, and then I thought, well, actually, let's watch it with chat. Because, well, we have to. Asmon makes a living off of reacting. It's only fair that we react to him as well. So let's get into this.
Announcement, and I figured I'd make a video and talk to you all about the things that I want to see inside of that expansion, things that I don't want to see in the expansion, and everything else in between. I think that we've all seen the data mining and the leaks of the picture of Alex Straza.
Dragon Tamer Triple is fair. This is a 20-minute video. There's a very good chance that we're probably going to be here for the next hour, so strap in, lads. Strap in.
Holding the staff with the dragon form behind her and the title underneath saying World of Warcraft Dragonflight. And I think I think it's real. I do. I think that we're going to be getting a dragon themed expansion.
I still think there is a chance that it's not Dragonflight's the expansion for World of Warcraft, but that Dragonflight's the leak. Because remember how people came to this leak? We've had leak after leak after leak suggesting that Dragons is going to be the next expansion for World of Warcraft. But the thing that confirmed it for people was a leak by Blizzard themselves that leaked a new website. And the website is called World of Warcraft Dragonflights. There is a good chance that WoW Dragonflights is in fact the mobile game, not the actual desktop World of Warcraft. There is a chance that that could be happening.
And to be honest, I'm completely okay with that. I'd be pretty much okay with anything as long as it's not Mists of Pandaria 2. So, just, that's great. I'm happy. And I think it's a good thing, too, because for the past 5 years, few expansions or so, we've had a lot of cosmic level threats. We've had a lot of existential crises that exist. Like,
gonna be honest, I think a dragon expansion is probably one of the smartest things Blizzard can do. Dragons is something that we've all grown up with. The dragons have been around in World of Warcraft for literally ever. So it makes sense that we get a dragon-themed expansion. People love that. The Dragon Isles have been a point of speculation and contention and discussion to the point where even non-WoW players now know the words Dragon Isles. And they might not know exactly where it is, but they know that there is such a thing, or there may be such a thing. So I do think Dragon Isles would be the right move for nostalgia and hype. People are going to be hyped for a Dragonflight expansion.
Like the jailer inside of the realm of the afterlife, Sargeras, who's trying to stop us from this also even more powerful and even more insidious unknown threat of the Void Lords. Like, all of these things are so abstract, they're so big, that you don't really have the opportunity to really understand them on a personal level and appreciate them on a personal level. And I think that we do need to...
I don't necessarily agree. I don't think it's that these things are too big, because if you want to talk scale, Final Fantasy has Hydaelyn and Zodiark. Can you think of, at least for now, where I am in the story, can you think of anything that's bigger than literally the two crystals that sort of birthed reality at this point? It's huge. It's massive. The problem isn't scale. The problem is the introduction of scale. Whenever Blizzard drops scale on the player base, or something to the cosmic scale, it's generally done in one expansion. You learn about this scale in one expansion, which really you can't do. If you want to tell the story of a cosmic level threat, that story has to span multiple expansions. It has to go in multiple expansions, which is what the Burning Legion did, and that's why Legion worked so well, because everyone knows the Burning Legion. Yes, they are a cosmic threat, but they're a cosmic threat that we've gotten to know over the course of time. The Old Gods, again, another cosmic level threat, but it's a cosmic level threat we've gotten to know. Death came out of left field. And you can't tell that in a single story. It's no way. It's too big. It's too much. It's all-encompassing. It's fucking death. So the problem, I don't think, is scale, but I do think right now many people are going to say it's scale, and that's sort of where they're going to leave it.
To have a return to form where we tell smaller stories. We tell stories like the Jaina story in BFA, for example, and a few other ones as well that have to do with individual people dealing and going through trials and tribulations, just like I think a lot of people in the real world do. I think that's what makes it relatable. And to be honest with you guys, the jailer is just not very fucking relatable. So I think in general, that is something that they should try to move towards, and it's a good thing too. I hope that they do try to tell a story that's much more black and white as well, because as you guys can probably, by the way, tell, first thing I'm talking about here is narrative. And I hope that they start telling a story that's much more black and white. Blizzard has tried so hard for so many times to tell a story that is...
Gray.
It's a morally gray story.
There we go. Morally gray. I actually... So, chat, what do you blame for the failure of the morally gray stories in Blizzard in World of Warcraft? Like, what would you blame, or who would you blame for the failure of those stories? I'm genuinely interested to hear what you guys say. Terrible writers, mostly the user, quest boxes, I don't know, but I like morally gray. The unwillingness for the player to do wrong. World of Warcraft never really had a good story that was cohesive, story group as a whole. I don't think I blame the writers for it. The reason being, the user clearly knows what morally gray is. He can use the word. And he tends to use the word in a sentence correctly. So, clearly the user knows what morally gray is. What I blame is cut content. It's the disconnect between the ones who develop the game and the ones who story the game. Morally gray characters tend to take longer to be written. They're difficult to write because you have to give them time to be the good guy, but then also give them time to be the bad guy, and then also have time for the player or the reader or the watcher to absorb everything that is happening. if you have a morally grey story that you wish to tell and suddenly you cut 40% of that story, it almost always will lead to the story falling flat. Because either the character is not morally grey at all, as was promised, or the character is just sort of bleak and bland. This is where Shadowlands is. We were constantly told that Sylvanas is a morally grey character. Then we see everything that happens with Sylvanas and we go, where's the grey bit? Like, we've constantly been told that you guys haven't seen everything yet. You don't know what actually happens. She's morally grey. And then we see everything that happens and we go, yeah, but none of that is grey. Like, everything that has happened so far is just evil. And the whole, what's funny is that the entire morally grey narrative fell apart at the moment Sylvanas said, I will never serve. The moment Sylvanas said, I will never serve, was the moment that the entire morally grey narrative broke. Because then it turns out that everything she did, she actually believed in. And it wasn't because she believed that there was some bigger or higher purpose. She just wanted to destroy everything. Because she didn't like the way it worked at the time, I guess. Isael, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And they say Arthas isn't a morally grey character. Exactly. But we've been through this. Arthas was really evil. Remember, Arthas burned a tree with 10,000 night elves in it. No, remember Arthas almost... He ripped open... No, he didn't do that. Like, Arthas did some shit, right? And that was clearly fucking evil. He did some stuff that was just, like, really evil. I can't immediately think of what he did that was so fucking evil, but I know he did some evil shit. And thanks to that, he's much worse than what Sylvanas did. Much, much worse. And if anyone in this fucking chat goes, Stratholm, I'm going to kick you in the balls. What would you do with Stratholm? Come on, chat. Let's hear it. What would you do? You have a village that is infected with a plague that literally cannot be cured. You can't cure it. The other problem is that as soon as they turn, they can start turning others. So what exactly do you do with that village? There's not much you can do. You either purge it before they turn, or you wait until they turn, and then you fucking purge it anyways. So what's the, like, really, if anything, you are just sort of delaying the inevitable. Crispy Bacon, thanks for the first time chat, really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Purge the wicked. Pretty much, right? What Arthas did there made sense. Unlike what that fucking Warcraft developer said, where he said, you run away from them. It's like, where to? Like, do you just keep running forever and ever? What are you saying? Kalo, thanks for the first chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Kiriel, how you doing, brother?
They did it with the Jailer, they did it with Sargeras, and I think the only time that they successfully did it was with Sylvanas, and then they undid it with the Jailer and Shadowlands.
Chris Bacon, thank you very much, dude.
Another morally gray story. I don't want to see some story with a million different levels of complexity that nobody can understand unless they read 2 or 3 books and they open up a...
The books. The fucking books. That's the thing that I wish Blizzard would just move away from finally, is stop trying to put shit in the box that we deserve in the game. Or remove everything from the game and just put in the box. Like, seriously, just make the questing experience in World of Warcraft, kill X amount of this, kill Y amount of that, get to max level, raid and stuff, and we'll release the story 100% in the box. I'm fine with that as well, because it means I don't have to spend my money on the game. I can just read the books and I know everything I want to know. Chaos Potato, thanks for doing something. Really appreciate it. 38 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
another book in an abandoned zone inside of a destroyed library that has a bunch of stories that they need to understand what's actually happening in the game. Please, let's just move completely away from that and tell the stories in cinematics, make it very simple and easy to understand, keep it black and white, keep it...
I agree with Asmon here. I apologize for pausing so much in the first 2 fucking minutes. We'll get going soon, and then we'll let Asmongold speak. But I was literally just thinking about this. I actually agree with Asmongold, even though, in my mind, as someone that really loves story and as someone who have now had the opportunity to play FF14, I prefer more intricate storylines. I think intricacy makes it more interesting for people like myself, people who love lore and story. I think when intricacy is done right, when stories are so intricate that you oftentimes feel a little bit lost at times, they work. The problem, and this is why I agree with Asmongold, after 2 expansions of convolution within the story, perhaps a nice, decent palate cleanser is what every player needs. Something simple, something straightforward, something that see Euro, kill Euro, point to the bad guy, let's take it down. I think everyone needs a palate cleanser right now. So I actually agree with him. As much as I don't like those stories, I tend to hate straightforward stories. Nothing irritates me more than watching a series or a movie and within 5 minutes you know exactly who the killer is. It's so fucking annoying, especially if it's supposed to be a mystery, but they make it so clear, oh, this is the bad guy. But I think we need that now. Just something simple.
Simple, stupid. That's my opinion. I think that the more
Agreed,
that Blizzard
Gruntless.
tries to tell these complex Game of Thrones level narrative stories, that the more that they trip over themselves and the more that they end up making no sense. And,
True.
you know, have as little details as possible. You know, there's a really big evil bad guy. We've got to kill the big evil bad guy. Whether that's the Lich King, whether that's Deathwing, whether that's N'Zoth, it doesn't really matter to me.
Yep.
As long as it's something that's very obvious. I think that, again, if you try to tell these very complex stories, usually the Blizzard writers don't even understand them themselves. So I just prefer to see a return to form of traditional storytelling, very simple fantasy without having a lot of unnecessary complexities for the authors to you know, like tell themselves that they're very smart and very good at writing because they're able to come up with this very complex story that seemingly nobody can understand. And that's something I would prefer to not happen. But overall, I just hope the lore is simple, easy to understand. It adds new characters. I think that...
By the way, Sylvanas will be done by the end game of patch 10, and who knows what all kinds of goodies power she'll find while doing this. Avalanche, what makes you think that she'll be done by the end patch of 10? What makes you think that? I don't think that would be too fast. No. Blizzard should not touch Sylvanas again for at least 2 or 3 expansions. No, they have ridden the Sylvanas horse to exhaustion. Even someone like myself, I consider myself a Sylvanas simp. I do not need her back in the game for a while. I've had enough of her. Swords of Man, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. I just don't trust the writer's ability anymore after Shadowlands and how badly they botched Loyalist questline. I agree. Sword, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you.
You know, we've had a little bit of this with each expansion, but overall, I think BFA did a great job with this, like characters like Bon Swampy and a few other ones too.
Bon Swamp.
And actually add in new characters besides just, you know, taking the old existing ones. But of course, there's a blending that does need to occur as well. So overall, that's the way I feel about the narrative. I hope they keep it simple, keep it black and white, Don't try to go Game of Thrones. Don't make it overly complex. And please don't make us have to buy a book in order to understand it. So, the next thing I want to talk about is the systems. Now, the systems, in my opinion, are probably the worst thing about the game in the past 5 years.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is that every single time that there's an expansion that comes out, most of people's complaints are about these systems.
Yeah.
Whether it's the Legion of Legendaries, whether it's Azerite armor, whether it's corruptions, or whether it's covenants, it doesn't really matter, because one way or another, people are getting pissed off by the way that the game's systems are working. And I think the big reason for that is because Blizzard intentionally ignores feedback, and they think that they know better than the players, and the truth is that they don't. It's been proven time and time again that the players do know what they want, and whenever Blizzard doesn't give it to them, players are not happy until they do. This happened with the Legion Legendaries, it happened with...
It's literally because Blizzard's development staff approach system design as a way to keep the player playing. Which is, I don't think it's a case of the Blizzard developers don't know better than the players or don't know exactly like the players. It's about where do you focus. Players, like myself, like you guys, where do we focus? What is our focus on whenever we download a new game? What is your main focus when you download a new game? Players. Fun. You want to have fun, right? It's all you care about. You don't really care how many hours the game steals from you. You don't really care whether the game is going to take you 10 hours to complete or 100 hours to complete. As long as however many hours it takes you to complete, you are having fun whilst doing so. Some of the best games I've ever played is 10 hours, 12 hours long, literally the whole game. There is no busy work. There's no side missions. It's just one story, bang, bang, done. And that's fun. That's what we care about. Now, the Blizzard developers do not look at these systems as a way to increase or introduce fun into the game. They look at these systems as a way to keep people playing. So their focus is on the wrong thing. And this is why the developers have to start listening to the player base. I don't mind if your system keeps me in the game for 20 hours, as long as I'm having fun for all 20 hours of that system. What I do mind is when your system keeps me in the game for 20 hours and I fucking loathe every second of that 20 hours. Now I no longer have fun, so I no longer want to engage with the game. It's a semantical argument, but it is an argument of perspective.
Pull the ripcord in Covenants, it happened with Conduit Energy, and I sure as fucking hell hope it's not
Dragon's
going to
Hammer
happen
agree.
again with this expansion. One thing that I really hope does not happen is that an announcement, we have the big Blizzard announcement and the massive, huge, this is the flagship system of the new expansion Dragonflight,
Yeah.
and it has this even bigger, massive, looming, bold text, neon lights with arrows pointing at it. It's like, this is the obvious problem with this system, and Blizzard ignores it entirely until halfway through the expansion, whenever they change it and they say, hey guys, look at us, look how great we are, we were listening all along.
I told you guys before, this may have been part of Blizzard's plan. Now, stick with me here, guys, because what I'm about to share with you is proper five-head thinking. Now, every single game lives and dies off of its ability to create hype. You can have the best game in the world. If there's no hype for the game, dead game. You can have the worst game in the world. If there's a lot of hype for it, not so much dead game at the beginning. It might be dead game later, but it's not going to be dead game at the beginning. So here's what I think Blizzard did. They got together, Ian and his team, and this was in Legion. They got together and said, okay, guys, listen. We're running out of ways to create hype. And we really need to do hype. So I think what we should do is, for the next 2 expansions, we throw players with every single fucked up system we can possibly think up. Like, if you can think of a system, we want it in the game. So the players are going to scream for us to remove the systems. But think with me here. Bear with me. Then, once the players are fed the fuck up with the systems, then we release an expansion where in big, bold letters we go, no systems. It practically sells itself. I think this was a marketing ploy by Blizzard. The next expansion is going to have in big fucking letters, no systems included. And it's going to sell through the roof. Everyone is going to buy the expansion. It's what I would do. It's what I would do.
I probably, here's what's going to happen, right? This is what's going to happen is the same thing that happened with 9.2, right? Is that I just stopped playing the game. Like, I'm not going to play the game without the creation catalyst thing. Like, why would I do that? Because, like, this is an obvious quality of life feature that's being held back for an arbitrary amount of time in order to artificially extend game time to make people work harder for their tier sets for no particular reason. If Blizzard really thinks that people are going to quit the game after they get their tier sets, I've got a pretty good fucking feeling that the problem in that situation is not the catalyst, it's the game itself.
If We've spoken around this issue so many times, and I love that Asmongold is touching on this as well, because maybe if he says it, people will finally start fucking believing it. If you ever, in your game, require something in order to keep people playing your game, then maybe your game is the fucking problem. Because as far as I know, and you guys could correct me if I'm wrong here, yeah? But when you were a little kid and you saw a sandpit, yeah? There could be nothing inside this sandpit. Like, not a single thing. It's just a bunch of fucking sand. And you would go play in it for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. Just because there's sand and that sand can be played with. No questions asked. Because it was fun. Games do not require manipulation techniques in order to keep people playing. They are fun. They are literally already fucking fun. We already want to play them. You don't need to manipulate me. You don't need to convince me to play it. I already want to play it because I like having fun. Task, by the way, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate it. 40 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, yes, whenever you have to think to yourself, I need to hold back a certain system or I need to introduce a certain system in order to keep people playing my game, then the problem is your game. What exactly is wrong with your game that makes people not want to play it? Why do you feel the need to manipulate players to keep playing your game? Because that shouldn't ever happen.
So again, what I really hope that happens with the systems in the new expansion is that Blizzard does not try to think that they know better than the players. They do not try to do something that makes the players unhappy and then tell them they'll like it. Sorry, the wind is blowing in my face. It's blowing my hair in my mouth. And they listen to player feedback on the PTR and on the beta and on the alpha, and they iterate the game to make the game in a finished state on release. Because to be honest with you guys, if it's not, I'll probably play it for a little while. Of course I will. I think that most people will. And then I'll just move on because the game is just so transparently not respecting my time and the developers are actively trying to waste it. And I just don't want to deal with that anymore. I've done it for 15 years and I'm tired of it. Yeah. So overall, that's the main thing that I have with the systems is I hope that the systems do not get released and they are intentionally fucked up. And also the other thing that I want to talk about is the fact that, like, whenever they introduce a system, whether this is islands, Legion Legendaries, or Covenants, what happens is that throughout the entire expansion, and Torghast is another one, throughout the entire expansion, this system is tried to be iterated on, and then whenever it's in a relatively decent state at the end of the expansion, it is thrown into the garbage so that we can do the exact same process all over again with a new system, whether this was Legion Legendaries, and then...
I said this in BFA already. And not just me, almost every single critic of World of Warcraft said the exact same thing. Why is it that we beta test your fucking game for 2 fucking years? We finally get you to make the game fun after all of our beta testing. You make it fun. And then you go, well, thanks for the test. Here's the new one. We took none of the lessons from the first one because we completely revamped it. It's now a new fucking system. Right? Stop beta testing again. what was the point in the beta test in the first place then? It was finally working. How about you just keep this now because it is actually working? But no, now you want to go with a new system that we have to stop beta testing for you. It finally fucking works at the end, and then you go, never mind, we're going to move the fuck along. It's annoying as hell. Every single goddamn expansion. I feel bad for WoW players. Their favorite game is just being dragged through the dirt for no reason other than money. I agree with you, Sword. I mean, best thing to do is stop giving the money. I have stopped. Most of the people in this stream, I believe, have stopped giving the money. Lost Ghost, how you doing, bro? We still talk about it, and I still care about it because I do want the game to be good because I would love to have more games to play. So I will always talk about the game, but I will not play it until it's actually fucking good.
Azerite gear, and then Covenants after that, and Torghast. I'm just fucking tired of this. I think that a great idea, and what I think they should do, is to take something like Torghast, that in my opinion has been on an upward trend throughout the entire expansion, in terms of its complexity, playability, and enjoyment. Now that we have the Jailord's Gauntlet and other types of features like that, it actually is much more interesting and dynamic than it originally.
True. Torghast is finally at what I would call crystalline conflict levels. So crystalline conflict is incredibly fun, much more fun than Torghast. But crystalline conflict is clearly the first step in their journey into PvP. It's not the end. This is not the end goal. They still have much that they clearly want to do with it, but they have the foundation. Torghast has finally reached foundational levels. It is a good foundation. Build on it. Move this foundation even further forward. You fucking made us waste an entire 2.5 years almost on this goddamn system. Do not scrap it now. Keep it and make it good. Please, make it good. Keep building on it. Because at this point, I'm going to lose my shit if the next expansion just throws the last 4 years out of the window and now we start over from scratch with something new that we once again will have to fucking beta test.
Originally was. The last thing that I want to see Blizzard do is throw in the towel and say, fuck it, we're not going to keep trying. I think that they should continue iterating and continue innovating on the systems, and I think that that's proven to be a positive thing with how Mythic Plus has been designed.
You can even do it with Covenants. Covenants now at the end of Shadowlands is finally in a relatively decent spot. I think only the really negative Nelly people will complain about where Covenants is right now. It's finally in a great spot. It's not perfect. It still has a long way to go to reach perfection. But rather than replace it, keep building on it. Make it something that will eventually approach something akin to perfection. You can never reach perfection because perfection is almost always the enemy of good. But build on this. Don't tell me that the last 2 years of my life was once again fucking wasted because we're going to start over. As if we've not learned any good lessons from this. I'm just afraid that with how 9.2 has done and performed, and that 9.2 didn't bring back all the players that Blizzard hoped it would bring back, that Blizzard might go, well, clearly this is unsalvageable. And it's like, no. Because the reason a lot of people didn't come back has nothing to do with the quality of the game. It has to do with the trust that players have in you. You're going to have to get that trust back, and that's not going to be fixed with a single system or even a good expansion. That trust is going to take years to come back. Yoshi P didn't step into Final Fantasy XIV, and as soon as FF14 ARR 2.0 launched, the game was brilliant, and everyone fucking came back. No. ARR launched, and a lot of the hardcore diehard fans came back. But a lot of people that were burnt in 1.0 didn't come back. Some of them only maybe came back in Heavensward. Maybe even Stormblood. Maybe there's even people that's only coming back now in Endwalker. Because once you lose trust, it takes a while for people to start realizing, well, actually they are really trying to get it back. So I think I'll give them my money again and let's test this out. Let's see how it's going. they're gonna have to accept that the next expansion is not just magically gonna bring every player back. Is PTR just another retention mechanic designed to make you feel like your time is integral to the game's completion? Pickles McGee, in my opinion, PTR in World of Warcraft is nothing more than a marketing tool. So Blizzard uses PTR and Alpha Beta as a way to get content creators and media outlets to talk about their game without them having to pay any money. They don't have to send any advertising material. They know that content creators know that their click rates are going to be higher if they talk about the PTR and they talk about beta and alpha. They know that every media outlet knows that their clicks are going to be higher if they talk about alpha, PTR, and beta. So Blizzard does this as a way to get free advertisement for their game. How do I know this? Because when is the last time that Blizzard have fundamentally iterated on a system within PTR when it was still PTR? Data mining is another thing. Return to mean. Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that, bro. But literally, true and fucking real. Data mining, once again, in Blizzard is just used as another marketing tool. It doesn't matter that they're destroying the story for anyone that cares about the fucking story. They still allow people to data mine to their heart's content. And then they go, well, people are data mining, we can't help it. No, you can actually. Don't put it fucking out there. Why is it that no one data mines Final Fantasy XIV? Because it's not available. Like, you could probably hack into Squeenix's servers and steal it, but then it's no longer called data mining, then it's called hacking. If you're going to put the shit out there for people to fucking get, and you're going to make it easy for them to get, because literally all it takes is click on the files and look at the file names, and there's even pictures in there, of course people are going to start looking. So stop doing that shit, because it's clearly not being done for research. It's clearly not being done to actually make the game good. So just stop doing it. Stop using every element of your game as a marketing tool.
Whenever Mythic Plus added in the seasonal affixes and BFA, I think that made Mythic Plus more interesting and more compelling. Now, obviously...
Yeah, but okay, hold up. Data mining on patch day is not the same. So if your client have already downloaded the patch, but you're still waiting for maintenance to take place, at that point, anyone can go into the game files. Anyone can go into the server files and go check what is there. I would say that I don't think there's a single way of stopping that. Unless you want to patch the game literally after maintenance, which would be really hard, because you're going to do maintenance on what you perceive the patch to do to the servers, rather than do maintenance after the patch have been applied to the servers, which is why they do maintenance, because after the patch has been applied, they have to make sure that everything works. So it's really not possible at that point to stop them. People are going to get because those files are public then. But it's not like, because in World of Warcraft, just to give you guys an idea of what I'm talking about, in World of Warcraft, you can know what the story is going to be months before patch day is even mentioned. Like, you know what the fucking story is going to be before you even have a launch date for the patch. I knew what the story for 9.2 was going to be before 9.2 even had a launch date. So I don't think it's the same, right? It's two different things that we're talking about here.
So it's had other problems besides that, but overall the design of making dungeons more dynamic, I think, was pretty much well achieved, and it's got...
What does it benefit Blizzard? Marketing. So if you go onto a site like this, right? So you go onto Wowhead and you look at Wowhead. The entirety of Wowhead, their major business is data mining. This is what Wowhead does. As soon as anything launches on the PTR and it goes onto the public test rounds, they start data mining the living fuck out of it. These are all free clicks, by the way. Every single one of these things is free clicks. They get thousands of views, and they don't have to pay any money. Like, none. Nothing. From there, every single YouTuber does the same thing. People like Soul So Breezy, for example, people like Mr. GM, they data mine themselves. So Mr. GM actually data mines himself and makes videos on the stuff that he data mines. Nothing wrong with that. It's available. You should get the clicks when you can. I'm just saying I don't data mine myself. I will cover things that is already on Wowhead, but I won't data mine myself. But it's free. You don't have to pay shit. You just get free advertising. So that's why they do it.
Gotten better over time, and that's what I continue to hope see happens. And that's also with the time walking Legion Mythic Plus systems as well. So I want to see Blizzard take the systems that they've been working on throughout Shadowlands, and some of them throw them away, sure, but with a lot of them I want to see them take them to the next level. And I think that with a lot of things, this is kind of like what happened with WoD, is that whenever WoD came out, I think people don't really respect or understand how much of like an astronomical failure it was, that the best MMO ever lost like over half of its player base in 6 months or a year. It was huge. It was awful. And it just got even worse than that, to the point where Blizzard wouldn't even report their subscriber numbers. I wouldn't either if I were them. So what they did after is that they said, okay.
I hate that people hate on WoD so much, because I don't hate WoD that much. But anyways.
Legion is a make it or break it expansion. And it was. And the fact is that they made it. And the reason why they made it is with Legion, what they did is they threw a whole bunch of shit at the wall, and they saw what stuck. And there were some things that actually did stick. We had the artifact weapons. I think those generally kind of work pretty well, and we saw that continue into BFA with the next.
I think I told you guys this before. Legion worked by accident, right? But the thing that saved Legion was the artifact weapons and the class order rolls. That saved Legion. You remove class order rolls and you remove the artifact weapons and Legion falls flat. I think what failed from Legion onwards is that Blizzard seems to have constantly learned all the wrong fucking lessons. Like, all of the things that actually worked in Legion wasn't in BFA. But all of the things that actually didn't work in Legion, like all the things that people actually complained about in Legion, and for those of you that maybe have forgotten, one of the major complaints within Legion was the fact that some of the passive traits, so some of the more passive heavy artifact weapons, felt boring. It just felt a little bit boring because it's passive. It doesn't do anything. Whereas some of the classes had traits, even passive ones, that fundamentally changed the gameplay of your class, which was fun. People loved that. The thing that saved artifact weapons was the active ability that every class had with their artifact weapon, where that ability would actually change the way you play the class, so it made it more fun. And then for some reason, the Azerite armor doesn't have active abilities. It only has passive abilities, and none of the passive abilities really change the way you play the class. At least in the beginning. Later on, Blizzard sort of managed to fix even that. But in the beginning of BFA, the passive abilities were literally passive. You would play the game as you would normally, and then a bunch of things would happen behind the screen that would even mean big dick DPS or no DPS, depending on what happened behind the screen. So Blizzard took all of the wrong lessons from Legion and applied them to BFA. This is why I believe Legion was a fluke. I think Legion was good by accident. Because if it was on purpose, Blizzard would have taken the right lessons from Legion and applied them to BFA.
Necklace. And then we also saw this happen in BFA.
That's also true,
with, like, the essences and things like this. Heart of Azeroth, there were some residuals of this.
The fishing pole was very cool. Because it gave profession people something to work for. And let's be real, usually if you are into professions, it's a pretty boring fucking game.
That went into the Shadowlands, but for the most part, things like island expeditions, etc., these are just abandoned content. Blizzard never tried to make them better. They never tried to innovate on them.
True.
And I think this is to the detriment of the average player, because I think that whenever you get halfway there and then you give up, getting halfway there and all the time that took is effectively worthless now, because you're never going to finish it. So I really hope that Blizzard is going to take an actual like investment perspective of looking at the systems that they really believe can be better and trying to continue to make them better into the next expansion, rather than trying to just abandon them and repeat the process over and over and over.
The fact is, you currently have, if you are a Blizzard developer with any sort of skill and intelligence, you must be like a child in a candy factory. You currently have a collection of data in front of you of so many failed and successful experiments over the last 6 years from Legion, BFA, and Shadowlands. You have a collection of data. You can literally look at all of your systems and go, this succeeded, this failed, this succeeded, this failed. All you have to do for the next expansion is look at all of the systems that succeeded. Ask yourself, why did they succeed and how can we make it better? Put all of that in the next expansion and bam, great expansion. No questions asked. It's just going to work. Because you already know it works. You saw it fucking work. Making the next expansion for World of Warcraft is literally the easiest thing in the world. You do not even need to invent anything new. Just work with what you already have that you know has been proven to work.
And over again. I think more that Blizzard listens to player feedback and actually has people that have the insight enough to analyze and dissect that player feedback and figure out what players really need out of that feedback, what they're really asking for. I think that's what's going to really separate and make it a good expansion or not. Obviously, I don't know what's going to happen, but I certainly hope that that's the case. I see them trying to do a lot of crazy stuff with Season 4 of Shadowlands. I'm very happy to see that. I think that you should, again, keep throwing shit at the wall and see what sticks. The fact is with WoW is that every expansion now is it's pretty boring in my opinion, right? Is that they release the expansion, it's 5 to 10 new levels, you go through some new zones, leveling is basically a formality, and then you reach max level, you farm heroic dungeons, and you do mythic ones, and then you wait for the raid to come out while farming PvP gear on the side, and also reputations and world quests.
I didn't even think about this, but as he said it, I sort of started thinking back to Legion, BFA, and Shadowlands, and he is correct. It's... When's the last time Blizzard did something truly crazy? It was Legion. Legion was the last time that Blizzard went really crazy. Did something completely new and innovative, and something that, at least in WoW, has never been tried before. Since then, it's basically just same old, same old. Like, just keep doing the same things because it worked in Legion. Clearly, it must work always, even though you don't even do what worked in Legion. And that's sort of one of the things I think I appreciate about Final Fantasy so much. And I realize there's many people here that don't play FF14. That's your loss, to be honest. But it is one of the things I appreciate about FF14. Yoshi P and his team never stops throwing shit at the wall. Never. Every single expansion comes with something that they're trying to do. And sometimes it works. Other times maybe not so much. Like, for example, that... I never fucking remember that name. But that farming area that is now really only used by crafters... But originally it was actually built for everyone, and then people complained about it. A diadem, that's the one, right? Try something new. See if it works. If it doesn't work, fuck it, you know? We'll fix it. We'll figure out how to make it different. PvP, they did something huge with PvP. It's a massive gamble, by the way. I'm literally writing the script right now, and I get giddy as I write that script, because Yoshi P went to war with his fucking dick out with PvP in Final Fantasy XIV. The Grey, by the way, thanks for 2 months up. Do really appreciate it. 14 months in a row. Thank you. He basically said, hey, let's make a MOBA-style PvP game in an MMO. Because that is what CC plays like. It plays very similar to a MOBA. It feels similar to playing League of Legends, something to that effect. It's fun. It's fast-paced. It leaves you at the edge of your seat, and it's just a good fucking game mode. But it is a gamble. In general, this is not what MMOs do. This is not how PvP and MMOs are supposed to work, in general. You can do that. I genuinely believe that the only time players will be angry at you is when they feel like you didn't even try. If you try something unique and wonderful and it fails, and you admit that it fails, you go, oh, that was a fucking mess. We are so sorry for that. We're going to fix that. Clearly, that wasn't good. I think most players would be like, well, you tried. We can see what you wanted to do. It makes sense on paper, but it didn't work in practice. See what you can come up with next. Give it to us and we'll test it again. It's when the player base starts going, it feels like you're lazy because you're not really giving me anything new. You're just giving me same, but still as bad as the things that I complained about the last expansion. If it doesn't feel like we're learning, it doesn't feel like you're trying something unique. You're just doing the same shit over and over again, and no matter how many times I complain, you just keep doing it. So I want to see Blizzard once again embrace that sort of adventure. You know, be adventurous. Try anal. You know, even if you don't think you're going to like it, try it a bit. And then once you've tried it and you go, yeah, I really don't like that, that's fine. At least you tried it. But with Blizzard, it's missionary only. There is no veering off the path of missionary. And even then, it's missionary with a blanket between you and your partner. You're not allowed to look at each other. The one person lies down, the other person sticks his dick through a hole, and that's it. That's the only sex you have. Can't look at each other, can't even fucking moan. Otherwise, it's over. Blizzard needs to be adventurous. Buy the Kama Sutra, Blizzard. Live a little. Balos, thank you much for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Better to try and fail than to never try at all. Exactly.
This is the exact same formula that happened in Legion, it happened in
True.
Shadowlands, and it also happened in BFA. And we've had it three
Both
times in a
now.
row. I'm tired of it. Let's switch things up. Maybe don't give us a level cap increase. Maybe make it to where you get it in a different way. Maybe make it to where it's a much longer grind and players don't hit level cap until way later on. Make it...
Said about that is actually true with Blizzard. The innovation of anal is them telling you to bend over, bite the pillow. True. Bagnak, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. Try saying, I don't every once in a while during sex time, try new things. I don't know what that means, but okay, yeah, try say that. I don't know how to pronounce that, Bagnak, but yeah, try that.
Get to where something else happens completely different. Try to do something that's unique and different, but also don't be afraid to change that if it seems like it's not resonating with players at the same time. It's a matter of moderation, and it's a matter of degree, and I think almost everything exists in that spectrum.
Because,
so it's not a matter of doing one thing or another thing, it's a matter of how much of one thing or another thing you're doing simultaneously. So that's one thing that I hope that they do, is that they take the systems that they've been developing and trying to make better, like Torghast.
Oni-chan means big brother. Yeah, I don't know about that. That might be a little weird. Like, I'm still a little freaked out by the use of daddy during sex. It still feels like we're skirting the lines of what should be permissible in the bedroom. If someone starts yelling big brother, that might make it. That might blur the lines quite a bit. As a big brother, that might make me feel no longer in the mood. You know, just flaccid penis from here on out.
Like the
one's the dummy mommy energy.
Like what they were doing with essences and also corruptions and BFA. I feel like all of these systems at a very core level.
What's her name again? I constantly forget her name. Yotsuyu! I want Yotsuyu energy. That's all I care about, dude. Every single person in this chat that knows. If you know, you know. We need the Yotsuyu energy. This is not my expertise, but whatever feelings you have about daddy, big brother feels infinitely worse. I agree, actually. I do actually agree with that.
Did actually increase the quality of gameplay, but what they did not do and what they were bad at is actually my next really big point that I want to talk about. I've already made a video about this explicitly, is just make everything account-wide.
Yes, dude.
That's it. It's actually just that simple.
Yes.
There's no caveats to this. Make reputation, all of these things, make all of these things account-wide. Basically,
the calculation for whether or not something should be account-wide is so fucking simple. Will redoing it be fun? If yes, keep it character-based. If no, account-bound. Simple as. Will redoing a raid as a mage rather than a warlock make the raid more fun? Infinitely yes. Because I get to experience the raid completely different to how I would a warlock. But will reaching exalted on my mage with X faction be infinitely more fun than reaching exalted on the same faction of my warlock? Absolutely no. I've already done this. There's literally no difference between the first and the last time I did it. It is the same fucking thing. You're just making me do the same shit over and over again for no reason, no purpose whatsoever. And I don't give two fucks about the argument, well, RPG. Take your RPG and shove it up your fucking pee hole. I don't care. When it comes to chores that isn't fun the first fucking time around, I don't want to do it 5 more times. I want to do it. I don't even want to do it once. I'm already saying it's fine if you have it there once. Don't make me do it twice. I don't want to do it twice. And you can take your RPG and fuck off. Put that RPG somewhere else. Build some RP fucking systems that the RP people can RPG to their heart's content with. But don't make me farm the same boring crap multiple times in a row. That's not good game design. That's just you building chores that I have to complete, which sucks.
basically, any end-game progression system.
Sarahbot, well, alt characters is weird because there is no such thing as alt characters in FF14. You can be... So, Final Fantasy XIV was never designed for alt characters. The way the game was designed is that you have one character that can master all jobs in the game, and therefore everything on that one character is obviously already everything on that one character. But then if you have... Like, if you want to make more characters, it kind of makes sense that everything has to be done again on that other character because, well, the game was never designed for you to have multiple characters. They clearly tried to make it as easy as possible for you to only have the one. Tigress, by the way, how you doing? Overlord, how you doing, bro? So, yeah, I would say the handling of alts in FF14 is infinitely better. It feels so much better. And the reason I think that is because I have fallen in love with Accolon Necronium. And I don't have to worry about any other character. This is my character. And every single thing I do on this character, when I master a new job on this character, that is Accolon Necronium getting stronger. I don't have to worry about logging out, logging onto a different thing and doing the same shit again because I'm doing it on the character that I made from the beginning. It allows me to immerse myself more into the game. So yeah, I think infinitely better.
I refuse to farm this twice. I will farm out whatever dumb fuck, annoying, stupid system you have, but I will not do it twice. And I think there's a lot of players that feel that way. Now, you can easily say, but it's an hour. And then I would easily say, well, if it's only an hour, why does it have to be there in the first place? Don't fucking do it.
Yep.
Don't make people have to repeat their content over and over. If some poop soccer that wants to, compete for the world first race or something like that decides that they're going to make 17 different characters to increase their chance.
Eludra, now there I would not have a problem with it. If you made every single reputation in World of Warcraft different based on the class that you're playing, all right, now you're introducing new stories. That could actually be fucking fun. But if it's going to be the exact same story, which usually for reputations will be because you are playing the story of that faction or of that tribe, so in that sense, you are always going to play the exact same story because it's the story of the tribe. It's not really the story of your character or of your class. But yeah, if you had something like that, I think that could be really fun. Or if the ending really depended on the class that you were playing, so much of it was the same, but the ending was different. So if you're a DK, for example, you don't get to save the village. You end up killing the entire village and turning all of the people there into DKs. Whereas if you're a mage, you end up saving the village and you teach the little kids how to mage. Something like that could be different enough to where people would actually enjoy seeing the different endings. But that's RP. Now you are giving me an RPG to play because there's story and there's different endings and it's really cool. Based on how I'm playing, I get to see multiple different perspectives. Why not? That could be fun. But, I mean, now we are sort of getting into a very difficult game design process because you have to design a different ending for 12 classes and then also multiple of those for all the tribes that you wish to introduce. That could be very difficult. It's like Asmon or Preach said once, imagine if in FF, if every time you wanted to swap your job, you had to replay the MSQ, that'd be horrible. True. It's not a dungeon or a raid. Lord Blizzard taking risks, psych. Did class overhauls need to make a comeback? Oh, Meeksy, so much agree there. Make me have to go learn new shit at them. So here's how I would bring back class order rolls. Literally the same as in Legion. Imagine if every single expansion, you would play the main story of the expansion, but then your class order roll would have its own stories in every single expansion. So not only are you playing the expansion storylines, but your class council, sends you on missions of their own in this new expansion. So as a warlock, for example, in the Dragon Isles, the Warlock Council, the Council of the Black Harvest, wants you to infiltrate a specific place and steal a legacy piece of World Pillar or some shit like that because they want to harvest that energy and enhance their own foul energy. Something that I think that could be so cool, and I think people would love it so much if that was actually a thing. Because not only does that have the advantage of bringing back the class order rolls and allowing people to feel more of a connection with their classes and their class fantasy, but also it makes every single playthrough of the game unique. And just unique enough to where it's actually fun to do it again.
Chances of getting an upgrade by 0.1% for each character, please allow
Tigris,
them to
exactly.
do that, because I can let you rest assured that the average player base, the average person,
Eludrin, yes,
does not care. It doesn't matter one way or another, and the only thing that matters is that you don't design content around that release schedule or that play schedule, and everything else is going to be okay.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with Essences and BFA. If Essences and BFA, they should have released being account-wide. Completely, no friction, no restriction.
True.
Completely account-wide. Same with the artifact level or the Azurite level on your necklace. I feel the same way with Covenants. I feel the same way with mounts, and that turned out to happen. And I just feel like in general, the more things that are account-wide, the less artificial friction is created between allowing...
I think what you have to realize, what Blizzard needs to realize, Adelia, thanks for the 2 months up, really appreciate it. 18 months in a row. Thank you. I hope you use my money well. All right. I make you a deal, Adelia. Instead of getting 2 hookers, I'll get 1. Final offer. That's as responsible as I'll use it. I hope that works for you. What was I about to say before we started talking about hookers? I'm trying to remember now. Like, Asmon was saying something, and then I wanted to say something. Fuck my life. I can't remember. Wiley Coyote, thank you for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Are you at least going to play double, or are you going to save the half? No. I'm literally going to save the half. Adelia asked me to be responsible and use her money well. So I'll save half, and then I'll use the other half to pay for a hooker. Something about trying anal. No, I remember what I wanted to say, you bastard. Captain Swanky, how you doing, brother? So what Blizzard needs to remember and realize is that the account should be treated as a singular whole. Because, yes, there's multiple classes in the game, but all of those classes are still played by the exact same player. So you have to treat the account as the player. The account should be the RPG, not the class that you play. Eludrin, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Really appreciate that. 2 gifted subs in the channel already. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Holy shit. Jeline has now had 2 subs in the channel 2 months in a row. And I think both of them were gifted, so I really appreciate that. Thank you for that.
People to play what they want. Alts extend content. Think about it like this. I think a very good parallel to this is Elden Ring. There's a lot of people that beat Elden Ring, and then they're already planning and hoping and excited for their next playthrough because they want to play a new character to see the game in a different light.
Yeah.
And imagine if you had to do a bunch of different dailies and bullshit like that in order to just play the game again on the same character.
True.
It wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense.
No.
So the reason why people like doing multiple playthroughs of Elden Ring and effectively doubling or tripling or quadrupling the content that the game gives to them is because there are not a bunch of barriers to entry, and what you are doing in Elden Ring is the exact thing that you want to do. Nobody levels a character to do world quests. No.
A great example of this is not just Elden Ring, it's literally almost every single RPG out there. Let's look at Mass Effect, yeah? There are 6 classes that you can play in Mass Effect. I did a complete 100% playthrough on one of my classes. The other classes, I am literally just playing through the story because I want to feel what those classes play like in combat scenarios and in combat situations. But I don't care about all the optional bullshit that I have to do on the map with these classes. They don't matter. And that's why they're optional. All of the side content is optional because, well, I've already done it, and you can't really force me to do it again because that's not why I'm replaying the game. So it's not just MMOs. It's literally any game that has multiple classes will always have people going back and replaying the game because you want to know what it feels like when you're doing it differently. My last playthrough of Cyberpunk, for example, I played my first ever playthrough. I played Sneaky, Assassin, Pistol Assassin almost. So I had a pistol that had a silencer on it, and I just literally smashed everyone with that pistol. My last playthrough, the one that I very recently did, I played Sneaky, Cyberdeck. So all of my attacks were technology attacks, and I had spec'd somewhat into smart weapons for all of the boss fights where the Cyberdeck alone wouldn't work. It changed the way I approached every single fight fundamentally. Because in my first playthrough, I didn't really use my cyber deck at all. And now in the second playthrough, my third playthrough actually, the cyber deck was pivotal to how I played the game. Celestra, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Did really appreciate it. 45 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. 45 motherfucking months. What? I honestly like both WoW and Final Fantasy XIV's character systems. I prefer WoW's because I prefer to make new characters with different classes because every class has a different RP style in my head, and I need to create a character based around that class. Blizz can make WoW's alt character system work if they stop forcing you to redo grinds on alts if you've already reached milestones on your main. I absolutely agree with you, Celestra. I am not for a second suggesting that Blizzard should ever remove their class system. I think the job system for Final Fantasy XIV is unique to Final Fantasy XIV. It works for Final Fantasy XIV. But I don't think that will work for WoW. The way WoW is set up is different, and it should be different. It's fine if it's different, but don't make people work harder just because you want to be different. 1, 2, 3. Each class is male and female, and with each relationship on both Renegade and Paragon, make a calculation. It's over 100 runs. Jesus, classics. Nice.
Nobody levels a character to do maw dailies. People level characters because they want to do really cool shit with the cool things that each class has available.
True.
I feel it very disappointing that I didn't get an opportunity to play Fire Mage with full corruptions in 8.3. And I think the people probably feel the same way about playing a tank with full corruptions in 8.3.
I wouldn't say Conquistador. I would say there's more races in World of Warcraft that makes it more varied. But I would say the races in Final Fantasy XIV is pretty different. I would say that the amount of crossover between different races in Final Fantasy is very similar to the crossover between classes in WoW. So yes, the Elezen is basically tall humans, and you could probably make the argument that the Aura is basically just humans with horns, or Elezen with horns even. So yes, you could probably make that argument, but then in World of Warcraft, for example, elves are basically just human. Night elves are just elves, right? So there is still crossover, but I would say Lolas are nothing like any of the other races, right? Wily Coyote, you bastard. Thank you so much for the Prime Sub, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I would absolutely argue that there is enough difference between the races in Final Fantasy XIV that if you're into RP, specifically into RP and RPG, you probably will have multiple classes if you are so inclined.
And allow people to take advantage of and really have fun with the game. Why add barriers to having fun? And again, I just hope that Blizzard makes everything account-wide on day one. And that's another factor I want to say again. Please do not make us wait some arbitrary period of time until something happens in the future. Nobody cares about how hardcore players play the game.
Wait, before this argument gets out of hand, I agree with everyone that WoW has more diversity and variance within the races. But I think that is down to the number of races within World of Warcraft rather than just the individual variants. Because they have so many more races, there's bound to be more variants. But I think if you look at Final Fantasy XIV, there is enough variance between the races that you will feel different based on what you're playing. The armors look different. The run animations, the walk animations feel different. The way they stand feels different. So there is enough there to make it RPG, which is really all you need, right? You just need it different enough to where it at least feels like you're playing something else. That's my opinion. You might have a different argument there, and I'd be happy to hear it out, but that's what I sort of think.
It doesn't affect anybody else generally, and if it does, then maybe that's a problem with other types of design, and it shouldn't be punishing the entire player base for that fact.
Yeah.
So that's generally the way that I feel about it. I think also, like, other little things that I'd like to see them do are just add in a better like character progression system.
Yeah.
I would love to see, and I'm really excited to see what's going to happen in Season 4 with upgrading Sanctum of Domination and Castle Nathrian, giving it certain buffs, because I think a big problem with WoW nowadays
is racially diverse but culturally unified. That's actually a good argument. Thanks for the 100 pets, by the way, Wanikoni. Really appreciate it. But that is a good argument, yes. Elder Scrolls has the same problem as the Swatter. I feel like Elder Scrolls, the problem that Elder Scrolls runs into is that all of their movement is mocap. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, Swatter as well. All of it is mocap. I don't know if mocap is used in FF14. Can anyone tell me, was FF14 mocap? I mean, player movement and stuff like that. Is it mocapped? Motion capture. For anyone that... I think it was motion captured. Mocap is used in FF14. Wyrax, thank you so much for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so motion capture might look really good. The problem, though, is it's very expensive. So what usually happens with motion capture is once they have the motion captured for, say, walking and so say 2 or 3 different walks
is
and
racially diverse but culturally unified.
agreed. Once they have it sort of bog standard different palettes so they can sort of differ, they're not going to do it again. Motion capture is expensive. World of Warcraft, however, has 0 motion capture. I believe the only time they use motion capture in World of Warcraft is in their CGI cinematics. That's when they use motion capture. As for character animations, the running, the fighting, everything is done by the artists, which is why, you know, the characters run very cartoon-like and why orcs look so weird when they run and humans, in the beginning at least, ran so very weird. Is because it's not done with motion capture. And that is a decision that they made from the beginning. They didn't want motion capture. Because of the expense to motion capture, you can't have 8 different classes that is mo-capped 8 different ways. It's too expensive. You would ultimately have to charge double for your game just to get all that motion capture. Because remember, it's 8 different runs, 8 different walks, 8 different ways of standing, 8 different ways of emoting, 8 different ways of attacking for every single one of the spells. It's going to be a fucking nightmare. To even try to attempt it is going to be a nightmare. So most people don't, like, most companies wouldn't do that.
Is the fact that you only play one raid. It's weird that you play an expansion, but you don't really play an expansion. You play a patch, and then whenever the new patch comes out, everything from the old patch doesn't matter anymore. Look at Korthia. Does it matter of any of the things that you've done in Korthia? No, it doesn't. It has no factor and no bearing at all on your character. Should it mean you have to play all of the raids and all of the content simultaneously? No, I don't think so. I think that there should be certain catch-up mechanisms, but certain catch-up mechanisms that exist right now in the game for just farming out these secondary systems and actually getting your character's gear, which is, I think, the exciting part of the game, is just necessarily, it's too strong. You just get you get the gear that's better than mythic gear.
We're not even listening to the video anymore. I love that. This usually happens with reaction videos. Chat starts talking about things that has nothing to do with the video. I love it. Meeksy, overall, I've said this before, so this is me literally agreeing with you. Overall, Final Fantasy is better than WoW in almost every single way. And even in the ways that it isn't better than WoW. The ways in which it is puts it ahead of WoW, even in the instances where it isn't that good. So I would say the only thing that I think World of Warcraft wins out on when it comes to a comparison would be gameplay. The gameplay in World of Warcraft is fantastic. No one can take anything away from it. It's smooth as fuck. It feels good to play. There's nothing wrong with the gameplay in World of Warcraft. But even then, the gameplay in Final Fantasy isn't bad enough to where I would prefer World of Warcraft over Final Fantasy due to the gameplay. Because in all other aspects, Final Fantasy, in my opinion, mops the floor with World of Warcraft.
As soon as you start playing a game, you just run the same raid, multiple difficulties over and over and over. And I will always be an advocate of the fact that people should go through all of the raids in the expansion rather than just repeating the same raid in the expansion 3 different difficulties 3 different times.
True.
I just don't think that's as fun. So just
it's
in
wasteful.
General, I'd like to see Blizzard try to focus on removing barriers to...
What Asmongold is saying here, so much true. Imagine if you did the following. Imagine if every single month you took $1,000 from your paycheck and you put it inside an investment account, right? So you invested $1,000. But then at the end of the month, right, when you get the new paycheck, and now another $1,000, you take the $1,000 that was in the investment account, you withdraw it, and you throw it away, and then you put a new 1,000 in there. Would you guys say that is a sound investment strategy? Like, would you get rich based on that investment strategy? Do I play FF14 off stream? Yes, sometimes. Not always. I don't have much time to play video games, but I am, especially with the PvP stuff, I've been playing a lot offline. Whenever I have time, like I said, it usually boils down to time for me. The time that I do have free, I stream it. So whatever I do in terms of games, I do while I stream. I think all of us would agree that's a horrible investment strategy. You're not really going to grow in any way, shape, or form with that investment strategy. This is what WoW does. Remember, development time. So when you have a bunch of developers developing something, that time is an investment. You are literally taking a bunch of people that costs you thousands of dollars every single month, and you're making them work on a new raid. Now, after 3 or 4 or 5 months, you go and you say, well, fuck it. Let's do something new. It's like, well, what about all those hours? Like, you all those hours that you just wasted because it's gone now. You're not even doing anything with that. You have to keep things up to par. You have to make sure that when you introduce something into the game, it is always in the game. It's always available for players to play. And it's always fun for players to engage with. So that you don't run into this investment strategy where you're burning your investment before you reinvest. For some reason, Blizzard doesn't seem to understand this.
Entry for the game and removing barriers and friction points where people cannot fully enjoy the game in the way that they would want to, and just in general making the game more fun. I think that should be the primary focus and the primary goal, is to make the game more fun and to also add in, like, you know, I'm going to go through a list right now of like kind of my big, you know, things that's like, okay, you know, it's like your parents ask you what you want for Christmas and you tell them a pony or whatever, and they're like, okay, let's be more realistic, and you're like, okay, can I maybe get like a, you know, PlayStation or something like that, right? And so
I got a horse for my 11th birthday. It wasn't a pony, but I didn't ask for a pony. I asked for a horse. And then I had the horse for a year, fell off it, and then said, fuck this. And then we sold the horse. Actually, that wasn't why we sold the horse. I did say fuck it because I fell off. But shortly after I fell off, I met a guy who was in an accident with a horse, and he lost his right leg because the horse went haywire while he was riding it, and the horse ran into, you guys know those big, it's like metal boxes that transformers go into? Like massive power grid transformers go into these metal boxes. So the horse just started going haywire, running, and then the horse ran sort of next to that metal box, and his leg got squashed between the horse and this metal box. So the metal box ripped his entire leg off, almost. So he lost his leg, and that was the moment that I went, I'm done. You can sell the horse now. I don't think I want a horse anymore. I don't want to lose my fucking legs because the horse went apeshit. So yeah, I was that was the end of the horse expeditions for me.
So these are my pony level, unicorn level asks for the expansion. I want to see a 4th spec for each class. I want to see a paladin. I talked about this on my stream. I want to see a paladin inquisitor that does ranged holy damage. I want to see a Death Knight that sits on his mount the entire time, uses mail armor and a staff like the original Death Knights in Warcraft 2. I want to see a priest that actually uses melee weapons and is an actual cultist that does high-level melee damage. I want to see a rogue that is an Arabian Knight that uses a 2-handed scimitar and is a blade master. I want to see that kind of cool stuff. I want to see...
In the land of fantasy and fairy tale, I want to see these things too. In the land of reality, where for those of you, so fuck all of you in chat right now that's going, yes, God, dude, let's do this. Fuck you all. None of you clearly played Warlock when the latest class for World of Warcraft was introduced. Because we got fucked. All of you went, oh my god, it's a Demon Hunter. This is going to be so fun. All the Warlocks were like, oh my god, it's a Demon Hunter. My class sucks now. Because suddenly, one of my abilities just fucked off. Like, it just got taken. And the Demon Hunter went, oh, this is mine now. So I don't want to see four classes in every, or 4 specs in every single class, because at that point, the Warlock is just going to get deleted. Because 2 of the classes in World of Warcraft will borrow heavily from me. Death Knights and Demon Hunters are going to borrow a bunch of Warlock shit, right? And then Blizzard is just going to go, oh, by the way, we've given every single class 4 specs, and we've deleted Warlock. Because we have no more abilities for Warlock. So please no. Those messed in pre-Legion, Feather Patty, that is true. We actually have demons inside us. We have, well, we engage with Foul, but we're not supposed to have demons inside us. At least not Warlocks. We're not supposed to. But doesn't matter, it still sucked. What if Demon Hunter would have been a 4th Warlock spec? I don't know if that would have worked, but if there's one thing I do want, if I'm going to talk about 4th specs, it doesn't even need to be a 4th spec. Demon Hunter, Demonology Warlock should be turned into tanks. End of fucking discussion. There should be a way for Demonology Warlocks to tank. It makes so much goddamn sense for a Demonology Warlock to tank in World of Warcraft. I would love to see that. Like I said, fantasy world, I love what Asmongold is saying. I think more specs, more better. In reality, World of Warcraft already has, I think it's 37 specs. 37 specs already. Max, yeah. We were thinking the same thing. Now, if you add 4 more, or 1 more spec to each and every fucking class, that gives you, what, we go from 37, we go to 49. 49 specs that now need to be balanced. Each needs its own abilities, its own talents, its own playstyle. At what point do we say it's now ridiculous? Voidwalker, thank you very much, dude. I'll check it out. 20 more talent points? Probably do that as well. But alas, Blizz would wind up screwing it up. True. It is possible, but I think it would be dangerous.
I got to Warlock tank when that glyph existed, and it was so damn fun being the caster tank.
Mm-hmm. I did the same thing. I tanked so many things when Demonology Warlocks could tank for like 1 fucking patch. Maybe less talents and less borrowed power. I don't know if it gets easier to balance when you have that many classes. So even Final Fantasy, that's amazing at balance, have said, I believe Yoshi P, someone told me in stream the other day, Yoshi P have said that they are probably not going to continue to give people new abilities every single expansion and every other level, right? I think it's already calmed down. Like, you already don't get, at some level, you stop getting new abilities every other level. So I think there is a point where you have so many things going on that it just becomes impossible to keep balancing. A 4th column, add back glyphs, and the minimum add more spell effect customizations. That could also be cool. What I would actually love to see is simply the ability to glyph your animations. So change the color of your spells, or maybe change the animations of your spells. Something that I really fucking would love to see in World of Warcraft is including staffs in the actual casting animation. Like proper use of staff inclusion for casting animation. Stuff like that would be so fucking cool. Because you don't even need new things if you give people enough sort of customization options.
See Gladiator spec be a new spec for the entire class. Because everybody, this is the fact, right? everybody that's probably going to play WoW has played WoW. Yes, of course, there are going to be new players every single year, and that matters a lot. But mainly what WoW is trying to do is recapture the audience that they've once had. They've had over 100 million created accounts. If all those people were playing
that's
the
what I
game
mean.
today,
Yeah.
I don't know what the game would be like. It'd be bigger than Minecraft. So the fact is that you want to give people ways.
Yoshi P fixed PvP by removing stuff. He also said they are moving towards avoiding button bloat.
Well, Cody, thanks for the 100 bits. Really appreciate that, bro. And yeah, I mean, literally the video that I'm making right now, not right this minute, but the video that I'm working on right now is talking about that specifically. Venturing into the land of simplification where you actually managed to pull it off. Thanks to the simplification that was done in PvP in 6.1, PvP in Final Fantasy XIV finally feels fucking amazing. Sometimes simple is good. Not always, but sometimes. Simplifying things to the point where you can actually increase the amount of fun that someone is having thanks to the simplification. So what simplification in World of Warcraft, why that backfired, in my opinion. Simplification in World of Warcraft was done to allow for borrowed power systems, which means they oversimplified things. So without borrowed power systems, classes feel pretty terrible. But if you do simplification because you're trying to increase fun within the class, so you're trying to remove all of the unnecessary buttons so that people can get back to actually playing the class the way that they wanted to play it, I don't think you could go wrong with that. I don't think that's the wrong strategy to have.
Is to come back into the game and to get excited about the game again. And what better way than to give every single class, and everybody probably that's played WoW has their favorite class. Another example, what about a chronomancer, like a mage, but it's a healer, and they can turn back time on the wounds
That would
of their
actually
allies.
be very cool.
That'd be really cool too, right? And that's the kind of stuff that I think they should do. Really think outside the box.
You could do Chrono Mage, you could do Battle Mage. We all speculated and argued about Battle Mages all the way back in Ulduar. If you guys don't remember, Ulduar was filled with Battle Mages. And people going apeshit, saying, oh my god, is this Blizzard telling us that Battle Mage will be the next spec for mages? A Battle Mage, for those of you that don't know, is sort of a hybrid melee/mage class.
Really try to find things and make things more interesting and play into the idea of class fantasy in the same way that you did with Legion. I love that. I also would like to see achievements for like mounts, like a 500, 600, 700, all the way up to 1,000. And I know nobody probably has 1,000 unique mounts yet, but there.
You guys called it Raid Mage. In World of Warcraft, it's called a Battle Mage because it's not quite the same as Raid Mage. In a lot of fantasy, a Battle Mage would actually be a tank, not necessarily a DPS, and effectively they fight with weapons of arcane. So in that sense, similar to the Raid Mage, but ultimately not quite the same. But this was all the way back in Ulduar. How many years are we talking about? When was Ulduar? That was 2008? Was it 2008? When the fuck was... It wasn't Wrath, but when was Wrath? It's like 13 years ago, something like that. So, you know, we've been wanting this for a long time. And I would love to see that shit.
There will be a day where they do. And whenever the first
Spellblade
person
could
breaks
also
that
work.
glass ceiling, that's going to be a glorious fucking day. I remember the first time that we had somebody on our server that hit 100 mounts and they had the Blue Dragon Hawk. Everybody was standing around them. It was a big deal. Nowadays, whenever the achievements come out, everybody just gets them retroactively. It's boring. I'd like to see things for people to really work towards without necessarily, maybe they should be feats of strength so people don't feel like they're missing out by not having them because they're so big. But just in general, give people those stretch goals that they can look forward to and those glass ceilings that they can look forward to breaking, maybe even if it's 2 years or 3 years.
What you need for World of Warcraft, what Asmongold is saying here, and what I actually agree with, is can you say, let's say, for example, you have the achievement for 200 mounts, yeah? And the 200 mounts you have is from current content. And then someone else has the achievement for 200 mounts, but their 200 mounts is actually from content that's been nerfed to the fucking ground and is old and can be soloed. Would you say those two achievements is the same in terms of scale and skill? Would you say that that's the same achievement? Because it's clearly not. One person got that achievement while it was current. They worked their fucking ass off for that achievement. The other person simply logged in and one-shot a bunch of things and then got the achievement, right? Now, in World of Warcraft, one could say that the sheer test in patience for getting old mounts from old bosses might be a skill in and of itself, but since patience is not necessarily a skill, although it could be, what I would like to see in World of Warcraft, and this will be fixed by one of the earlier points we made, simply keeping content current. So, for example, if you want the mount from an old raid, you have to do the raid at minimum item level, no echo. Because that is how you unlock the mount. You can have a mount that you can do easy version, but if you want that mount, like the cool fucking mount, then you have to do it minimum item level, no echo. So you have to show at least, you have to do the content as if it was current or as close to current as humanly possible. You could also do another thing, just do not piss people off, where if you do, say for example, the raid on normal, so basically smash it, so you do it unsynced, yeah? So if you do the raid unsynced, is it unsynced? Where is it where you completely overgear and overpower an instance in Final Fantasy XIV? Is it synced or unsynced? Synced is when you're on the level, right? Unsynced is where you're completely overpowering it. Okay, cool. So what if you did this? And I don't think anyone would disagree with it because it doesn't change the modern script, but it does actually give people incentive to do old content as if it was current. What if you made it so that if you did it unsynced, the mount would have a drop chance of 1%, between 0.5% and 1%. So pretty much the same as what we have in World of Warcraft right now. But if you did go back and do the raid synced, it would have a 100% drop chance. Because you are doing it actually synced. You're doing it as if it was hard and when it was hard back then. So you have the same chance of getting it as you would have in the past. I think that's the fairest way to do it. Because that way, the people that want to play solo and they really don't want to do the hard shit, they can still do it, but they're going to have to farm it over and over and over again. Whereas everyone else that really doesn't want it, but they really want to enjoy the game with their friends, they can go do it. And the mounts, in that sense, is it's content. It remains content. I think that could work really well for a lot of people.
Years in the future. I think MMO players like being able to set large-scale goals like that, and they also appreciate them. And for the people that don't, I think it's totally fine too. It doesn't really affect them all that much. Overall,
True.
I'd just like to see more content and more risks. And I know that might sound crazy, but
Yeah.
I think that Legion, they took a lot of risks, and a lot of them paid off. I hope Blizzard takes as many risks as they possibly can with Dragonflight. And I hope that they also listen to the players whenever those risks don't pan out right, and they're able to course correct and do what they need to do in order to make the game still fun for people if they end up, making one of those risks not good. So that's pretty much all I think, and that's what I'm excited for the new expansion. I could probably go on for hours about all the little cool things that I hope they have, but just in general, I guess, okay, all right, one more thing, because I just didn't really mention anything about PvP. So PvP gear right now is complete fucking garbage because you have to spend too much time farming honor. It's way too oppressive for an average player. And I'd like to have it to where, you know how like you have the PvP item level and then like your PvE item level? I wish the PvP item level, as soon as you bought the piece of gear, is automatically max, and every upgrade that you do only increases the PvE item level, so that way a PvPer can get into the game quicker and not have as long of a farming cycle with playing the game. Now obviously people will get their stuff over time, but this is especially true with people farming alts. Nobody wants to sit in Battlegrounds for 20 hours just to farm the gear that they already had on their main. If you think about how much time it takes to get...
I know this is going to piss a lot of people off. But gear is not a thing in Final Fantasy XIV PvP, and I am having the time of my fucking life doing it. So, it's one of two things. And I recognize that PvP in World of Warcraft is different to that of FF14. It's not the same thing. It wasn't designed to be the same thing. So you probably can't remove gear from PvP in World of Warcraft. That would piss a lot of people off, because a lot of what makes World of Warcraft PvP great is the gear. Sometimes in terms of small differences can have a very large effect. So if you're a PvPer, for example, you could go crit stack, and that's going to have a very large effect when you fight someone that, for example, went haste stack instead, because in World of Warcraft, those things do matter to PvPers quite a lot. You'll find a lot of paladins way back in the day. So there was a time where paladins would basically stack haste in PvP because their abilities had such long cooldowns, and haste would actually lower those cooldowns, so it actually made it so that they could put up more damage. And then some paladins figured out, actually, fuck that. Screw getting haste. Stack crit. Because paladins at that time had a heal that they could basically spam as much as they wanted. Now, that heal, if it crits, is a full heal. So you almost kill the guy and it's a full heal. Like, it heals all of their health pool. And that made a massive difference in how paladins played. You know, haste versus crit. So you can't really move gear because it's part of the onus, I would say, of PvP and WoW. But I would say allowing people, or PvPers specifically, to get gear in an easy way without overcomplicating the gearing process for PvPers. Because what Blizzard doesn't seem to understand is that PvEers and PvPers do not play the game the same way. They don't care about the game in the same way. For PvEers, gear can very often mean a lot. For PvPers, gear is simply a way to move up in the ranks. Like, gear is not something they care about. It's a tool that they use so that they can get higher ranks. So you're not going to really entice a PvPer by keeping them busy for weeks on end trying to gear, when all they actually want to do is PvP. But now you're sort of keeping them back because they have to farm fucking gear so that they can start PvPing. So I would say Blizzard needs to figure out how to make gear simpler for PvPers to get. And I would actually remove the whole upgrade bullshit. Just let the PvP pieces be the fucking PvP pieces and be done with it. Because that's what PvPers want. The quicker you can get all your gear, the quicker you can actually start playing the game that you wanted. You could attach stats from gear and make a special PvP talent tree that lets you customize your character. That way you could let level 10 players fight level 90 players in PvP by making their stats equal. You could do that. I think that would still be risky, but you could definitely do it. I would love to explore that as a possible system in World of Warcraft. I could definitely go down that route to see how that could play out.
You get a full set of gear right now in Shadowlands, and you compare that to what it was like back in Warlords of Draenor. You're comparing about 20, or Mists of Pandaria for that example too. You're comparing about 15 or 10 to 20 hours, basically, if you're winning or not.
Just by playing, even losing, you can get all the new stuff, and if you want to rank, there are rewards. But just cosmetic character plates for flexing is awesome.
Wally Cody, I agree with you, but I also understand Final Fantasy, in terms of WoW versus Final Fantasy, in PvP terms, the only comparison is that they are both MMOs. In how they play, and how they're meant to be played, in the mindset of the players, they may as well not even exist in the same genre. Because it is different. Very different. If you remove... let me put it this way, Blizzard tried it. I can't remember what expansion... What expansion was it where Blizzard removed gear... basically removed gear from... like, they made it so that gear literally didn't matter. Everything would be sort of... Once you go into it... It was Legion, yeah. where as soon as you enter into the PvP area, your stats will be equalized with almost everyone else, and your gear would basically be like maybe a 1% increase. So who cared about gear? Players didn't have fun. The PvPers did not have fun because it led to all paladins are paladins and they do the exact same thing. There's no real application difference. T-Jabs, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first chat. Really appreciate that. I don't think it was just one expansion either. I think it may have been a couple of expansions, but I remember PvPers complaining like nuts during quite a while of WoW that they're not having fun. They're fucking hating it because they can't make themselves different.
Of gameplay versus now probably 80 to 100 hours. It's just too much time, and again, making less barriers to entry so people can immediately get into the game and be excited about it, I think is the most important thing. And less unnecessary farms, but more possible farms. Things like, 1,000 mounts and stuff like that. So where people can feel cool for doing it, but they don't feel like they're stupid for having to do it. And so that's all it comes down to for me. I just really hope they make the new expansion good. I'm excited for it. And if it comes out with a bunch of bullshit, I'll be there complaining about it. And the good thing about nowadays is we've got so many other games to play that we can just wait it out until Blizzard gets their shit together again. Same as we did with Shadowlands, same as people did with Legion, same as they did with BFA. Hopefully that doesn't have to happen this time around. I think Blizzard has learned some lessons, but time will tell, and it's not really that much time because we're going to see in about a week or so what they've learned with Dragonblade. Anyway, guys, thanks a lot for watching. I'm curious to hear what your feedback, what your thoughts are about the things that you're hoping for in the new expansion, but that's about all I've got. Thanks a lot for watching. I'll see you later. Peace.
So I will say on that, I don't know if... Because Asmon Gold says here, well, it doesn't really matter if they don't get it right. We'll just go play something else until they get their shit together. I've been, for a while now, I have voiced my fears on this. I don't know if there is another after this. If it does not work in the next expansion, I don't know if there is another expansion. I'll be honest, because I think there's a lot of people. We did a poll not long ago. Let me just quickly create a post. Let me quickly see if I can get that poll. Here we go. Is World of Warcraft 10.0 a make or break expansion for you? We had 3.5k votes and 61% of the players said yes. We then had a bunch of comments from people saying, I said yes, but I've already quit playing, right? So there are people that is sort of holding on and waiting to see. So if it doesn't work, it's not going to work. I know that this is only my community, and my community is filled with people that don't like WoW that much right now, and that is perfectly fine. I'm right there with you guys. But at the same time, if Dragonflights fail... Is there a future for World of Warcraft? That's 3 failed expansions in a row. At some point, people move on and they forget you exist. With BFA, people moved on and they said Shadowlands will be better. So they started playing other things, waiting for Shadowlands to come out. Then Shadowlands came out and it wasn't better. So some people moved on entirely. I have people in my community that used to play World of Warcraft that have left playing Final Fantasy or SWTOR now and have said they don't want to come back to WoW ever. They found other games that they're playing. You know, I've actually spoken to someone yesterday that never before, they were the quintessential WoW Andy. It was the first game that they ever played. They never touched any other game. And then when Shadowlands failed, they actually downloaded Steam for the very first fucking time. And they started buying a bunch of like small indie games on Steam, just checking out different games. And now they have a library of almost 90 games that they're waiting to get through. So they told me, why would I go back to WoW? I have hours upon hours of games waiting for me to play them. I can't play MMOs right now. They didn't even leave to FF14. They just left MMOs entirely. So now the next expansion comes out. The people that quit in BFA, then also quit in Shadowlands, and is now waiting for the next expansion, will quit again. And this might be the moment that they go, yeah, I'm not coming back. I've gotten so used to playing other games now that why would I go back to WoW? Why would I waste my money on potentially seeing a good game?
10.0 won't be make or break. The game will remain at current levels due to loyalty of current player base and copium methinks. Blizz just needs a great CGI cutscene and lights will flock back.
So, Wily Coyote, why I think you might be wrong in that assertion, while I understand the assertion, why I think you might be wrong, my editor, Alex, is the raid leader for a pretty big raiding guild in WoW. And he's got a bunch of friends. He plays WoW literally every single day. He's got a bunch of friends in different guilds all over the place. He went to his guildmaster, I think a week ago, and he told his guildmaster, listen, I just want to be honest with you from the start. If Dragonflight is as bad as Shadowlands, I'm out. I'm giving it one more turn, but I want you to know so that you can find a backup raid leader in case. Because I'm not sticking around if it's this shit again. His guildmaster told him she feels the same. Like, she's disbanding the guild if the next expansion is as bad as Shadowlands. Because most of the raiders in the guild came to her and said, look, just want to be honest and clear with you. If Dragonflight is as bad as Shadowlands, I'm done. I'm quitting. I'm only holding out because I'm still playing with the guild, but I'm not going to stick around if another bad expansion happens. And then Alex told me that a lot of other people feel exactly the same. Even people that isn't in their guild. And I've spoken to a couple of people who are in other guilds, other realms, other places that they play, who still play for their guilds, but have said that if the next expansion is bad, they will be quitting. Because most of their guilds have said, I'm out if the next expansion is bad. So there might be a cascading effect where a lot of people that is playing right now are playing only for their friends. Because they're in guilds, they've been in for a long time, and they want to stick around as much as possible for their friends. But that all of those friends are getting ready to leave. And once that happens, we'll probably see we'll see a waterfall of people just leaving. A landslide of people quitting the game because they've tried, they've hung on for as long as possible, they've decided this is it, I'm done. I was a diehard WoW fan. By the way, Algobina, thank you for the first time chat, really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. I was a diehard WoW fan through and through, but I've got no desire to come back now. I've met so many people who feel exactly the same way. Juvis, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. I'm like that too. I think there's a lot of people right here who feels exactly the same way. Is there? Like, how many of you are in exactly that boat? You are currently playing World of Warcraft. You are enjoying it only for the guild that you're in, but you are reaching the point where you go, if this continues, if I have another Shadowlands expansion, not even my guild can keep me playing. I am now ready to leave. I quit WoW back on WoD and switched to FF14 since then. Zakara, nice. I think the hype for new... I've said this before. I hate myself for sleeping on Final Fantasy XIV as long as I did. Because I kept saying, I won't play that weeb fucking game. There's no way the anime lovers can fucking play their game. That game isn't for me. And then, like a knob, I accepted a deal, a dare from my chat, and I started playing it. And then I fucking fell in love with it. And now I don't even care if someone calls me a weeb for loving it, because if I have to be a weeb to love Final Fantasy XIV, then let's start watching some anime. Because I don't want to, I don't really care about the anime, but I fucking definitely want to play FF14.
You look like you've lost some weight. That's terrible. Have a dumpling.
Been playing 14 for 12 years, started back in 1.0, but always go back to every WoW's pack. SL hold me for all of 1 week.
I'll go Blina. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Thanks for the 100 bits, Wiley Cody. Really appreciate that. And Pikirku, how you doing? I can absolutely, like, for me, I think Shadowlands was good for like the first 6 months. I think Shadowlands was good. It was fine. It wasn't great, but it was fine. It did what it needed to do. It wasn't really until I think 9.1 where things started to fall apart for me. You know, the whole like massive content drought, and then the fucking taint of secrets that we got that was supposed to be a city but wasn't a city. That was the moment that I sort of went, I can't be fucked with this. This is too much for me. Needs to watch AOT. What the hell is AOT? Systems. Systems for everyone. Japanese player base. Think 14 is too Western. I've said that, so I'm still not really an anime fan. Well, actually, I say not really. The only thing that I've ever really come close to anime that I've watched is Arcane from Riot, and I am informed by the connoisseurs of the anime world that is not anime, and that is an insult to calling it anime. So whatever the fuck that means. But that's sort of the only anime that I've ever watched, and that was really cool. I really enjoyed that. But I'm not really into anime whatsoever. FF14 skirts the line, as far as I'm concerned, perfectly between Western and Eastern, insofar as it's not too Eastern, where I get uncomfortable, but it's also not too Western in terms of let's be greedy and steal all the money that our players have with stupid systems, because that seems to be what Western gaming companies do these days. They bring out a game and then they try to figure out how can they milk you for everything that you're fucking worth. So yeah, I kind of like it. I kind of enjoy it. Nice and fucking violent. And you've said before that you're not a fan of animation series. I'm not a fan. Like I said, the only animation series that I've watched is Arcane. I've not really watched Arcane. Like when I was younger, sure, I would watch animation movies every once in a while. But I never really enjoyed it. Actually, I'm lying. The animation that I did like was Tom and Jerry. Does that count? Can you call Tom and Jerry an anime? It is animation, right? I fucking loved me some Tom and Jerry, bro. Dude. It's anime. It's animated. It's animated. Anime. That's what it means. I'm a huge anime fan. Tom and Jerry is the best anime on the market. 100%. You done with the final Coil of Bahamut? Turn 4 normal version? Yes, I've done all of the Coils of Bahamut. Not all of them minimum item level, no echo, by the way. As soon as we have the ability to data travel, so as soon as data center travel is available, we'll do all of the raids and trials and stuff that I've missed at minimum item level, no echo, extreme, and savage, and all the rest of it. You should probably do some Attack on Titan reaction videos. Hope you choke on your coffee for that comment. I have no more coffee left, so fuck you. Hit me up with Crystal anytime. Yes, dude. I fucking love Crystal Conflict. It's so fucking good. But, alright, that was a long-ass reaction. That was so fucking long. I'm not an Asian anime fan either. I just don't get into it. I don't judge those that do. It's just not my kink. Wait, can we call it a kink? Is it correct to call anime a kink? I guess some people do make it very sexual, right? Bo Strong, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. 2 months in a row. Thank you. Only if you watch hentai. Hentai would be a kink. I can agree with that. But I think anime would just be like something you enjoy. But I'm right there with you. It's just not my cup of tea. But if someone else wants to watch anime, you know, more power to you. I'll watch Tom and Jerry. Oh, Sibby, how you doing? No king to me. That's because you watch it every night before you go to bed, right? With tissues and a bit of oil. Hentai is king. Anime, don't think so. Cartoon, it's for kids, but in anime like Attack on Titan, it's for adults. Too much blood. Dude. I'm joking with all of you. Like, fuck. You guys don't have to defend your anime to me. You can watch it in peace and quiet. I will not judge you for it, but I won't watch it either. And I am going to make fun of it whenever I can because, you know, that's what you do, right? It's the whole tribal thing. You have to make fun of the things that you do not understand. That's what they call ignorance, and I bask in the ignorance of myself. Anime is not just adultsy either. Pokemon is an anime. You guys are so weird. How did I fucking do this? How did a non-anime watcher amass an army of anime watchers on Twitch? What happened here? Like what I like, Strummer? I will not affect. I will not. I absolutely refuse. We all know Akko beats his meat to anime titties. Dude, Yastola, Menphilia, Hilda, Yotsuyu. How can you not? Just how can you not? If you've ever seen Yotsuyu, you'll understand why you just have to. Every single Final Fantasy 14 player have gone Rule 34 Yotsuyu. Every single one. Hilda as well. You kind of have to. You know, you just kind of look at it and you go, just have a look-see. Slight look-see. Let's just see. Ooh. And then you do it again because you go, I didn't get a good look last night. I was too busy with other things. I'll look again tonight just for research purposes, of course. This is how it starts. Before you know it, you have the app for Rule 34 installed, and it literally opens as soon as you unlock your phone. Even Yoshi P said that to your cosplayer. Stay for me, please. I saw the video of that. That was really fucking cool. One of the reasons anime is big right now is because Hollywood suck now. True, but I just watch all series instead. How far in the MSQ are you now in FF? We have not moved. If it's not connected to the crystalline conflict, I am not doing it. It's literally as simple as that. Anything in Final Fantasy 14 that cannot be queued through the crystalline conflict, I am not actually doing right now. I am only doing the crystalline conflict because that is where the warriors of light meet. Have you hijacked your life, Akko? Yeah, this is Chocobo racing all fucking over again. Just Chocobo racing all the fucking time. I'm trying to think now. Okay, so there's a tier list that someone wants me to look at. We're probably not going to be reacting to more videos tonight because we still have the Glam competition to do. So if you haven't gotten your Glam ready yet, I would say start doing it now because after this tier list, we're logging into FF14 to do the Glam comp so that I can see your PvP-inspired Glams for myself. Yes, I am ripping Asmon Gold's content hard, but people love showing me their Glams, and so I thought, fuck it. Let me give you the opportunity to show your Glams to the stream so that everyone can judge the fuck out of you to see how good you are. Before that, though, I have to go piss again. This is getting ridiculous now. But I do have to go piss again. You guys can go stretch your legs as well. We're going to be like 5 minutes. Do I want another coffee? Do I want more coffee? True. Bagnac, this stream, if it wasn't for reaction videos, this stream would be a lot shorter. I think I'm going to make another coffee. Fuck it. I deserve it. I deserve it. It's a Friday. Let's have another cup of coffee. So we're going to be a little bit more than 5 minutes. But what I need from you all, stand up, stretch your legs. Because when we get back, we're doing tier lists. And then we're jumping into Final Fantasy 14 so I can see the Glams and me in stream can judge the fuck out of you. Deal? Deal. I'll be right back. I need to go piss. I'm going to piss myself. ladies and gentlemen, back behind that curtain. Dude, the wind is real. Alright, here we go. What hentai is? I quickly did a Google search. Sorry that it took so long, guys. I was more into hentai than I thought. Fucking hell. That was... What a day. What a day. Day of discovery. Pay no attention to the actor behind the curtain. Dude, it is so fucking cold here. You have no idea. It's actually a little bit uncomfortable, if I'm honest. Paraliterary admitted he plays ads during important parts to get people to sub. Wait. Yeah, I don't do that. I wish they would remove the fucking ads. So I basically play the ads whenever I'm not at the stream. Because that makes it, you know, it at least turns off ads for a while. But yeah, I wouldn't play ads. Like, when I'm sitting here, I would not be playing ads. That seems like a fucking waste. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is a tier list that was requested by the community. People want to know which zones in World of Warcraft goes where. You may think that this is not important, but in a time when World of Warcraft has very little to offer, in a time when you have nothing else to do in World of Warcraft, ranking the different zones of World of Warcraft becomes the Lord's work. Okay? So here we go. The zones of World of Warcraft placed in one of those fucking tiers. First one, Alterac Mountains. Let's see it. Chat, where do you think Alterac Mountains should go? Should it be amazing, great, good, decent, bad, awful, haven't played? Where would you put this? All of them awful? No, I wouldn't say all of them awful. I'm going to put Alterac Mountains decent. I don't think Alterac Mountains was good or bad. It had good parts, it had really boring fucking parts. I think decent is... like, it doesn't really stand out to me as being a good zone in any way, shape, or form. And Tauren Wastes, like, Jesus, they don't even put these in any sort of order. Why would they not at least put these in any sort of order? This is very weird. I'm having trouble with Tauren Wastes. Are you rating them based on aesthetic, questing, all of the above? I think a little bit of all. So I am mostly going aesthetically, Vedran. I'm mostly going based on the aesthetic. But I am then also looking at not really story. So I don't want to focus on the story of the zones because I feel like that could influence certain really horrible zones in ways that it shouldn't necessarily be influenced in. So a good example of that would be, if you're talking purely story, something like Azure Mist Isles, for me personally, would be awful. I did not like the story there, but from a look perspective, Azure Mist Isles was at least good. Right? So I'm not focusing too much on the story there, but I am focusing on the flow of story. So how much of the zone felt a little bit dead versus how much of the zone didn't feel... like, felt sort of inviting, if you will. The raid and other content. To some extent, yes. I want to say Tauren Wastes was... it has to be higher than decent. Tauren Wastes actually felt it was good for the time. It was a good fucking zone. It was a fun zone. It looked really cool. It was actually one of those zones where I felt like Blizzard, because Blizzard told us that we wouldn't like a full-blown FAL expansion, because that would look horrible. And then Antoran Waste came around and it was like, actually, this is not horrible at all. What are you talking about? I'm pretty sure some of these zones, I'm not even quite gonna remember what the fuck I did there, because I am very bad at shit like that. Especially some of the classic zones. I will probably. The zone was minor. Love You're Dead, only because this was the pre-zone for Argus. I feel like that might actually, that might actually influence me. Because it led to Argus, it may actually influence you quite a lot in how you remember it. Actually, come to think of it, most of that zone was fairly monotonous. It looked good, but the zone itself was very fucking, you know, take it or leave it. Alright, I'm gonna go bad. Fuck it. I'm gonna go with bad. It was, in terms of some of the zones that would fall into good, great, and amazing, I don't think Antoran Waste is there. I don't think it's comparable to that. Arathi Highlands. So where do we put Arathi Highlands? I actually loved this zone. TBC's Angrimarsh was my all-time favorite. And Antoran Waste had the raid that was phenomenal. I gotta run, but I'll try to be here more often. Swords of Man, thank you so much for hanging out. Dude, really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, brother. Friendly reminder, though, treat yourself, drink water, and know you and chat are cute as fuck. Got him. So thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself, brother. I don't know if I would say Arathi Highlands was great. Although it was very mysterious. And if I remember correctly, moving into it for the first time, it was a nice change of pace. I'm going to go good. I think good is where I'm going to put it. Ardenweald. Fresh off the fucking memory. Now, if we're going purely on looks, Ardenweald is amazing. If we purely go on looks, nothing else, Ardenweald has to be amazing. Regardless of what you think about Shadowlands, Ardenweald is a phenomenally beautiful, beautiful zone. If we go story, Ardenweald was good. It could have been great, but I feel like there was a lot missing that would have nudged it good. Would have nudged it into, like, amazing. Overall, I think I'm going to put it good, but high good. So we're going high good, almost great. So it could very easily fall into the low grades. So let's go Ardenweald good for now. I feel comfortable with that. Ashenvale. Now, this might lead to a number of people being on the fence. I would love to know what people in chat think. Because I don't want to tell you what I think right off the bat. Because I think it's going to trigger some of you. If they did cut the raid, I feel like it would feel better. You say Ashenvale is decent. Which Ashenvale are we talking about? Captain Swanky, no. I think we would do Kata BFA Ashenvale. BFA had some changes to Ashenvale, but overall it was still very much basically same. So let's go Kata BFA. Or do you think we should do it like 9.1? So whatever the zone is in terms of state, in 9.1, that's the one that we should go for. I would say if we're going with current Ashenvale, I have to downgrade it to decent. because I don't think it's good. I think it's decent. It's not good, not bad. It's just okay. If we're going with Kata, Ashenvale, I actually put it amazing. I loved the stories of Ashenvale. I specifically loved the War Horde v Alliance Ashenvale. Like the Garrosh stuff that happened there. So for that, I would actually have to put it in amazing if I were to sort of place it. Split the difference, that would put it great. And I don't think 9-1 Ashenvale is great. No, 9-1 Ashenvale is high decent, could potentially be low good, but it's not great. I can't put it great. Ashran. I'm just going to do that. You guys can tell me if you disagree, but I'm going to do that. Ashran fucking awful. For one reason, so much missed opportunity. It could have been so good, and it turned out so fucking horrible, thanks to what? Like, it was just completely piss poor. So it goes in the awful trash pan of history. So yeah, I'm just gonna put Ashran does not belong in on this list even. Shouldn't they cut the story for it though? Yeah, if there was a story, it would have been good. The PvP was okay. It wasn't mind blowing, but it was okay. Ajara. I feel like a lot of these zones are going to fall in the decent category. Because Ajara, again... Actually, no. Ajara was actually good. I forgot about the reworks and all the things that changed. Actually, Ajara is pretty good. Plus, it has the cannon. Which... everyone wants that cannon to be fired. I think for the cannon alone, Ajara needs to go great. No, we don't have to fill all tiers. If it doesn't belong in any of the tiers, it's not going in the tiers. Power. It's as simple as that. To normalize again at the end? We may have to normalize quite a bit at the end. There is definitely going to be some normalization at some point here. But for now, I'm going to put Ajara in great. Also, Naga stuff right at the beginning. Like, when you were a young WoW player, that stuff was awesome. The zone also played fun, I think. For me, at least. So, I'm going to put that at great. Azuna. Azuna... Fuck. Remind me quickly, what was Azuna again? I wasn't Legion, was it? Was Azuna Legion? Azuna was the first zone in Legion, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I remember now. You start with that on the circle thing, and you have to talk to 3 people, and then you have to kill a bunch of demons and disable a bunch of demon shit. I remember now. I remember. I did not like that zone. But it could also be because I played it so fucking much. No, it was just a bad zone. I did not enjoy that zone. You would say decent. Why would you say decent, Bag? We could do haven't played as forgettable, because that is the same thing, right? So let's do haven't played as forgettable. Would you guys agree with that? If we do haven't played as forgettable? So let's do that, right? We say haven't played as now forgettable. I have to say Azuna falls there. I couldn't even remember right off the bat where Azuna was. And once I remembered, I was like, I fucking wish I didn't. Yeah, I'm going to put Azuna in forgettable. It did not have... If you compare Azuna, and I realize this isn't actually supposed to be part of the overall criteria, but it sort of also has to be. If you compare Azuna to all of the other Legion zones, It feels like Azuna is the most forgettable of all of them. Based on what, Andy, do you make Azuna great? Shady Grove, how you doing? Hi gang, how's the floods and locusts and the other plagues in South Africa today? Shady Grove, we don't have floods here in Cape Town, so we're good. I don't know actually how the people in KwaZulu-Natal is doing. I'd love to hear an argument as to why you guys think Azuna should not be unforgettable. Because I'm more than happy to have the argument. See, what I forgot about Azuna was after you finish the story for the demons here at the bottom, you'd go to that sort of broken down Alvin sort of, what's it called? Ruins. And that storyline was actually pretty good. From there on, moving forward to where you had to help that dragon, get back their strength and save them from the Legion. That was actually a very good storyline. And that area was also very beautiful. Again, that kind of makes the case for forgettable because I didn't immediately remember it, but that could also just be my bad memory, which, you know, I think it belongs high, good, low, great. So I'm going to put it low, great. Because if I include the stories of the dragons, it has to go low, greats. I don't think it's amazing. Can't be fucking... It can't be amazing. But low, great so far. We'll see how it goes. Azure Mist Isle, that must go forgettable for me. I'm sorry. Yes, it was fun when the Draenei, like, first arrived, but I feel like it was more fun just because of the Draenei and not so much because of the zone itself. The zone itself was like it may as well not have existed, because I remember playing my first ever Draenei, and halfway through that leveling experience, I couldn't fucking wait to leave. I just kept thinking, can I just get to the other zones now? This is so fucking boring. And then if I compare that to, say, for example, the original starting experience for Druids or for Night Elves, that was actually amazing. So, in that sense, Azure Mist has to fall in the forgettable tab. Just for the lore achievement. Badlands. I feel like we're going to get a lot of forgettable zones for Classic WoW. I think most of the expansions will have a lot of S tier zones, great, good tier zones, even decent. Classic zones were very hit and miss. Very hit and miss. It would either be a good zone or it would be a very poor zone, like a very sort of bland and boring zone. Badlands. Badlands was awful. The only thing that sort of salvages Badlands was the farming. Like, it was good to farm in Badlands, because there was basically only one route that you could take, and that route would get you literally... Every single time you went around, you would catch all of the herbs that spawned there. That was it. That was it. Punch Deathwing in the face. See, I didn't really enjoy that. Andy, I did forget that Cataclysm changed Badlands, but even then, I did not care much for the story of Deathwing in Badlands. But okay, on this one, I'm going to give chat the opportunity to make this decision. I will not take amazing. I will not take great. Actually, no. I won't take amazing. That's it. I won't take amazing, and I probably won't take awful either, because even though it wasn't my favorite, it wasn't exactly awful. If you include the Deathwing stuff, it wasn't horrible. So you can't vote for amazing, you can't vote for awful, but anywhere from great to bad, I'll take what chat says. Ritual one's bad, alright. Badlands was kind of meh, between bad and awful, but after Cataclysm, it was decent. Great, decent. We have bad, we have great, we have decent. Can I get anyone that fucking seconds someone? Two decents. All right, we have 2 decents. Decent is in the lead. We have 3 decents. Decent is in the lead. Do I have a 4th decent? I have 2 bads, 3 decents, 4 decents. It's decent. We've made the decision, chat. Move the fuck on. You've missed your chance. The goal is leaving with someone else. Better luck next time. Single Warden, you can't just base it on a single thing. This is why we set up a bit of a scope criteria for it. Because if we just do one thing, a lot of these zones win out or lose based on the raid. So if a zone had an amazing raid, for example, then bam, amazing. So we basically said you can't just take a single aspect of it. You have to look at it sort of a... So the Deathwing thing would take it, in my opinion, from bad or awful into decent. But I don't think the Deathwing thing takes it higher than decent. At least I don't think so. Bastion. Now, I am almost guaranteed going to disagree with many of you when it comes to Bastion. But let's hear it. What do you think, chat? Where does Bastion go? You see, I think, in my opinion, I think Bastion was good. Bastion was a beautiful zone. The flow of the zone was really awesome. A lot of the quests in Bastion, while the story itself wasn't necessarily amazing, the story was good enough to carry good. The individual quest stories. So, for example, the part where you turn into turn into one of the Kyrians and then fight the Shadow or the Void. That was all fucking cool, and all of that was part of Bastion. So I think Bastion was a really cool zone overall. It wasn't great, but it was good. So we'll keep it at good. Blades Edge Mountain. Now, I am going to go out on a limb and put that right fucking there. Out of all the zones in TBC, Blades Edge Mountains was the worst. The traveling in that zone was absolutely fucking horrible. The story felt so draggy because all you wanted to do was get to Netherwing. Was it Netherwing? What was the fucking zone called again? You just wanted to move the fuck on to the next one the whole time. That's all you cared about. Was just moving on. Like, can I just not be in the zone anymore, please? Netherstorm, that's the one. Like, you just kept looking over to Netherstorm thinking, when do I get there? I don't want to be here anymore. The zone sucks. So, yeah, that goes into awful 100%. It did. It felt like they sort of gave up halfway through and just sort of threw a bunch of stuff together. Don't know if we're counting everything here, but the worst zone of all times is and forever will be Vashir. True. Blasted Lands. Purely based on I can't even say based on anything. It was, for me, bad. I'm hovering between forgettable and bad. It wasn't quite forgettable, so maybe forgettable is a bit harsh. But it wasn't good. It looked bad. You know, the story was pretty boring, if I remember correctly. I did not really, like, there wasn't much in terms of Blasted Lands that I cared about all that much. It's immediately Hellfire and aesthetics. Cultists are cool. It's lore with Black Morass and Horde Invasion is good. I don't know. Another zone that felt unfinished. That didn't have enough. The only cool things in Blasted Land was the Foul Druid and the Blood Mage lore. The lore was well represented in game for Blasted Lands. You see, I'm a little worried about judging these zones too much on the lore as it was presented in Classic, or even TBC or Kata, for that matter. Because back then, Blizzard wasn't too focused always on telling the story in the zone or in the game even. So it might not be fair to judge the older zones on, you know, next to the newer zones. Because we're almost always going to vote the newer zones higher because the way Blizzard tells stories changed quite a bit from, you know, back then to now. But even then, I agree with you all that Blasted Lands didn't feel complete. It did not feel complete. And for that reason, yeah, but the portal, does the portal upgrade Blasted Lands from bad to decent? No, it can't. It definitely can't be awful. That I agree with. It can't be awful. But does the portal upgrade it from bad to decent is the question. That is actually true, Andy. If you include TBC with Blasted Lands, then Blasted Land makes sense. Because it almost feels like Blasted Lands were meant as the in-between story. Alright, fuck it. For now, I'm going to do high bad. Right? So we'll do high bad. But it might move into low decent. It might move into low decent. Bloodmist Isle. I want to put it there. I don't have a reason. I just don't care. I did not think that it was good at all. Thought it was more fun than Azure Mist. Okay, I could do this. So high forgettable rather than low forgettable. Yeah, let's move on. Fuck the Bloodmist Isles. Borean Tundra. Now, I am actually, I think, going to piss a lot of people off with this one. Because I think Borean Tundra is here. Low amazing, not high amazing, but I do think Borean Tundra was amazing. And I'll explain to you why I think Borean Tundra was amazing. It's for one quest and one quest only. Actually, the look of the zone was also really amazing with the Nexus being right next to it. It was really awesome. Plus, it was the first time we ventured to Northrend. Most people landed there at the first time. So it was a really cool place to be. But there was one quest as a Horde player where you captured a deserter of the Alliance and you had to sort of take the deserter back to the Alliance. That sort of story around that was just really cool, and it was fun. Wasn't as good as other Wrath zones? No, but that's why I'll be So, okay, let's be generous here. Let's say high greats might be low amazings. Just so that we don't fuck up the amazing bit too much. Let's put it high greats, low amazings. So we might upgrade this to low amazings later on. Just in case. Broken Shore. Now, this I do not think needs any discussion. But I think we are going to have a discussion about it. But I do think that Broken Shore should be amazing. The way Broken Shore was presented, the story within the Broken Shore, and the dailies within the Broken Shore, in my opinion, makes Broken Shore a phenomenal zone. Not high amazing, once again. Sort of middle of the pack towards the lower end amazings. But I do think it's an amazing zone. Why would you say decent, Tomzar? What makes you think decent? Yeah, but did you not like the world quests for Broken Shore? It was sad seeing Vol'jin and Varian getting killed there. It has a very strong emotional value. I think purely for the emotional value is why I want to put it on amazing. And I realize that isn't quite... Look, it's my fucking rules. I'll change it if I want. But I realize I'm not quite sticking to the rules here. But yes, purely based on the story that was presented there, how the story kicked off and how all of it ended there, I think Broken Shore belongs in amazing. Miracos, are you saying F for the stream, or are you saying F because you think it should be F tier? Because I don't agree with that. Let's move on for now, but we can have an argument once we've placed all of the others about Broken Shore. What are you guys saying? Burning Steps. I actually don't have much of an opinion about Burning Steps. To navigate, not on levels of Tanan and High Mountain, but pretty annoying. Dude, you take a guess where you think I'm going to put High Mountain. Has the quest in that zone involving Black Dragon Flight? Pre or post flying? Well, it's 9.1, so we do have to probably do it post flying. Alright, so I'm gonna have to go with the Alliance players here, because I'm not Alliance, I'm Horde. So for Burning Steps for Horde is pretty meh. It's pretty... who cares? So I'm gonna... I'll go with you guys and I'll say good. I'll put it sort of... I'll put it on good, right? We'll put it there because I don't really have, like I said, much of an opinion on Burning Steps. Burning Steps for me is sort of like, take it or leave it. I wouldn't mind. If that zone didn't exist, it would not bother me all that much. Crystal Song Forest. Am I crazy for wanting to put Crystal Song Forest in Forgettable? I feel like Crystal Song Forest was just added so that Dalaran did not fucking hang in the middle of nowhere. Genuinely. Lithium, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is that even considered a zone? Well, yeah, but I genuinely think it belongs in the most forgettable fucking place you could ever fucking imagine. Thanks for the follow, Lithium. Really appreciate that. They scrapped their plans for Crystal Song? Yeah, it's forgettable as shit. Dark Shore. Now, here is where we have to get into a slight conversation about my thoughts on Dark Shore. Dark Shore, the first time I went there, before, obviously, the invasion and the burning and all that shit, The first time I went to Darkshore, I was a young, lowly Night Elf rogue. And I remember loving the aesthetic and feel of the zone. Just absolutely loving it. However, I feel like my nostalgia for the zone does not warrant the placement I want to give it. So I'm going to ask you, chat, to tell me whether I'm right or wrong. I want to put Darkshore middle good. It's too elongated. I didn't mind the elongatedness of it. The story was fun first time I went there. So I feel like middle good is a good place for Darkshore to be. Sort of right here, just maybe not ahead of Bastion, but right there I think is a good place for Darkshore to exist right now. Deadwind Pass. Can many of you guess why I want to put Deadwind Pass in Great? And it's 100% for one reason and one reason only. Not even Karazhan, no. Karazhan is good, and it's definitely one of the reasons it should be great or amazing. But its backstory. As a warlock, the backstory of Deadwind Pass is insane. If you're a warlock, you really should care about the Deadwind Pass. I think for other classes, they might not have as big of a connection to Deadwind Pass, but Deadwind Pass goes amazing. Fuck it. We'll put it amazing. I have spoken. It's done. Deep Home. Deep Home. Actually, I don't do tiers just for me. It's more of a stream tier. We do tier sets here more stream-based than just me-based. I showed you guys what I did yesterday with my amazing ranking all of the classes in World of Warcraft. Like, if it's only me that ranks all of the classes, no one would be happy. Deep Home was really well done. I don't necessarily think it was really, really well done. I think it was decent. I think it was okay. I think... Because you can't just look at the story, you have to look at the zone in its entirety. And... did it have enough variation to it that it made it feel... Maybe its backstory saves it quite a bit, because the backstory is actually pretty cool. The worst kata zone? Warg, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. I don't know. Would we say Deep Home was the worst kata zone? I don't know if I feel comfortable saying that. Deep Home was definitely not the most hated zone I ever did. It was good. Fuck it. It was good. It was good. It's good. It's good. It's a good zone. I don't think it's bad. I think we're gonna, like I said, I think we're gonna get a lot of decent and good zones. Because, yeah, it wasn't great. And we should agree on what we mean when we say good. Good is not great, nor is good amazing. Good is good. It's like, would you cry if you get sent to Deep Home to quest there? No, you wouldn't. Would you rejoice and forever be grateful? No, you wouldn't. But it's okay. It's better than decent. Just decent is sort of, I can take it or leave it. Good is kind of like, I would take it. It isn't the worst thing for me. Daedalus deserves this. It is true. The art team for Blizzard makes it really difficult to hate zones. Many of their zones really look fucking amazing. I never enjoyed Daedalus. Daedalus was horrible as far as I'm concerned. And even now, I would say when I did my Lore Walker achievement, Daedalus was a struggle, dude. Like, Daedalus was a fucking struggle to get through. So I would argue, yeah, no. Dragonblight. Anyone have a problem with that? If you have a problem with that, you haven't paid attention to the fucking story. Dragonblight was amazing. It was really good. Was it amazing? Yeah, low amazings. It was definitely better than Borean Tundra. It could easily be on the scale of Icecrown Citadel or even Storm Peaks. Grizzly Hills, on the other hand, would be better than Dragonblight. Purely for the music. I think for now, high greats, low amazings. Dread Wastes. Remind me again, what the fuck was the Dread Wastes? When did we go there? Isn't that the Cluxy stuff in Mists? Yeah, that's the Cluxy stuff. Yeah. Oh, I love that zone. But did I love the Cluxy or did I love the zone? Aesthetically, I think one of the best looking zones in the whole of Mists. I like darker sort of aesthetics. So aesthetically, I think one of the best looking zones in Mists. Story-wise, not that great. Not bad, but the only story that I really liked there was the Cluxy story. Like, the Cluxy story was fucking awesome. Learning about the dead god that they worship and stuff like that was really, really fucking good. Pink Turkey, how you doing, bro? Was it the first zone with followers? I can't remember. Fluxwolf, who knows? One can only hope. I think I want to put it... because aesthetics alone does not make a great expansion. Nor does it make an amazing expansion. The flow of the zone wasn't great. Definitely wasn't great. I remember being frustrated within the Dread Wastes a number of times with just how things were sort of paced and spaced out. There was a lot of frustration in that zone. So I'm going to say... let's slot it in right there. Sort of middle good. You know, middle of the pack. Again, wouldn't hate going there. You would actually enjoy questing there, I think. You would prefer other zones before you go there, but you wouldn't necessarily despise it. You know, it wouldn't be horrible. Drustvar. Now, this is for the Alliance folk. I did play Drustvar on the beta, where I played Alliance instead of Horde because I knew I wasn't going to play Alliance anywhere else. And I can tell you, just from doing it on the beta, it belongs there. Drustvar was incredible. I would go so far as to say, in modern WoW, probably one of the best zones they've ever created. The story flow, the mystery, the the aesthetic, the feel that they managed to create within Drustvar was fantastic. Especially the story of the Drust, you know, learning about these creatures for the first time and being mystified at who they are, what they are, how it all plays together. It was spooky, it was dark, it was incredible. And considering what the Horde got on the opposite side, the Horde was fucking robbed. Because we never got anything even close to Drustvar. Even close to Drustvar. Which is really sad. But hey, you know. Don Morrow. I want to go forgettable. You guys want to go bad? You see, I can't really... So, because this tier list is loosely based on me, I can't really put any sort of real onus on Dunmorrow because I'm a Horde player. So I did very little of Dunmorrow. Very fucking little of Dunmorrow. Even in my Alliance playthroughs, I barely fucking touched it. So... I'm going to put it in forgettable. I'll do it high forgettable. Just because as a Horde player. So as an Alliance player, you can put it wherever the fuck you want. But as a Horde player, I couldn't care less. In fact, as a Horde player, I would prefer if Dunmorrow goes boom boom. Because that puts the Horde in a much stronger position for the coming war. Right? So Dunmorrow goes in forgettable. Durotar. You can fight me if you want. This is not a great zone. The flow of the quests is fucking horrible. The quests themselves is kind of fucking horrible. So, yeah. Andy, I did rank it because I did play it. The problem is with Dunmorrow, I don't even remember ever playing there. I know the zone, and I know that's where the dwarfs level, but I've never had a dwarf in World of Warcraft. Never. So I can't judge Dunmorrow on anything. I don't think I've ever done a quest there, apart from when I did Lore Walker on my Warlock, and I didn't read any of the quests then. I literally just fucking finished it. I just picked up all the quests and finished them because I wanted the achievement. Starting zone, that's it. Yeah. Durotar looked horrible. The aesthetic feel of it was horrible. It felt way too fucking long. That's why. So I put Dunmorrow in forgettable because I don't remember ever actually playing it. I only played it on my Warlock when I was trying to do... Did I even play it on my Warlock? I don't think Horde even had a quest in Dunmorrow. Was there quests for Horde in Dunmorrow? I don't remember being like. I don't think I did quests for on my Horde. This would have been a low-level starting zone for Alliance. They wouldn't have had quests for Horde there. I don't think. Yeah, so I would literally. I've never done it. I don't think I've ever touched it because my Alliance characters were humans and Draenei's and Night Elves. I've never had a dwarf or a gnome on World of Warcraft. So for me, it's forgettable. That's why I said I put it in forgettable and you guys can place it whatever the fuck you want because I've not really ever done anything there. Duskwood. I don't think anyone can disagree with it. It right at the start, it gave the scary vibes that it was supposed to give you. The roads were dangerous as shit there. Everything was kind of dangerous there. It was just good. It was just good. It was just such a nice zone to be in. So yeah, Duskwood has to go in the amazing column. Dust Willow Marsh. That's just next to Duratar, isn't it? Dusk Willow Marsh is Onyxia, correct? No. Is that Onyxia? No. On which side is Dust Willow Marsh? Yeah, it is Onyxia. Again, another pretty not good zone. Very big. Very harsh to navigate, especially if you didn't have flying. Like, before you had flying, Dust Willow Marsh was not fun to be in. Because in order to get from one side to the other, you would have to run up and back down, or obviously back down and up again. It was a shitty fucking zone. The layout didn't feel that great. A lot of mobs everywhere on the road, so you usually got dislodged or dismounted as a result of it. Yeah, I would put Dust Willow in sort of bad. Eastern Plaguelands. See, after updates, I still didn't like it, which could just be a bit of bias because I hated it so much the first time that I didn't like it so much, like the second time even. You would put it amazing, Sergo. I don't think I would put Eastern Plaguelands amazing. Good, maybe, but amazing? That's a bit, like, that's a bit much. I'm gonna say, for me, Eastern Plaguelands, high, decent, low, good. I'll put it low, good, because it wasn't horrible. It wasn't the worst thing ever. It was, again, like I said, with all the other good zones, it was fine. It was okay to be there. I do think I'm feeling ready to upgrade Ardenweald to low grades. Because if you look at all the good zones that we have here at the moment, I feel like Ardenweald is definitely a step above all of these other zones so far. Ardenweald definitely doesn't belong in the good column. So for now, I'm going to make that decision and put Ardenweald in the great column. Alwyn Forest. Now let's see if there's some alliance bias. Because I would argue that Alwyn Forest should be in the decent column. Because I am basing it on another starting zone. And if you compare it to Duratar as the other big starting zone, it's better than Duratar, but it's still not amazing. Like low, decent, high, bads, I think is where I would put it. Actually, would I? Would I say Alwyn Forest was better than Blasted Lands? No, I wouldn't. Actually, no. Based on everything else we have in bad here, I'll put Alwyn Forest here. Because it was definitely better than Duratar, by a mile. Better than Duratar. But you can't make the argument that Alwyn Forest was better than Entorran Wastes, or Dust Willow Marsh, or Blasted Lands. Like, how could you? Alwyn Forest, again, starting area for the humans. Not the greatest of layouts. Yeah, just not really. I don't think there was much there. We could move, yeah, we could actually move Duratar to awful, because Duratar was fucking bad. Eversong Woods, was that Blood Elves? I want to say Blood Elves, no? Yeah, okay, the fact that Goldshire is there, sorry. The very fact that Goldshire is there moves it to awful. I completely forgot. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. What was Eversong again? That was the Blood Elf questing area. No? Remind me quickly. Eversong Woods. Remind me. What the fuck? It was the Blood Elves. Yeah. Oh, I love that. Was it the zone where it showed you Silver Moon City on the one side, like being completely fucking wrecked by Arthur's invasion? You sort of had to do quests in that area. That was the yeah. Okay, never mind. Then it slots in nicely right there, because that was fucking fantastic. I love doing that. I literally rolled a Blood Elf just to do that. Mike, why does Goldshire put Alwyn Forest in bad? Dude, if you were in a mod, I would fucking time you out for that question. You should be able to figure that out for yourself. Why does Goldshire put fucking Alwyn Forest into awful? I wonder. Curiosity, the area itself isn't bad. Yeah, but if you include everything, so you can't just go on aesthetics, Mike. You have to include everything. The story, the zone itself, the movement of the zone, the feel of the zone, aesthetics-wise, what emotions does it convey? And in that sense, not much. It's like, it's basically like every other starting zone in it does belong a little bit higher. It actually belongs right at the top of this, but it does not belong any higher, I think. Foul Wood. I'm trying to Foul Wood. Feralis is at the bottom here. Foulwood is up here. Foulwood was fine. Feralis was fucking horrible. Foulwood was good. Foulwood was fine. Actually, Foulwood, I think, was decent. I don't know if you can put it good, per se, but it was definitely decent. Again, not really a horrible zone to be in. But Foulwood did lead to the Frost stuff. What was that called again? What was the frozen place called? Oh my god, what was that frozen zone called again? Winterspring, that's the one. Winterspring was fun. So if Winterspring is good, Foulwood has to be decent. But Foulwood also had a lot of the Burning Legion stories, which I really enjoyed. I really liked the Burning Legion stories. High decent for now, that's fine, but might upgrade it later. I might upgrade it later, because Foulwood did have some very nice stories for me, personally. As a warlock, as someone who loves the demons and the foul and shit like that, Foulwood was a really fun place to quest in. Feralis. I did not like Feralis. I don't know why. Feralis just never fucking appealed to me. As a zone, it just never appealed. If we're gonna put Feralis in decent, then Foulwood has to go to good. I want to agree with people here. I would actually put Feralis in forgettable. It is forgettable. It's... If they removed... Let me put it this way. If they removed Feralis tomorrow from the game, I don't think any single person would riot. Tom's out, but we can't only take dungeons into consideration here. We have to take dungeons along with everything else. So I think Feralis as a zone wasn't really... Like, I think it was forgettable. As a zone, I think it was forgettable. Frostfire Ridge. I think Frostfire Ridge was fucking horrible. It felt like a zone that... If you compare it to the other zones of WoD, it just didn't land for me. What makes you think Frostfire was amazing? Dreadman, how you doing, bro? Frostfire Ridge once on my Horde Shaman, but I remember it being solid. See, I didn't like Frostfire. It's high awful. I could probably even move it to bad, but I don't... Remind me of something amazing that happened in Frostfire Ridge that would push it higher on this list. Fight you fought inside a giant. I don't know if I would say that was amazing. Fan of the snowy areas, but also the Frostwolf clan having their issues. The fights with ogres, internal clan struggles. Yeah, I could write more about it. It's decent mid-tier at best. See, my problem with Frostfire Ridge is that it's much to do about nothing. You have this entire zone with so much potential, and in the end, it feels... It feels like the developer that was supposed to put things there just eventually reached the point of going, fuck it. That's what it felt like to me. Just vast areas with almost nothing going on. A couple of quest hubs that, yes, was busy, and there was a lot to do there, but overall, the only part of Frostfire Ridge that I think was actually something okay was the sort of top part. Like, not even the top part, but you know what I mean. As you run with the road out of it, there's that questing sort of area that you do, that's kind of okay. That was kind of okay, because it wasn't as much fucking running through nothing. I did not like the initial quests in the sort of keep area. That I didn't enjoy. I fucking hated the garrison there. And it feels, again, like the Horde got fucking shafted. The Alliance got Shadow Moon, if I remember correctly, and the Horde got, like, I don't know, Frostfire Ridge. It just didn't feel It didn't feel fair that, our zone wasn't nearly as cool. Waiting for a patch, and then they released the Twitter selfie patch. Yeah, I do remember that. Sounds just so hard, so much crap. If we were to do like potential content, then the what zones would go higher. All right, you know what, chat? I'm gonna do this for you. I'm gonna go against my better judgment and do something nice for you. Even though you guys don't fucking deserve it, I'll do this anyways. I'll do this. Are you happy now, chat? Are you happy? It's not going good and great. You can fucking you can literally shove that up your ass. It's not going good or great. But I'll put it decent. Just for you guys. It's low decent, Pink Turkey. It's low decent. So I'll do this for you guys. That's it. That's it. Ghostlands. Remind me again of Ghostlands. Wait, no. I remember Ghostlands. Ghostlands was actually a really fun zone. Ghostlands was clear that it was a massive step up from old school classic zone design. I'm gonna put Ghostlands here. Ghostlands was fun. Undead, it had Amani Trolls. It gave us the Sylvanas song. True. Ties to Eversong Woods perfectly. Amani Trolls, the Date Scar, Into the Scourge, good music, scary cool places. Ghostlands definitely falls into the great category. I don't think Ghostlands is as good as Borean Tundra. I don't think it's as good as Dragonblight. But I do think it's better than Najara, Azuna, or Autumnweald. So, Ghostlands for me is a pretty solid great. I would actually say it falls in the high grades. I can't put all of these because, in my opinion, Dragonblight, Borean Tundra, and Ghostlands would all be together as high grades. I prefer Duskwood to Ghostlands, purely based on the feel that the zone gave me. So purely based on the feel, Duskwood lands in amazing. Ghostlands, on the other hand, didn't have that same effect on me. Gilneas. I'm gonna be honest. The quests in Gilneas was fucking amazing. I am still a little salty that Gilneas isn't actually a city, like a proper capital. But I did like the quests inside the city of Gilneas. Lads, how you doing? This was OG2, so Ghostland had an advantage. Great, pretty good argument there. True. So, why is it that some people think Gilneas was boring? Furries are coming. Add Gilneas to the map. I think Gilneas was a cool fucking story. It was fun. As Horde, Gilneas was an interesting event. I'm not talking about playing there. I'm talking about like the story for the Horde side. Gilneas was a very interesting event. I played it with. I made a Worgen and I played through it, and to see what Sylvanas was up to, and to see what happened between Garrosh and Sylvanas there was really cool. It was a really cool starting area. Should have been 100% a zone. Buffus, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I agree with you there. I do agree with you there. I'm gonna say that Gilneas belongs in the strong good, low grades. Because it was very hit and miss. Some of it was really cool, like the story there, specifically the Worgen side of the story was really fucking awesome. But some of it was also quite underutilized. A lot of its potential wasn't actually realized as a zone. Like, no one can tell me they didn't play through the Gilneas experience and think, oh my god, they could have done so much more. I think almost every single person can agree you were playing through it and you thought there could have been more here than what we ultimately got. But as a starting zone, for the Worgen, it was good. It was a good, solid starting zone. It played well, it played fun. So I'm going to say, let's put it high goods. Maybe... don't know. There. Maybe there. We'll keep it there for now. We might start arguing about this in a while. We'll go over it again once we've decided. They will probably eventually. Gorgrond. We're back to WoD. Gorgrond was horrible. I don't remember ever going back there once I was done. Unless it was for the challenge mode dungeons. And once I got all of the challenge mode dungeons done and I got the portal, I used the portal to get to the raid. And that was really it. It was not a fun fucking zone. Which is basically just every single WoD zone almost. Just felt really underutilized. So Gorgrond, I think, low bads. Really low bads. A new category for itself? Yeah, pretty fucking much, right? Grizzly Hills. Now, will anyone disagree with me if I do this? Is there anyone that's going to say, wrong? The music alone puts Grizzly Hills in a fucking tier of its own. Yes, Grizzly Hills for the music alone is better than Drustvar. The story for Grizzly Hills was also really cool. There was a lot of sort of hidden lore, in Grizzly Hills, which a lot of people would not have caught if they didn't pay attention. All of the stories about the failed world tree, the story about influences of the old gods, it was all there. You just had to look for it. So Grizzly Hills, as far as I'm concerned, 100% S tier, S plus even, if that's possible. So, and then the music, fucking hell, the music. You need a refresher of the music? I can give you a refresher of the music. You're telling me this isn't gorgeous? Mr. Anderson. How you doing, bro? Dude, this is fucking amazing. You can't... Grizzly Hills was fucking insane. It's next tier, next level, 100%. Alright. Hellfire Peninsula. Without a doubt, one of the ugliest zones in World of Warcraft ever. Let's just get that out of the way. very ugly. Don't even come at me with, oh, but, no. Ugly as fuck. Story-wise, not horrible. Not necessarily blow your pants off, you know. It's not the blowjob from the lead cheerleader. As far as first zones go for expansions, I want to say... decent. Sort of middle of the pack. Decent. Again, didn't do much to blow you away, but didn't disappoint either, you know? Fire is Shadowlands plot of WoW locations. Probably. All right, so before we continue, we have to discuss something. If we're judging High Mountain, are we judging High Mountain pre or post-flight? Because I feel like that really influences the placement of High Mountain. Because I hated High Mountain. Absolutely despised it. Loved the stories there. Hated the fucking zone. And there's three reasons why I despise that zone. Reason number one, I was lied to. It was a straight up fucking lie. The name itself is a lie. It says High Mountain. You spend most of your time inside tunnels, inside mountains, underground. You were never really in the high mountains. You were always underground. So lies right there. Moving around in that zone without flying, whew, that was rough. And then there was a granny. A granny that decided to walk the fucking zone slower than what your character walks, but... Or slower than what your character runs, faster than... Not even faster what your character walks. You literally couldn't walk next to her. You couldn't run next to her. You could literally... You had to run, stop, run, stop, run. It was the worst escort quest in the history of World of Warcraft fucking ever. Changed my mind. Give me one escort quest that was worse than that granny in High Mountain. Yeah, it was the Deaf Tauren one. There is no worse escort quest than the Deaf fucking Tauren. It was next level bad. On escort quest? I don't agree. I still maintain that the High Mountain escort quest was the worst thing I've ever played in my fucking life. Dude, I was ready to quit the game whilst escorting that bitch. To this day, I do not understand which developer adds that to the game, other than a developer that goes, let's fuck with the player. Screw the players. I'm gonna give them something that they're gonna fucking hate. Because that's all it was. Even with all of that said, with all of my hate for High Mountain, I don't think it would be... I think it would be remiss of me to put it anywhere lower than good. Because it was not a bad zone. The story was fantastic. The zone looked beautiful. Hoon High Mountain was really fucking awesome. Wearing good though. 95% of games, especially if it's late. I still hate it, Pity. Where in good do I put it? Top good? I don't know if it's top good. Goblin gliding from the tip of the mountain? No, that does definitely salvage it. Having a goblin glider in High Mountain was actually a great goof. It was good fun. Yeah, that's a good call. Let's put it there. High Mountain goes there. Hillsbrad Foothills. Remind me again. What happened in the Hillsbrad Foothills? South Shore Tavern Mall. Alright, I remember now. Too bad we're not judging this based on Classic, because if we're judging this based on Classic, it goes amazing, right? Because that was literally the first time the player base took powers into their own hands and said, you don't want to give us PvP? Go fuck you. We'll make our own battleground. But we have to judge it based on 9.1, which... probably takes it away from amazing. The Taramil quest lines were goofy and fun, very undead-esque. You were always very much on your toes there. I remember questing there before you had all the level squishes and shit. When questing was still normal there. There were quite a lot of mobs that could fucking wreck you if you went even close to the Alliance bases. Now, as any others? Collecting the South Shore Flight Master to Undercity. I'm gonna say Hillsbrad belongs there. Aesthetically very solid. Questline, very solid. Nothing about it is spectacular or really above average, but it is definitely better than decent. And it is better than most of the other zones in the good category. So Hillsbrad, for the time, remember that it is still very much a classic-esque zone. I think it has what it has, and what it has is fine. And it works. Howling Fjord. I want to say that Howling Fjord has to go just above Borean Tundra. I don't think Howling Fjord for me was as good as Dragonblight, but it was definitely better than Borean Tundra. Ben Raging, you bastard. Thanks for the raid, you motherfucker. How you doing, brother? How was your stream? Thank you very much for the raid. To all the 10 people here, welcome. Very happy to have you. Did you enjoy yourself? Ben Raging, what were you playing, bro? Me and chat is an eternal fucking argument over the WoW zones and their rankings. There's very little we agree on. And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people in chat very triggered. Graveyard Project Zomboid? Makes sense. You and Apocalypse are playing the living shit out of that. Wilex, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, Howling Fjord, I have decided it goes there. Ice Crown. I know I'm going to trigger people, but fuck you all. I loved Ice Crown. I loved everything about Ice Crown. I loved everything about that fucking zone. Give me Ice Crown any day of the week, and I will 100% go back there and do it again. Ice Crown was absolutely, without a doubt, my favorite zone in the whole of Wrath of the Lich King. The only reason it can't beat Grizzly Hills is music, because in every other category, it's on point with Grizzly Hills. Grizzly Hills, the music puts it above. Ice Crown for me. Wife's birthday today, so I hate to leave, but I hope, dude, go spend some time with your wife. Tell her happy birthday from myself and the people in stream. Thank you so much for the raid, bro. Take care of yourself, brother. Can't argue against either. Like, literally, I would say that Iceland Citadel and Grizzly Hills is on point as, like, equally best, in my opinion. It's the music from Grizzly Hills that pushes it just over the top. All right. Isle of Kildanas. Admittedly, I did not spend a lot of time in the Isle of Kildanas. What I did spend there, very beautiful. Very beautiful. The story, really cool. If I'm not mistaken, it's the home of Magister Terrace and Sunwell Plateau. If I'm not is it Magister Terrace and Sunwell Plateau, or is it just Sunwell Plateau? No, I'm pretty sure it's both, right? Yeah, it was sort of an endgame zone, right? It was an endgame zone, so of course there would be a shit ton of dailies. This was back in the day where Blizzard thought dailies was fun. You know, we're now in the era of Blizzard thinking world quests are fun, so let's see what happens next. Maybe next we'll get dailies and world quests, although we already kind of have dailies and world quests. At some point, Blizzard will nail what is fun. We'll see. Kildanas, okay, very small in-game zone, not on par with a Broken Shore. Yeah. It was gorgeous, but I don't think it's amazing. I can't really vote on this because, like I said, I didn't spend a hell of a lot of time there. So I would need chat to vote on it. You know what? Let's do a poll. Fuck it. Let's do a fucking poll. Manage poll, new poll. Isle of Kildanas. Amazing. Great. Good. Vote. Let's see it. Let's fucking hear it, people. Let's see. I want to see what you guys say with the poll here. Come on. All right, so we don't have any amazings. Most people going for good. Interesting. I'm not going to let it run for the whole timer because the timer is set on 3 minutes. So I'm just going to see. I don't think great is going to come to beat good any point. It seems like enough people care for good. All right, so we'll go with good. We'll go with it being good. And we'll put it sort of low good. So I feel like it may belong sort of maybe here? Or maybe? Oh my god, dude. There. Maybe there. We'll put it there. Isle of Thunder. Now, sadly, on this one, I did not play it. Not when it was current. I spent a little bit of time there when it was, you know, sort of done already. But I can't really speak on Isle of Thunder. So, I'm going to have to piss all of you off. Fuck. Okay, so because we've changed it from didn't play to unforgettable, I can't put it really in unforgettable because unforgettable means I played it and I hated it, and that wouldn't necessarily be fair. So I'm going to have to go with what you guys say, and all of you seem to think great or amazing. Okay, so you know what? What I'll do is I'll put it low amazing, because I didn't play it. So I'm literally just going to trust all of you. Low amazing, high grades. What do you say about that? Because I didn't play. I quit during that time. Because I'm sorry, I wasn't in the mood for World of Dailycraft at the time, so I just decided not to even do it. Jade Forest. So what do we have? Jade Forest was also beautiful. And the story was pretty good. I'm Zephyr. I realize now that I missed out on one of the best expansions in World of Warcraft's history, but at the time, you know, I had just broken up with my girlfriend. I just left college and I went off to go work. I could not bring myself to do dailies every single night to fucking get ready for the raid after a hard day at work. So it was sort of like a cascade effect that I just eventually said, fuck it, I'm not doing this. I leveled through it, and about, I think, 6 months into it or something, like a month or no, actually not even 6 months. It was like a month or two into it. I quit. I was like, yeah, that's me. I'm tapping the fuck out of here. Jade Forest was fantastic. Very beautiful. But I feel like that's true for every single Mist of Pandaria zone. I'm going to put Jade Forest there. For me, that's where Jade Forest goes. Kazan. I don't like Kazan. Being bugged at release and people couldn't progress. Lithium, no, because we are counting it as 9.1. The only time we're sort of making some exceptions for counting it as 9.1 is in the very old zones, where we do sort of have to go, well, also keep in mind that this is very old, right? Kazan was definitely, like, I would say, forgettable. I would say it's better forgettable than any of the other forgettable zones, but still pretty fucking forgettable. Apocalypse, of course you would fucking love it. Krasarang Wilds. I feel like Krasarang Wilds was a very underrated Mist of Pandaria expansion. Zone. Very underrated in what it did, but then also not the best of zones. I still feel like whenever people talk about Mist of Pandaria, very few people speak about Krasarang Wilds. And it wasn't a horrible zone. It wasn't a great zone either, but it wasn't horrible. I'm leaning towards decent. I would say Krasarang Wilds is top tier decent. There's a reason why people don't speak of, like, whenever I tell you Mist of Pandaria, the first zones you think of is not going to be Krasarang Wilds. You're not going to think of that zone first. You're going to think of Valley of the Four Winds. You're going to think of, what's it called again? Jade Forest. You're going to think about the Cluxy area. Dread Wastes. Kunlai Summit, you're going to think about. But you're not going to think about Krasarang Wilds first. I don't think. So I would put it as decent to low good. For now, let's keep it at decent. We can always move it up to low goods if we move on. But for now, let's keep it at decent. It is high decent. Crocoon. Remind me what happened there? Oh, it was Argus Zone. You're right. Yeah. Oh, I remember now. See, I don't remember having that much fun in Crocoon. Why would you guys make the case for great Crocoon? Fighting with the loss of the Draenei left behind? If you are into foul and demonic type theme, etc. Yeah, but just based on that, I don't think it can go amazing or great. Crocoon had the Broxigor Shrine, though. The story of Crocoon is fine, but Apocalypse, as we said at the start, it has to sort of encompass more than just, sort of the story. So it has to be sort of a mixture of things. It can be loose mixture. It doesn't have to be equal parts of everything. But I think, like, decent, maybe good. I do lean towards good, because if we're going to start comparing it, it's better than Eastern Plaguelands. It's better than Burning Steppes. It's better than Darkshore. It's probably better than Isle of Caldanus. This is where I would start to sort of not be certain. Is it better than Deepholm? I'm pretty sure it's not better than Drake Wastes. I'm gonna say Crocoon probably goes, for me at least, I would put it there. Maybe even swap these around. There. I think Crocoon can go there. Kunlai Summit. Now, Kunlai Summit for me, personally, falls there. Celestra, you're not happy with it being there. I think Online Summit was a really cool zone. I loved the specifically the temple stuff in Kunlai was really fucking cool to play through. The introduction, which Kunlai led to, was really fucking cool. That starting little village in Kunlai was really awesome. So, yeah, I think it fits nicely just behind Dragonblight in the high greats, even early amazings. Loch Modan. Loch Modan. It's another one of those forgettable zones, in my opinion, but I'll hear what you guys have to say. Do you guys really mind if I just put Loch Modan right there in forgettable? Because who gives a fuck? I did not care for that zone at all. Apocalypse, yeah, but I don't know if I can judge it, because, yes, you are correct. From an icon perspective, Loch Modan obviously should actually be an amazing zone. But I have to judge it based on my own feelings while playing it or while experiencing it. And in that regard, I don't think I ever played there, really. And if I did play there, it was basically at max level just to finish all the quests there, if there were quests there. So, I never rolled a dwarf in World of Warcraft, ever. I don't have a dwarf at all. So, for me, Lochmadan is forgettable. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it in forgettable because for me it is. Macquarie. Now, Macquarie was Legion again. Or back to Legion. There was actually a fuck ton of Legion zones. Jesus. Especially right at the end. The Macquarie zones really started the Legion zones really started popping in. I enjoyed Macquarie. I enjoyed it specifically for the backstories, the stories of the Draenei and how they eventually fucked off and how they eventually left and, you know, what they left behind. It was very nostalgic. There was very much almost an historic feel to the zone, which was really cool. Eradath? Well, whatever the fuck it's called now, I don't really give a shit. I know it is Macquarie, so we'll just go with that. Yeah, the Void stuff there, that was also sort of one of the places where we first learned the Foul is... or the Void is very afraid of the Foul, of the demons. So from a lore perspective, it was absolutely insane zone to be in. So nice to look for stories and look for sort of hidden truths in. I spent a lot of time running around in Macquarie trying to find any sort of lore and speculation stuff I could get my hands on. So I have to put Macquarie quite high up here. I have to put it amazing. I willingly spent so much time in Macquarie because I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it from an aesthetic sense. I enjoyed it from a story perspective, the lore perspective, the historical nostalgia feel of it, the general feel of the zone. Really enjoyed it. So I'm gonna put that in amazing. Maldraxxus. Back to Shadowlands, are we? I'm gonna be honest. Even though I chose the Necrolords as my faction or as my covenant, Maldraxxus as a zone was pretty shit. I would put Maldraxxus low bads, high awfuls. It wasn't that... It's a pretty ugly zone to begin with. The story in Maldraxxus is fine, but also not really mind-blowing. If you compare Maldraxxus to Bastion, right? If you compare Maldraxxus to Bastion, it almost feels like they spent most of their time trying to flesh out a story for Bastion and then sort of rushed the story for Maldraxxus. So I would say Maldraxxus goes right here. Low bads, high awfuls. Mechagon. Now, I will be honest. If there has ever been a zone that I can easily put mid-tier and pay no attention to where it lies, it's mid-tier. Mechagon was amazing. One of the first times Blizzard really started to play around with the idea of sandbox gaming. And while not quite sandbox gaming, definitely an amazing zone in of itself. To be a part of the zone and to see the zone actually really work with you, and the toys and stuff that you collect there to make Mechagon was a fun fucking zone to play through. I can't take anything away from it. So Mechagon goes straight there, and I think it remains amazing. Moonglade. I think if we go pure aesthetics, Moonglade was fine. If we go full story, very druid focused, don't really give much of a fuck, if I'm honest. King Julian, how you doing, bro? Mid-bad tier. Could have been amazing if I got the Rust Pepper mount. I don't know if that necessarily fucking counts. Alright, I'll do you guys a solid, and I'll put Moonglade in good, sort of mid-tier good. What do you say? Let's do sort of mid-tier good. Right? I'll be happy with this. I'll be happy with Moonglade going mid-tier good, because it wasn't awful. It wasn't on the bad side of things. It wasn't really on the great side of things. It was just sort of there, you know. Mount Hyjal. Kata. I love this zone. King Julian, you and I would definitely not agree on that. Mechagon was fantastic. Mount Hyjal is high goods, early amazings, purely because of the Firelands. Like, not the raid. The stuff around the Firelands raid that you did in Mount Hyjal was fucking fantastic. So I'm going to put it there. Mount Hyjal was fantastic. Now I'm going to do something to the Horde players that the Horde players might not enjoy that much. But Mulgore? Straight up fucking trash. Mulgore is such a fucking useless zone. Actually, you know what? I can't put it forgettable. No, fuck that. It's a little bit better than Desolus, I think. So we'll put that there. It has to be awful. Forgettable is a step too far. Or a step too high for Mulgore. Forgettable means, you know, you don't really remember much of it. Who gives a shit? No one cares. Awful means fuck that. Never want to go there again. The one time I leveled a Tauren, I left Mulgore. I didn't even quest there. I made my Tauren and then level 1 ran myself to the first fucking Orc quests that I could do. Because that zone was miserable. Even now, people don't go there, so don't give me shit. No one gives a crap. Distinct Make-A-Wish tributes to a kid that passed due to cancer via a quest where you find an NPC's dog voiced by the kid. Kamikins, are you trying to guilt us into moving Mulgore up from awful? Because I would say what Blizzard did there to that kid was awful. They gave the kid a fucking quest in one of the worst zones ever. A kid on his deathbed? What the fuck's that? They could have given the kid a nice quest in some cool fucking zone. Not like Mulgore is as... Even if you consider Mulgore a starting zone, it's still worse. Like, it's probably one of the worst starting zones in the game. Like, prove me wrong. It is a horrible starting zone. Look at this puppy. I don't give a fuck about Mulgore. Nagrand. Draenor. The Draenor version of Nagrand. Where do you guys want to put this? Draenor Nagrand. You guys think Draenor Nagrand belongs in amazing? It's not the Outland Nagrand. We're talking Draenor Nagrand. I could go high good, but I don't know if I... Maybe low amazings. Because there's not a bad zone. I could definitely go... Actually, not high good. I could go high great. High great, low amazing. Not having mounting unforgettable. Never mind. I thought TBC Nagrand. No, we're not talking about TBC Nagrand yet. This is Draenor. Warlord of Draenor Nagrand. I'm gonna say this. For now, let's put it high grades. I do actually think this is better than Dragonblight. Actually, let's quickly compare here. No, in all fairness, it has to go there. If I'm looking at all the other patches or zones I have in Amazing, Nagrand Draenor definitely lies above these. It definitely has to go above these. Nagrand Draenor was actually good fun. But then, of course, onto my favorite zone in all of World of Warcraft. Outland Nagrand. I remember the first time I went to Outland Nagrand, I was blown away. And to this day, Outland Nagrand is my favorite zone in the whole game. Back when I still played World of Warcraft, I would oftentimes literally just go there and just hang out there. I don't have anything to do there. I would just be there. I just love that zone. Everything about it is just awesome for me. So Outland Nagrand goes right at the top. TBC Nagrand versus Grizzly Hills. Pretty much TBC Nagrand versus Grizzly Hills. Then we go for Nazjatar. Now for me, Nazjatar as a zone is quite difficult to place. It has to go, for me personally, I think Nazjatar belongs in the amazing category. If we're going to put Mechagon in amazing, Nazjatar should be an amazing as well, and here's why. Nazjatar as a zone was the first time Blizzard really started playing with the level design of zones. Making zones multiple levels rather than having a massive fucking zone that you have to trek through. The zone was more compact. It felt more alive and busy as a result of this because everything you did was just around the corner. And if you look at the state of BFA when Nazjatar launched, Nazjatar actually made BFA fun. Remember, I'm not focusing on the gear element of Nazjatar. I'm focusing on the story of Nazjatar. The introduction story of Nazjatar was really cool. The story throughout Nazjatar was really cool. What happened because of Nazjatar wasn't really cool, but that I don't know if you can blame Nazjatar for that. I would put Nazjatar as a zone here. Low amazings. Still amazing though. At no risk of ever falling down to great. Because from a zone design perspective, it has to be one of the greatest zones Blizzard have ever designed. I have for a long time been wishing that Blizzard would go back to the lessons that they learned in Nazjatar and start designing more zones like this. I was actually, quite honestly, and for those of you that followed me ever since then, I was disappointed that none of these zones in Shadowlands seem to have taken much inspiration from Nazjatar. The only zone that I can think of within Shadowlands that sort of took inspiration was Revendreth. Revendreth kind of took inspiration from Nazjatar because it also played a little bit with levels and level design with its, with some things being higher up, some things being lower up, but not to the extent that Nazjatar did, which I actually fucking loved. And I would have loved to see more of that moving forward. Rather than making zones massive in terms of sheer vertical or horizontal size, play with verticality, play with depth, things like that. So Nazjatar has to be in the amazing category for me. Nazmir's story puts it in great almost immediately. One somebody who doesn't love that. The problem is that outside of the one somebody stuff, I don't remember much of the Nazmir story blowing me away. I want to say, so Nazmir, great aesthetics, it looked beautiful. The story, mid-tier good, mid to low-tier good. One somebody's element of the story, good to great. Actually, almost great to amazing in some cases. If you put all of that together, we get to low-tier great, high-tier good. From a Nazmir perspective. Also, let's not forget that Nazmir spawned ultimately one of the most iconic screenshots in World of Warcraft ever. The screenshot of the blood moon over the crypt. I mean, to this day, that is one of the most beautiful screenshots you can take in World of Warcraft, is capturing that blood moon. So, I want to throw Nazmir there. Does gold blood trolls awaken something in me? Alright. So you mean that's your Rule 34 stuff, Signal? That's what you go for in terms of Rule 34. Give me that blood trolls. Give me them troll titties. I can respect that. I can respect that. Netherstorm. Again, not a zone that I spent a lot of time in. Gorgeous zone. Sort of weird zone. But I didn't spend an over much time in Netherstorm. I'm hovering between decent and good for Netherstorm. And again, Netherstorm runs into the same problem as many of the older zones for World of Warcraft, in that navigating those zones, specifically the TBC zones, I have to say, felt quite often as if the zones were very much designed knowing that flight was a thing. So until such time that you could afford to fly, the zones were pretty miserable to play in. Once you got flight, it became much easier to navigate. But without flight, the zones felt really fucking struggling to get anything done in those zones. So for that reason, I'm going to put Netherstorm in sort of middle. We'll do middle of the pack decent for Netherstorm. Northern Barrens. Purely based on the practicality of the zone, this zone deserves bad to awful. Just practical. We're talking practical. Probably one of the largest zones in the fucking game. Right? Lot of empty spaces. Like, lot of empty spaces. Right? The story was okay. Does its story... I guess there was a lot of individual stories. You had sort of pockets of things happening, or you have pockets of things happening in Barrens. Not much connected, though. Crossroads sends you on a bunch of bullshit the whole time. I think low decent is fine. Low decent is fine for Northern Barrens. Even though I think high bad is probably a better place to put it. Overgrowth and stuff, I guess. Like I said, I'm basically only focusing on the new sort of stuff because this is 9.1 stuff. So Northern Barrens in that regard, it has a bunch of collections of stories. It doesn't really have a story, but there's like the different biomes of the Barrens makes up some kind of story. Whatever that fucking means, right? So we'll put it low. We'll put it low decent. Northern Stranglethorn Vale. I kind of hate the fact that they didn't just put Stranglethorn Vale here. Because Stranglethorn Vale was iconic in and of itself. It was iconic. Can anyone truly sit here and tell me that Stranglethorn Vale isn't memorable in every single way possible? Yeah, it was also the most dangerous place that you could ever quest in. Like, if you were low level, for anyone that doesn't know anything about WoW, let me be clear. If you were a low level and you got your first quest to go to Stranglethorn Vale, good luck. Good fucking luck. Because you might want to quest, but there is a bunch of high-level players that doesn't want you to quest there. You basically spend more time dead than anything fucking else. Despite the damn max level ganking, it was hell. It was absolutely fucking hell. So I would put Stranglethorn Vale right here in great. It's great. It's a great zone. Nothing wrong with it. It's just good. It does everything it needs to do. The stories there really nice, feel good, very grindy, very classic WoW. So yeah, I would put it there. Red Ridge Mountains. So where do we put Red Ridge Mountains? Why the fuck would you put, like, the only reason I can think of for Red Ridge Mountains to go in great is Murlocs. I'll put it great because as far as starting zones go, the flow was really nice. As an Alliance player back in the day, as a human, learning about the orcs, the Murlocs, the discovery of the Murlocs, getting to the Red Ridge Mountains, the story within the Red Ridge Mountains was really cool. So yeah, I'll put it great. I have no problem putting it great. I think as far as Alliance zone, as far as vanilla zones go, Even though this is more, like, you know, no longer really vanilla. But as far as it goes, it deserves to be great. Ravendreth. We are sort of fucking running out of space here. Jesus. Okay, so Ravendreth. I would say Ravendreth goes amazing. Is there anyone that disagrees with that? Regardless of your experiences within Shadowlands, no one can deny that Ravendreth had one of the most fleshed out stories for the whole of Shadowlands. Probably one of the most fleshed out stories in World of Warcraft ever for a zone. So we're not talking about the expansion level story, we're talking about the zone's story specifically. It was one of the most fleshed out stories ever. And Sire Denathrius and learning about Sire Denathrius, the different biomes of the zone, how everything connected to each other. Even the world quest in Ravendreth was actually kind of fun. So Ravendreth for me is, I would say, there. Not quite as good as Nagrand. Nagrand, of course. But definitely better than Eversong, Macquarie, Broken Shore, Deadwind Pass, Isle of Thunder, Mount Hyjal, and Nazjatar. That's where I put it. The story was, to this day, look, Ravendreth birthed the story that almost every single person loves in Shadowlands. The only story that every single person loves in Shadowlands. If you remove Ravendreth from Shadowlands, Shadowlands fails even before the 0.1 patch. Searing Gorge is next, and I want to go forgettable straight away. Horrible zone, horrible to navigate. Really fucking didn't enjoy going there, ever. Searing Gorge, as far as I'm concerned, needs to be forgettable. Now, this just goes straight in the bin. Fuck Searing Gorge. Shadowmoon Valley, Draenor. I never played it. I only saw it. Well, actually, we did have some world quests there, or things, I think, as a Horde. But we didn't really have any quests there, if I remember correctly. We spent very little time there. Because Blizzard sort of made this decision to have two zones that was one only Horde, one only Alliance, and very little in between. This is Draenor, by the way. Shadowmoon Valley. So for me, as someone who did... I think the only thing I did there was fishing. That's the only reason I was in Shadowmoon. Was... I fished there once. I'm going to throw it into decent. Just because I didn't really play there. I didn't play Alliance in World of Draenor at all. So I'll put it in decent because it was a beautiful zone. It was gorgeous. It looked fucking amazing. But that's really all I can say about it because I didn't play it. Shadowmoon Valley and Outland, on the other hand. What do we think, chat? I want to go great. Low grades. Not high grades, but low grades. But I think Shadowmoon Valley was a really cool fucking story. It was a really cool zone, really cool story. Really enjoyed it. Why do you think decent, Andy? Why would you say decent? Awful. Jesus, I'm Zephy. No, completely wrong. Look, I'm going to go low grade. You guys can make your own fucking tier list if you disagree with this. I'm saying Shadowmoon Valley is low grade for Outland. Sholazar Basin. This is not even fucking hard. This is not even hard. Sholazar Basin is fantastic. From a lore perspective, quest perspective, zone design, quest design, Sholazar Basin was amazing. Yeah, but Andy, that's why I didn't put it with like the Ice Crowns and the Grizzly Hills. But Sholazar Basin for me, from story, as someone who cares only really about story ever, I loved Sholazar Basin. Why would you not put Sholazar Basin in amazing? What would be your argument to put Sholazar Basin lower than amazing? The oracles and stuff, but still great. I would say low, decent myself. Yeah, I could never agree with that. For me, Sholazar Basin was amazing. You guys can have your own opinions. I enjoyed Sholazar Basin. Silithus. Silithus, the place where we first learned about the old gods. Ugly as fuck zone. Ugly as fuck. When I say first learn, I do mean in World of Warcraft, not in terms of overall. We learned about the old gods all the way back in Warcraft's booklet. But I did not enjoy Silithus. I can't really say that it's decent. Silithus is decent. It's fine. You know, I didn't hate it. I didn't love it. I had very little opinion of it. That's why I'm putting it in decent. Silverpine Forest. They reworked Silverpine's questline, didn't they? Was it Silverpine? That's the reworked version for the reworked storyline for the Undead, is it not? Because I would say, to this day, best quest design ever. The Undead redesign of their story is the best quest line in World of Warcraft ever. Yeah, it was also the place where Garrosh said, "You bitch. Watch your clever mouth, bitch." I think Silverpine needs to go great. I think it has to go great. I think it has to go sort of there. Mid-tier great. Yeah, I think that's a fair place for it. Varika, you bastard. Thanks for the deal. What's up? Really appreciate it. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very much appreciated. What I played, Silverpine, between Burl and Silverpine Forest, had a lot of great changes. Southern Barrens. I feel like where would you guys put Southern Barrens? Because for me, high, bad, low, decent. Sort of, I would put it basically where Northern Barrens is right now. You know, so Northern Barrens is also in the low decent. All of these can fall down to bad, and I don't think much would be lost. I'm going to put Southern Barrens also there in the decent category. Nothing memorable. Nothing out of this world. It was just okay. Spirals of Arak. Now, I did not like this zone much. I love the story of the zone. I did not like the zone itself all that much. I need to go pee. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. All right, where did we land on Spires of Arak? Low decent. Yeah. Like I said, I could do high bads, I could do low decents. I couldn't really do much more than that. Yeah, we're going straight there. We need to hurry the fuck up. We've already been busy with this for 2 hours and 15 minutes. This is like, Jesus. Stone Talon Mountains. Why am I blanking on this? I know the name so well. Why am I blanking? They dropped a nuke on it? That's it? Oh, yeah. Okay, never mind. I remember now. Jace Ventura, how you doing, bro? The dying orc video? Yeah, I remember it now. The new Stone Talon Mountains is actually amazing. The revamped questing, the whole leveling up within the orc army, it's actually amazing. I like Stone Talon Mountains. No, I don't mean amazing as in the tier. I just mean it's cool. It's good. It's much better than what it used to be. Kind of fun. I wouldn't even put it like high good. I would put it middle of the pack good, because it is good. But I wouldn't say high good, because high good has a chance to be great, and I don't think it's great. As far as zones go, it's not the worst zone. It's actually quite fun to level in, but there's a bunch of zones that you would choose before you level in that one, like given the option. So I'm going to put it mid-tier good. We'll put it sort of there. Mid-tier good. Death could put up. Lol. Stormheim. I actually loved Stormheim. I love the fact that from Stormheim, Helheim was a thing. I love the grappling hooks of Stormheim. The story of Stormheim was really cool. In some cases, the mechanics of Stormheim, the getting around in Stormheim was really not that great. I would say, all in all, Stormheim goes there for me. Stormsong Valley. I'm interested to hear what chat thinks of Stormsong Valley. No, I mean, Novak, no need in questioning that. We don't know what Sylvanas was up to. Of course we don't. Yes, Sylvanas, the Valkyr, the Lantern, Helia, all of that took place in Stormheim. Underwhelming story, except the old god stuff. Stormsong Valley was in BFA. If I'm not, yeah, it's BFA. It was I think the last zone for the Alliance, was it not? See, I only played Alliance during the beta. And I love the old god stuff for Stormsong Valley, but I don't remember it well enough to say that it made much of an impression on me. For that and that alone, I will put Stormsong high decent, low good. That's what I'm willing to do. I'm willing to put it low decent, low good, high decent. Because if you remove the old god stuff from Stormsong Valley, I don't remember it at all. The playthrough I did on it, I only remember the old god stuff. I don't remember jack shit of the rest of it. So I'm actually going to put it high decent. I'm going to put it the highest decent. Because it was good. The old god stuff was really cool. But I don't think it was good enough to push it into the good category. Suramar. Do we even need to discuss Suramar? Do we, like, is it necessary for us to discuss Suramar? I think if we're going, if by my own matrix, right, if we put Najatar and Mechagon in the amazing category for Blizzard doing something that they've never tried before, Suramar deserves the spot as arguably one of the best zones ever in World of Warcraft. For the first time ever, we had a full story that encompasses the zone, that you can actually see your impact within that story. Did it go as far as it could have been? No. If it did, it would have been the #1 zone in World of Warcraft. Because we never actually got to take back Suramar City. To this day, even if you go there, Suramar City is still a contentious area. Still an area that you can fight people in, even if you've finished all of the quest and finished the raid. So the zone itself never lived up to the potential that the Suramar quest hub granted you. But even then, I did not mind a single day spent in Suramar. What do you mean how were you lost in Suramar, Mike? Were you blindfolded? Clatrade, wait, are you serious? But why would streamers think it's okay to stream Wrath of the Lich King private servers? Which streamers got banned, by the way? Because I can't believe that people thought that this was, like, we'll talk about that in a second. Swamp of Sorrows. I want to say decent. I want to say Swamp of Sorrows, for me at least, was decent. Nothing blew me away. The music in Swamp of Sorrows was okay. The aesthetics was okay. The story was okay, which is why decent, I think, is more than fair for Swamp of Sorrows. I'm going to put it low decent. The Broken were there randomly for the more rating. We laugh. Swamp of Sorrows was okay, but you have the Temple of Atlakar and the Green Dragonfly corrupted by the Nightmare. Yes, but that's only part of the story. That's why I say decent, because it's low decent, meaning it's again that thing of it's not great, it's not good, it's not bad. It literally just falls somewhere in the middle. Tal-Ador. This is why we're going back to World of Draenor now. And I will say, the only thing that made Tal-Ador great was when you had the leveling potion and all you had to do was the 3 bonus objectives. Tal-Ador, once again, one of those zones that could have had so much potential. It could have been so fucking good. And it ended up being basically meh as fuck. That's my problem, Signal Warden. Like, with the problem with Talador is that it wasn't even that it felt unfinished. It was so obviously unfinished. Like, there was so obviously so many things that had to happen in that zone that just never fucking happened in that zone. Like, massive areas of the zone that has no quests in them, isn't explored at all. Unless, of course, you run there and you quickly, like, explore it. But, I mean, explored through the story. So, it was so obvious that they had so many things, like, fucking planned for it. And then decided, well, no, let's just leave it alone. Whoa, I had to step away. Stone Town only got a good rating. Yeah, because it was only good, Captain Swanky. Talador, in my opinion, goes bad. Tanon Jungle. Aesthetically good. Music, B plus A, maybe. Story-wise, compare or considering that Tanon Jungle followed everything in World of Draenor, amazing. There was actually something to do in that fucking zone. Like, Tanon Jungle gave you a reason to leave your garrison. Now, that's not a fair rating, because that alone does not make an amazing zone. But, you know, considering that if it wasn't for Tanon Jungle, you would never leave your garrison. It was okay, I think. Staying Tanon for a long while as well. Yeah, it was a good end game. It was a decent end game zone. Nothing blows you away about it, but it does do the job. Tanaris. And you guys might realize that I'm going a little bit faster. We're going on 3 hours doing this fucking quest, this tier list. This must be the longest tier list I've ever done in my life. Remember, we are focusing on the new Tanaris, not the old Tanaris. And I would go so far as to say new Tanaris actually cool. New Tanaris is actually cool. There's a lot of stuff going on there. There's a lot of stories that sort of gets introduced that will have relevance later on. Solid. It's a solid. Thank you, The Great. Yes, it's a solid zone. It does what it needs to do. It does it relatively well. It gives you what you need. So I am going to put it good. It's just good. It's not brilliant. It's good. We're not rating the new Teldrassil. It's 9.1 Teldrassil. Is there anyone that has, like, what happens if you start a night elf right now? Where do you live? Where do you start leveling? In Teldrassil, or do you start leveling with the Alliance, with the humans? Stormwind Immigration Camp. So New Teldrassil is forgettable. Doesn't exist. Teldrassil is peak WoW though. Yeah, but it's look, it says here, World of Warcraft zones 9.1 tier list maker. Every zone currently available up until 9.1. So it's all, it is forgettable. There's nothing fucking there. Simple as that. There is nothing there. Terrakar Forest. Suppose that's in TBC. You had Shatrath. You had the Mana Tombs. collection of dungeons in the little Colosseum there. Pretty decent stories with the bird people, whatever the fuck they were called. It was a good looking zone. Ordinarily, I would put it decent. Like, ordinarily, I would put it decent. But I think thanks to Shatrath, it has to go low goods. Because the story that involves Shatrath because Shatrath's story has to sort of be part of Terrakar Forest story. And there, you know, where you learn about the Blood Elves and the Draenei and the hunting, that kind of shit, it is interesting, to say the very least. So I'm going to put it low goods. Terrakar Forest. The Cape of Stranglethorn Vale. Where did we put the old Stranglethorn? Because this goes basically right next to it. I can't remember where we put it, though. There we go. Northern Stranglethorn Vale, I think, goes... I don't think the Cape of Stranglethorn is as good as Northern Stranglethorn. So I'm putting it right there, just behind it. Because I basically still count both of these as the same zone. This area, how you doing? What are your thoughts on Old Tildrassil? When it comes to Old Tildrassil, I would actually put it great. So if I'm gonna... If we're not judging this on 9.1 Tildrassil, it has to go to great. Because it was. I think as far as starting zones go, the only claw or the only race whose starting zone I preferred would have been the Blood Elf starting zone. Like, I like the Blood Elf starting zone more than I like the Night Elf starting zone. But I would say that those two are the best starting zones for, like, the old classes in WoW. Or the old races in WoW. So I would say great. Like, mid-pack great would be the old ones. The Hinterlands. I don't think I ever enjoyed the Hinterlands. I want to put the Hinterlands in Forgettable as well. Is there a reason why I shouldn't? What made it fun for you? Maybe I'm forgetting something, which kind of proves why it should be forgettable, but what made the Hinterlands fun for you? So you guys are purely basing it on the story. KTR, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright, I'll do you guys a fucking solid, right? I'll do you guys a solid. I'll pop it right here into mid-decent. What do you say? I didn't like it all that much, but it seems like most people in chat really did enjoy it. So I'll do you a solid. I'll put it decent. I can't put it good because I did not think it was good. The Lost Isle. The Lost Isle. Is the Lost Isle? Is that the new leveling experience? Where's the Lost Isles? Haggy bro, how you doing, brother? Where the fuck is the Lost Isles? Goblin starting zone second area. I remember nothing of it. You know, fuck that. That is as forgettable as they fucking come. The Maw. The Maw. Alright, chat. Bets are in. where do you think I'm going to place the mall? Is it going to be amazing? Is it going to be great? Is it going to be good? Maybe I'll go decent. Maybe I'll go bad. I could go awful. Or I could go forgettable. Here's my problem, though. Shadow Grove, how you doing? You see, if I say it's forgettable, I think I'm doing it a favor. Because it was so bad that I will never fucking forget it. So it can't be forgettable. It has to be awful. It was nothing like what was promised. Nothing. And if that alone isn't reason enough to put it in awful, I don't know what the fuck is. The Storm Peaks. I'm going to tell you guys right now, I want to put it in amazing. Shadow Grove, we've been doing this for the last 2 hours, 36 minutes, and 18 seconds. Yes, we are ranking every single zone in World of Warcraft up until 9.1. This is a lot. Storm Peak, Grappling Hook, needs to make a comeback. Cyanide, how you doing? I liked Storm Peaks. Look, let me explain my logic, chat. Let me explain my logic. I placed Grizzly Hills and Ice Crown Citadel, or Ice Crown, in amazing. Literally top tier amazing. I don't think Storm Peaks is as good as those two, but I do think that Storm Peaks belong in amazing. Because of all the stories around Ulduar, the stories around the Ice Giants, I think Storm Peaks belong in amazing. I would actually put it there. Yeah, there we go. I like that. 1,000 Needles. It's just not good, is it? The 1,000 Needles isn't good. Where there should be a before or after kata? It's after kata. So everything here is in 9.1 as things stand in 9.1. You cannot judge it based on how it was at the time. We're judging everything as things stand now. This is why Teldrassil is forgettable. Because right now, Teldrassil is a burning fucking tree. There is no Teldrassil, so it has to be forgettable. It is 9.1 after all. Thousand Needles was ruined, so scrap it. I'm going to put it middle of the pack bad. Timeless Isle. Again, I did not actually play this. So I don't think I'm allowed to have a... I'll do whatever you guys say. Seems like everyone thinks it was absolutely fantastic. Or most people think it was absolutely fantastic. So how about I can't put it amazing because I did not play it. But how about I do this for you guys? I'll put it in the high grades. Because I didn't play it, I can't verify that it's amazing. But based on literally everyone that I've ever spoken to, loved the Timeless Isles. So, yeah, kind of have to put it in great for you all because I have to also base it on feedback that I've gotten from people. Terrorghast Terragard sound. If we compare Terragard sound to... What was the Horde one called again? Terragard sound was in BFA, was it not? I think it was where Belarus was housed in Terragard sound, wasn't it? Yeah. I didn't even play Alliance, and I knew that. If this was Belarus, I would actually put it in amazing. I think Belarus is one of the greatest main cities Blizzard ever designed. You can say whatever the fuck you want. Belarus felt like a fishing town. They managed to pull off the aesthetic of Belarus so fucking well. So Terragard sound, even though I didn't play it much, I'm going to put it high goods. Because it was fun. I only played it during the beta, so I didn't get to see all of the cinematics and stuff that went with it. I never really got to spend that much time in Terragard sound, but the world quest I did there was always really fun. The zone was always really beautiful. The zone itself told a really cool story, so did like it very much. Terrasfall Glades. See, if we were purely going to base this around history and story and lore, Terrasfall Glades needs to be way up there, you know? But if we base it on what it plays like right now, aesthetically it's cool. In 9.1 though, it is, well, very green, I guess. So I kind of feel like we have to put Terrasfall Glades. If we're going to put Yggdrasil, forgettable because it no longer really exists. Terrasfall Glades has to do the same thing, right? Because most of Terrasfall Glade no longer exist. We have to be fair. And both of them are forgettable because they don't quite exist at the moment. Tol Barad, the PvP zone. Huh. Why did they include that? Because Tol Barad was pretty much only PvP, wasn't it? Was it really a zone that we utilized? I can't remember if we ever utilized it outside of the PvP. The Tol Barad PvP was actually quite fun, though. Yeah, but I feel like it was Winter Grasp done wrong. It didn't feel quite as good as the the Winter Grasp fighting. Like if you're gonna compare Tol Barad to Winter Grasp, it's no comparison. Winter Grasp was fantastic. Tol Barad, on the other hand, was okay. The PvP pushes it up to good, I think. In general, I would put the zone in decent. The PvP part of it pushes it to good for me. Not even just low goods. It pushes it into mid of the pack good. So yeah, I'm going to put Tol Barad middle of the pack good. We'll pop it right there. Town Long Steps. How big was Town Long Steps? If I remember, it was actually, no, it was a big zone. That's where no, that wasn't where your farm was. Valley of the Four Wings is where your farm was. No, where was your farm? It was Town Long Steps, no? No, it was Valley of the Four Winds that had the farm. The Shadowpun stuff, yeah. I remember. Again, beautiful zone, good solid story. Felt good to navigate. Very much the same as almost every single Mist of Pandaria zone. Can we just say this? Mist of Pandaria was probably one of the most solid expansions in the history of World of Warcraft, based on the zones itself. The stories, the flow of the zones, the design of the zones, the look of the zones. It comes across as one of the most solid expansions Blizzard have ever fucking made. I wish they could get the people back from there. I'm going to put Talon Steps in high goods, because I don't know if it's great. It's definitely high goods. Twilight Highlands. I actually hated Twilight Highlands. I really did not like Twilight Highlands. The last zone for Cataclysm, for those of you that don't remember, you had that giant fucking old god mouth that was cool, but then eventually didn't seem to do fucking much of anything. The story in the zone felt disjointed at times. The pacing was really off. I'm popping this straight into bad. It's just, it wasn't a good zone as far as I'm concerned. Looks strange for some reason. Yeah, it felt like the zone itself didn't make all the sense in the fucking world. Oldham, on the other hand, I think was very solid. I loved Oldham. And I'm ordinarily not even that big of a fan of desert-esque kind of zones. But Oldham was very cool. Was it great, though? Are we prepared to say... So, the music in Oldham, fantastic. Story in Oldham, fantastic. But was it great? The Indiana Jones story was really cool. I also love the fact that you had to go sort of underground into those temple areas. And the story that was told in there was also really fucking cool. And some of the dungeons there were really awesome as well. I think it deserves low grades, actually. I think it actually does deserve low grades. I'm going to put it there. Oldham. Even with Old God Oldham, I still think it's good. But it is the same now with the changes they made? Yeah, I think so. I think even with the Old God change, although... Let me ask you this. If you level through Oldham, can you still do all of the quests? Or did the Old God corruption... Does it basically disable the quests there? Because that would be my big question. If a new player is leveling through it right now, did the original quest experience change? You can select time warp to the old quest. Then that doesn't necessarily count, does it? We can't do that. Never mind, we can't do that. Because the time warp would be a gameplay gimmick. We have to then judge it purely based on the old god stuff. And now that I'm starting to think about it, it basically takes all of the significance and brilliance of Oldham and turns it into a very piss-poor Black Empire. We have to look at Oldham as the Black Empire. Oh, that's sad. Also, Kitiar, did I say thank you for the first time chat? I really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ah, it has to go down. It has to go down. Yeah, I can't keep you there. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. You're going to decent. You're getting saved a little because of nostalgia, but you are just decent. God damn it, Blizzard and your BFA bullshit. Why did you ruin a decent fucking zone? Ungora Crater. Remember, decent isn't bad. Decent means you can enjoy it. But you have to say, do I love it? Do I like it? Or is it okay? You know, it's cool. It's not, I don't hate it. That's why I put it in decent. Because I don't think the Old God stuff makes it horrible. I just think the Old God stuff definitely steals a lot from what Uldum used to be. And if original Uldum is going to be in great, I don't think new Uldum can be in good. Because I do think the Old God stuff steals a hell of a lot more from it than just that. Purely for story reasons, lore reasons, Ungoro Crater, the mount that we had to collect there, if we're going to talk about quest reasons, the mount that you had to make for yourself, you had to bring up your own mount in World of Warcraft in Ungoro Crater. That was amazing. The learning of the Titans and the Titan influence within Ungoro Crater, or rather within Azeroth. The hints of world building within Ungoro Crater, not even necessarily linked to the story, but also seeing this sort of prehistoric testing ground for the Titans. Ungoro Crater belongs in the high greats, even low amazings. Changed my mind. Digimark, take care of yourself, bro. Thank you so much for hanging out. All right, I'm going to put Ungoro Crater. I'm going to put it... I'm going to put it there. Veil of Eternal Blossoms. We kind of have to judge this one the same as we did with Uldum, right? Because it is also now a zone taken over by the Old Gods. Sad, because Veil of Eternal Blossoms would have easily been amazing top tier. Easy. That zone had everything. It had the levels, it had the intrigue, it had the beauty, it had story, it had everything. But then enter the Old Gods, and suddenly it sort of fizzles fucking out to nothing. So I'm going to say Veil of Eternal Blossoms. I'm going to put it right next to Uldum. Decent. Not great. Decent. On next week's stream, we get to do this all over again for zones up to pre-Kata Sundering. Fuck this. I'm never doing this again. The only reason I'm sticking with it is because we've already done all of these and we only have 2 lines left. I am never ranking the zones of World of Warcraft ever fucking again. This is the last time I am doing this. First and last. In the future, we will only accept tier lists that have at most 3 lines of tiers. This is ridiculous. We've been here for 2 hours and 53 minutes just building a fucking tier list. I can't rank the zones of Final Fantasy XIV yet. I haven't done all the zones in Final Fantasy XIV yet. But it would be far less. Final Fantasy doesn't have that many zones per expansion. They tend to do more with what they have rather than building a bunch of useless fucking zones. Valley of the Four Winds? I don't even want to argue over Valley of the Four Winds. If you include the farm, you include the story, you include the flow, you include the comedy of Valley of the Four Winds, is it even debatable? Is it actually debatable? I don't think so. I think we could even go a bit higher here. I think we could easily put this there. Signal warning, how can you not know what the farm looks like? Val Shara is another zone that I don't think we have to argue about. Val Shara was gorgeous. This story was amazing. The nightmare stuff with Ysera, the end of it was probably one of the most sad things in World of Warcraft ever. If World of Warcraft was going to have sad stories on the level of Final Fantasy XIV, I would argue that was it. Val Shara was fantastic. So I'm going to put this in amazing as well. Just because of that. It belongs in amazing. Just because of its story and its aesthetics. Tyrande was a little bit annoying, but I don't think it brings it down that much. Plus, it had one of my favorite things ever in the game of all time. Tyrande, where are you, Tyrande? Favorite thing in the whole world. I could never get enough of that. So, all in all, it has to go in amazing. Dude, I have now had to zoom out to 67% so I can see the whole fucking tier list on my screen. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Vashir. Again. Dude, I love that. I love that line. To like the pussy bitch fucking Malfurion. Tyrande, where are you, Tyrande? Hold on, my love. Oh my god, what the fuck, dude? Vashir is easy, fucking easy, awful. Wait, it can't be worse than them all. Horrible fucking zone. I hated Vashir. Fucking hated it. As a warlock, it broke my brain, that zone. You would cast Immolate, right? Not Immolate. Well, Incinerate. You would cast Incinerate. Your Incinerate would shoot straight fucking down, right? Into the ground and then shoot back up to where the target is swimming. Like, they didn't even try to fix the basics of casting in that zone. It was horrible. An underwater zone that felt so piss poor in its design. Could not stand it. I'm sorry, just could not stand it. Vol'dun is BFA. I didn't like it. The He-Man zone? What do you mean the He-Man zone? The Valpera zone, yeah. I did not enjoy Vol'dun. It was long, boring, dragged. Like, really fucking dragged on and on and on and on to the point where I was ready to give up on life at that point. I think Vol'dun has to go into bad. Like just middle of the pack bad. I did not enjoy it. Fulbo Baggins, how you doing, brother? Welcome to the stream. Actually, I should say, welcome to the tier list from hell. 3 hours. 3 fucking hours we've been building a tier list. Who makes this tier list? Who has the time to make this fucking tier list? Unique instead of semi-generic. STV Dustwallow? I don't know about that. The Wandering Isles, this is where the monks started. Love the backstory of it. Like the flow of it. Hated the fact that we can't ever go back there. I think the Wandering Isles, simply for its starting zone sort of beefiness, I think the Wandering Isles deserves a grade. It could possibly be one of the best starting zones Blizzard have ever made. Yeah, it's going great. It's going right in the middle of great. The Wandering Isles. Western Plaguelands. I'm going to leave this up to you guys to decide, because I genuinely don't... For me, it sort of rotates between decent and good. The Western Plaguelands. I don't really have much of an opinion on Western Plaguelands. Alright, good it is. Is it better than Terracar Forest? Yeah, I'd say it's better. It's not better than Eastern Plaguelands, but it is probably better than Terracar Forest. So yeah, I was confused Western and Eastern. There are one zone in my head. They are pretty much, and it just so happens that we put them in the exact same tier. Because in terms of their story and what they do, they feel similar in scope. Some people will enjoy them. I don't think anyone would ever put either of these two zones in amazing. But I can see why some people would put these two zones in great and why some people would keep them at good. It really depends, I think, on how you sort of approach it. Wasteful. Wasteful, as far as I'm concerned, is... decent? You guys really think Wasteful was Bestful? It's modern day World of Warcraft. It's 9.1. So it's the Wasteful of 9.1. You can't do Wasteful of Classic. It has to be Wasteful 9.1 Wasteful. If we're going Classic, it goes right up there to Great or Good. It's iconic. If you leveled an Alliance, you spent a monstrous amount of time in Wasteful. But at 9.1, I don't know if Wasteful is that good. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. We'll put it low goods. Low goods because it's not the worst zone in the game, you know? It's not the worst zone in the game. It's not the best zone in the game. It's better than decent because if you compare it to some of the decent zones that we have, it's definitely better considering how old it is. Because you have to also do that. You can't really compare Westfall to Krasarang Wilds or to Stormsong Valley because it is much older than any of those zones. And so for its time, but also considering that it is in the 9.1 era, it is still a pretty decent zone, all things considered. And therefore, it has to go into the good category. Wastelands. Wastelands, I remember sort of as the death of all things good and holy. But this is from the Classic era, of course. If you were leveling in Classic, the Wastelands was hell. It was a long stretch of much to do about fuck all. You just ran and 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 ran, and then you quit because you could no longer run anymore. But it wasn't that bad. A lot of running to get there, though. That's exactly it. It was just a horrible, like, fucking... It was... You know what? It wasn't bad. It wasn't awful. It was, for the most part, just forgettable. For the most part, it's one of those zones where you don't hate when you're there, but you also don't really want to be there. Does that make sense? Sorry for the Horde having to do that long-ass trek to get to Badland for the first time. Dude. Don't remind me. I'm going to put it forgettable. It's top tier forgettable. Because it wasn't anywhere near bad or anything like that. But it isn't... It just sort of is, you know. It really doesn't matter. Like, if they removed Wetlands, no one would fucking mind. Winter Grasp. Now, Winter Grasp, my friends. If you say Winter Grasp isn't amazing, you're high as fuck. PvP battle to decide who gets to do the fucking raid, then you raid and then you immediately go back to PvP. What's not to fucking like about that zone? Even if you didn't like PvP, you did it. Because it was PvP with vehicles and running around and actually being able to siege the castle. It was so fucking cool. Wintergrass, bro. You have to. You have to love this fucking... this zone. There we go. KitTR, thank you for the tier 1 sub, really appreciate it. Welcome to the most degenerate chat and also the longest tier lists in the world stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I very much appreciate that. If my raided friends would actually PvP with me and my PvP buddies there, too good. Oh yeah. Winter Spring. Jace Ventura. Thank you so much for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I very much appreciate the support, guys. This has been fucking grueling. I feel like I'm running a marathon here, dude, with all these fucking zones. Winter Spring was cool. I liked Winter Spring. I love the Winter Wonderland theme of it, the darkness of it. Is there anyone that has any reason why you think Winter Spring does not belong in low grades? High goods, low grades. Still in the tier list, Johnny. On multiple characters, I found that mount on 2 alts before mounts became account bound. This list is like running the entirety of Baron 5 times. I agree. Let's go high. You know what? Let's go high good. We'll do high good. I think it's fair to go high good. Zangramarsh, I don't think I'm even going to argue with anyone. Zangramarsh, as far as I'm concerned, belongs in amazing. It was so out there for the time. It's sort of why I put Nagrand as my top level zone, like my favorite zone in the whole of World of Warcraft, Outland Nagrand. Zangramarsh goes lower amazing because it wasn't quite on that level, but consider every single zone that came before it in Classic WoW and then also to TBC. Zangramarsh was just mind-blowing. And consider that it hasn't changed in 9.1 at all. You can still think of things like that. Every mushroom in Zangramarsh, something like 10,000. Jesus. Rather than the length of Barons, is a gnome 5 times, then watch this. Zuldazar. It's slightly better than them all, but also absolutely fucking dog shit. I did not enjoy Zuldazar. The layout was bad. The story was bad. The mechanics of the zone was off. It had good stories. Like there was a couple of really cool stories in Zuldazar, but I feel like just the fact that the main city of the Horde was there brings it 100% into awful. 100%. Like, if I just do the questing zone of Zuldazar, I could easily put it good. Even, like, I could put it middle of back good. But then I think of the city there, and that city triggered me so hard, dude. Whoever built or designed the city of Zuldazar was high on crack that he literally he inserted the crack up his asshole. Because you have a city that is so long and so far apart that you need a travel system just to get from the one side to the other. What the fuck is that? Why would you do that? What is the fucking point of that? It was a horrible place to be. I am being a little bit facetious, though, because we are actually judging the zone and not the city. But I had to put it in awful in order to do that rant about the city. I do actually think that it belongs higher than Great Waste, even higher than Bastion. It can't go higher than High Mountain, because I think High Mountain was actually much better. So I'll put it in sort of high tier good. Zuldrak. Wrath of the Lich King. The Troll Stories. Fairly good. The dungeons there, fairly iconic. Was it good enough to be in great? It's definitely not good enough to be an amazing. Lotus, how you doing? Yeah, I can go for decent. High decent, maybe. You know, let's go high decent. I like that. Let's go high decent. Oh my god. The last one is so easy. Thank you, tier maker. Thank you, Mr. Tier Maker, for making the last one so easy. I really don't have brain power left to think about this. Korthia, if the Maw isn't awful because it is awful, Korthia is the most forgettable of forgettable zones ever. It's not a bad zone. It is forgettable. We're promised the City of Secrets. What we get is a lavatory of secrets. Not even of secrets. A lavatory that could have been for secrets, but no one put secrets in it. So there is no secrets there. It's a zone that for everything that it has, it also has almost nothing. Unless, of course, you count farming endlessly for rares as something. It has one of the worst systems in World of Warcraft. Mindless, useless, absolutely nothing spectacular about that zone whatsoever. It is forgettable. If there has ever been a zone that would be the poster child of forgettable, it would be Korthia. Grimrail. Grimrail, where did we put Grimrail? Fucking hell. I can't even remember, dude. That was years ago. Oh, excuse me. Where did we put Grimrail? No, Balti, why are you apologizing? I'm streaming. You can ask me whatever the fuck you want. I'm trying to remember. Dude, I don't know. I can't remember. Gorgrond. It's bad. No, Gorgrond. Yeah, Gorgrond was Grimrail, wasn't it? Was it? I believe Grimrail was in Gorgrond. Grimrail was up top in Gorgrond. Korthia was meant to be the core of the Titan that Sargeras killed, just as a general insider, FYI to chat. That would have actually been fucking good. That would have actually been good if they actually went through with that. But yes, for those of you that didn't know what Apocalypse is referencing there, the original plan of Korthia was that... You guys remember when Sargeras, years and years ago, way before the actual existence of World of Warcraft, slashed a planet in half? Yeah? Korthia was meant to be that planet. The Titan that was inside that planet, what was left of it. So its core was transported to the Shadowlands, and, well, basically that became the City of Secrets. That was meant to be the original story, which would have actually been a fairly cool story, I think. Let's save this. If I even have, like, yeah, we'll save this. I am so glad to be done with this. I had fun doing it for like the first few minutes. I would say for the first hour it was fun. After 3 hours and 15 minutes of tier list making of all the zones in World of Warcraft, I can honestly tell all of you, fuck the zones in World of Warcraft. I have never been happier to be done with ranking the zones of World of Warcraft. KTR. What a way to end tier lists! What a way. 5 community subs. Ladies and gentlemen, can I get some hearts in chat? It has been a long journey, but we have finally arrived. Thank you for the 5 community subs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I very much appreciate it. And I want to see some fucking hearts. Say thank you, chat. Don't be degenerates. You can be degenerates, but be thankful, degenerates. Alright. It is so fucking late. It is so fucking late. And we still have to do the live craft episode. And we still have to do the Glam competition. Good God, dude. Good fucking Lord. This took so goddamn long. Why did you suggest this tier list? Who fucking suggested this tier list again? Can I just quickly, Andy, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Suggesting the longest tier list, like why? Why? What made you think this was a good fucking tier list to suggest in the first place? Like this took so fucking long. Oh my God, dude. Absolutely next level is what happened here. So the tier list last night when you went offline. Dude, I'm proud of myself for getting through this. I'm proud of you guys for getting through this, because fuck me. The fact that there's still 100 and something of you. How many people are watching right now? Based on chat movement, I'm going to say 100 plus at least. How is there 100 of you that stuck around this fucking long? Like, through that hell. Now do a tier list of over 14 characters. Go, go, go. Dude, enough with the fucking tier lists. We'll do tier lists again Monday or Tuesday. If you have any tier lists that you wish for me to do, if you have any videos that you wish for me to react to, simply head to Discord. And over on Discord, you can drop it into content suggestions. We have a shit ton of things there. We already have, actually, a video here about 6.1 PvP tier lists that people want me to react to. So all of that, you can literally drop any and all things there. That's where I grab all of the content that we react to. When you got a chance, you can check the venue list and time locations. For what, Lotus? Yeah, but what venue list and time locations? I've pinged you. Wait, for what? I'm so confused. Well, I'm looking for it. Your wish is my command. Look at this lovely list of venues for your time. Time for all venues in the Ether data center for final. Wait, what venues is this? I don't understand. What do these venues do? Is this where people party? This is where people go for nightclubs and stuff like that, right? Ah. Lotus open. I tell you what. Invite me to a tavern one night during a stream. We can't do it this Sunday because the Glam competition is now officially moving to Sunday. So Sunday night, here's what's going to happen Sunday night. We have the Q&A over on YouTube on Sunday night. Yeah? Right after that, we're going live on Twitch. So literally, we're going to finish the Q&A, go live on Twitch, and we're going to do the Glam competition. So if you have Glams that you got sorted out, make your Glam plates now, because we're going live with the Glam competition on Sunday night. The Glam competition is going to be your best PvP focused Glam. So I want the Glam that inspires but also frightens people. So if they see you coming running down the CC corridors, they already piss themselves. That's the Glam that I'm after, because that's the one that's going to win. All right? So we have the Glam competition on Sunday. Then on Tuesday... You know what, Alpin? I'm going to trust you to choose a venue for us that is in next week's stream. From Tuesday to Friday, any of those venues. You invite me to a venue and we'll go party. Because I don't know what the fuck this means. I can't choose one year. I have no idea where these things, like what these things even mean. It's a lot of different locations. WoW only has Goldshire. Shalzikin. So all of these, as far as I know, are player houses, correct? So all of these are player houses where people sort of meet up to do like different parties. You actually have people that DJ music and shit like that. So it's very involved. Very involved. Please take him to the most depraved shit you know. Show him the single most fucked up side of the shit. It has to be Twitch friendly. Wait, Control F to search for what? Bay domain. This is yours. This is the one that you work at. Correct? A new and chill atmosphere, Cactor, run mainly by Bunny Girl. A lot of bunny girls and bunny boys like to hang out at the venue, but everyone is welcome. We also have not safe for work and safe for work dancers, if someone needs companionship. Our specialty drink is bunny milk, and we have eggnog and hot chocolate made from bunny milk. If you want to feel extra special, become a Bay VIP, offering you use of our VIP booth, 50 minutes of dancing per week, use of our bathhouse, and free bunny milk. All right. You do realize what bunny milk means, right? In this instance, since this entire club is run by bunnies. So bunny milk in this instance would be coom. Maybe breast milk. But coom also could work here. I don't know why people are drinking that. It seems weird. But I'm up for it. Let's go to the fucking tavern. See what happens. Look for safe for work Sunbear Maple? What do you mean safe for work? Safe for work Sunbear what? I don't see shit. I'm already control F-ing. I don't see crap. Yeah, it's definitely not fucking here. No, but Lotus, I'm gonna leave it up to you. Just DM me on Discord the time and the date and where I should meet you in FF14, and then we can fucking go there. Maple Bear. All right. Oh, here we go. It's right here. The Maple Bear Tavern is a medieval tavern-style RP venue run by the esteemed Sunbear. It is an establishment proudly offering camaraderie, fine fare, music, and never-ending ale. Nice. Wait, this is for the WoW feel. But let's go there. I think we should go there. We should go to the Maple Bear Tavern. So who's joining us for the Maple Bear Tavern? Although this is from 2 a.m. to 5:30 a.m. And I'm assuming this is US times. That's fucking rough, dude. That is rough. That's like 12 o'clock, that's like 6 a.m. my time that it starts. And then it ends at like 12 my time. To wake up is normal human time? Yeah. Which is not going to happen because that would fuck up my stream schedule. We'll have to figure something out. Right. Anyway, it's converted to your time zone? I highly doubt that it would be converted to my time zone. Would it be? I don't think it would be. This will be on Ether. This will be on the Ether data center. Venues, replacement time for the players, not readings. Venues must be regularly scheduled. Opening time to be on this list. Yeah, I don't know if it's my timeline, but I doubt that it would be my time. They don't seem to say anywhere here that it keeps time, that it's localized time. I don't think it would. Anyways. But yeah, as soon as data center travel becomes a thing, we can absolutely like do more of this shit. I'd be 100% willing to do that. But okay, so remember guys, the Glam contest is tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Sunday. We're not streaming tomorrow. I'm back on Sunday. So I'm going to take tomorrow off for Easter, do some family shit, probably go out to dinner. And then we'll be back on Sunday for the live Q&A, as well as then the Glam competition right after. And then after the Glam competition, probably some PvP. Because why the fuck not? Then Monday will be off again because we do the Livecraft episode on Monday. And then Tuesday will be on again. So for those of you that are subs to the channel right now, please remember to link your Twitch to Discord because the Livecraft episodes is done live, which means we'll be going live on YouTube in about, let's say 10 minutes. I'm just quickly going to go take a pee, grab another cup of coffee, and then we'll start the Livecraft episode. And then we're going to be live for all patrons, Twitch subs, and YouTube channel members. So you can join us there. I will notify you on Discord as soon as we go live. All right. Is there anyone that you want me to raid? Make your decisions now. Is there anyone you guys want to see? Do I have anyone that I want to fucking raid? Anyone that's even online at the moment? Invalid, how you doing, brother? Why would I raid Asmon Gold? Because, dude, he's so much bigger than me. Alright, you know what? Fuck it. I'll... You live and learn. Why not? I don't think this is gonna work, by the way, but let's fucking raid him anyways. We'll raid Asmon Gold. You guys have to go say hello to Asmon. You guys have to go say hello to Asmon. It's only second channel. Yeah, I know. This is why we're raiding him. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you so much for spending your afternoon, your evening, or your morning with us. It has been an absolute pleasure to be here with all of you. Please, as always, be kind to each other, be good to each other, and I will see all of you in the next one. Peace out, fam.